Chapter 1 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ashleighjane. Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. Chapter 1. A Crash and a Spill. Bump! Crash! Blam! Grace? Oh, Grace, what is it? The YMCA hut shook and swayed under the shock, threatening to collapse on the two American girls who were sitting in the rear room of the hut, one on the very verge of giving way to the nervous strain caused by the terrific strafing that the Germans were visiting on the Metz to Paris road, the other outwardly calm, though having every reason to be otherwise. A German shell, instead of hitting the road, had crashed through the roof of the hut and smashed its way through the floor, burying its nose in the ground underneath, but failing to explode, leaving behind it a trail of wreckage. J. Elfrida Briggs had sprung up and leaped to one side of the room almost before the shell had penetrated the floor, a frightened look in her eyes, one hand automatically gathering up her skirt preparatory to darting out through the open door into the Y canteen. "Sit down, Elfrida. That was only a dud," soothed Grace Harlowe Gray, with a calmness that the circumstances did not wholly warrant. "Only?" There was a world of meaning and reproach in the tone in which J. Elfrida uttered the word, and saying it, the Overton College girl took a second leap to avoid the downfall of wood and fragments of galvanized roofing that had followed the unwelcome entrance of the big German shell, while Grace, still retaining her seat, tilted her head forward a little, that the steel helmet she was wearing might the better protect her face from the shower of splinters that was raining down from the roof. Will, is that thing likely to go off?" wailed Elfrida, backing away, one hand on the door that opened into the canteen, her frightened gaze fixed on the hole in the floor. "It may, but do not let it worry you, for if it does explode you and I will not hear it, my dear," replied Grace evenly. "Duds are harmless unless they chance to hit one, and in that case one is simply out of luck. It is estimated that 2 out of every 5 German shells are duds, shells that fail to explode on contact, due probably to faulty construction, which is the best possible evidence that Jerry is getting nervous." I'm not concerned with the scientific explanation of the phenomenon so much as I am with the fact that someone else is not getting nervous, but is nervous. "Grace Harlowe, is there anything in the world that will disturb you?" demanded Elfrida irritably. "Is there such a thing hereabouts as a dugout that I can crawl into until this battle is ended?" "Oh!" A thunderous explosion shook the YMCA hut, sending a cloud of dust and loose splinters into the room, the reverberations of the explosion dying away off to the westward in the hills of Chateau Thierry. "That was one of the 3 good ones," observed Grace with a grim smile. "Replying to your first question, I am disturbed at this moment to see a cool-headed lawyeress like yourself lose her head over a mere lifeless, harmless chunk of iron. Besides, this is not a battle. The Germans are hammering the road, that's all." "That's all?" groaned Elfrida. "I do not know of a dugout near here, for this is my first visit to this sector. But you might ask the Y man out in the front room." Grace's face expanded into a broad smile. "Let's go find out." Grace stepped out into the Y canteen, followed closely and somewhat eagerly by her companion. A dozen or so American Marines and half that number of Frenchmen were helping themselves liberally to crackers, cakes, chocolates, and cigarettes, but the Y man was nowhere in sight. "Buddy, where is the secretary?" asked Grace. The Marine addressed, whose mouth was too full for speech, pointed to a trap in the floor. "The secretary is down in his private dugout," another Marine informed her. "Too hot for him up here, but you can't blame him. It was that dud that made him think of something he wanted to do in the cellar. Only decent thing Jerry ever did, plunking that big fellow into Le Petit YMCA dump, for it gives us a good free luncheon out of the Y. Have some chow? The secretary won't come out till the firing stops. You'd be out of luck if that dud had smashed you, wouldn't you?" continued the Marine, as Grace accepted the invitation and helped herself to a cracker, on which she spread a thick layer of jam, offered to her by the Marine, and began nibbling at it. "Elfrida, do you think you wish to join the secretary? You might be worse off down there if another dud should tumble the hut down on you and bury you alive," reminded Grace teasingly. No, thank you," gasped Elfrida, as a shell smacked the road a few hundred yards to the westward of them. I think I prefer to stay here, but if this awful din continues much longer I know I shall scream or decide to be sensible," finished Grace. "Have a nibble, Elfrida. A satisfied stomach is a powerful help in the time of peril." Elfrida shook her head warily, but as the moments passed, with Grace and the Marines keeping up a continuous banter, the calm confidence of her companion and the others in the canteen had a steadying effect on Elfrida, though the Overton girl flinched painfully with every bang of an exploding shell, and they were coming over rather too thickly and landing too close to suit Grace Harlowe herself. The Germans, knowing that heavy troop movements were under way, were hammering the Metz to Paris road with their heavy guns, and it was this deluge of exploding steel that had halted Grace Harlowe Grey on her drive to the Chateau Thierry sector. To be more exact, it was an MP sergeant, military police sergeant, who ordered her to halt and remain until the firing died down. In fact, traffic had been stopped all along the road for several miles, so driving her ambulance off to one side of the road, Grace and her companion had entered the Y hut to sit down and await the passing of the man-made storm. The secretary had nodded toward the rear room when Grace asked permission to remain in the hut, and there the two girls took refuge, Elfrida feeling a certain sense of security behind the frail wooden walls, until that security was shattered by the intrusion of the Hun projectile. "Ambulance driver?" questioned the Marine, who by this time had cleared his mouth sufficiently to permit speech. Grace nodded. "Where to?" he demanded. "I'm taking my friend to Evacuation Hospital No. 2, where she is to be stationed for the present. Then I'm going on to No. 1. Beyond that I do not know. When do you boys go up to the line?" "When Fritzy gets tired of smacking the roads, maybe sometime tonight," was the reply, a thoughtful look coming into the eyes of the Marine. "Then the music will begin and Fritzy will suddenly discover that he is up against the real thing." "What about the French? Do you not think they are real?" demanded Grace. "You said it, miss, but you must remember that the Frenchies have been carrying the burden of this war on their shoulders for nigh on to 3 years, and the weight has telescoped them, that's all. You watch the smoke of the U.S. Marines when they go in, miss," he added, the steel flashing into his steady blue eyes. "They are coming up thousands strong." Grace was aware of that. All day long French camions had been rushing the American Marines forward to meet the great emergency that threatened the beautiful valley that stretched away from Chateau Thierry, an emergency that threatened even Paris itself. All day long Marines bearing their 60-pound packs, grey with dust and hollow-eyed, had been hilking toward the front, from which so many of them were fated never to return. They were hiking still in endless processions, seeking such cover as the landscape afforded, flattening themselves on the ground when their ears caught the drone of an enemy airplane or the thrilling wail of an approaching German shell. Ever since their first hour out from Paris, Grace and Elfrida had been passing these riding and hiking processions, Grace steering ambulance number 1313, which she already had named Elizabeth G., with infinite skill despite the speed at which she had been driving, for there was not an ambulance driver on the French front who had more confidence in his or her driving than Grace Harlowe herself. When they ran into the long-range fire from the enemy and a shell splinter tore a hole in the top of the car, Elfrida declared that from the moment when she saw that double 13 number she knew something was going to happen to the ambulance. It was Elfrida Briggs's first experience under fire, and she was frightened. But if her companion were afraid, she did not show it. It was not the first time that Grace had listened to exploding shells fired from huge guns, and the present bombardment of the Metz to Paris road was mild in comparison with what she had experienced on previous occasions. However, from what her experienced eyes had observed that day, Grace well knew that desperate work was ahead of them, and she understood full well that she and the battered old Elizabeth G. might confidently expect soon to be engulfed in the black, menacing cloud of war that was hanging low over the hills of Chateau Thierry. The heavy fire gradually diminished until only an occasional shell dug a great crater in the fields along the road, and the procession of camions began thundering by, their exhausts wide open, their passengers cheering as they passed the canteen with its little American flag displayed in the window. "Here comes the secretary," announced Grace smilingly, placing a franc on the counter in payment for what she had eaten, but which duty of payment the Marines had calmly ignored. "Come, Elfrida, we must be on our way before Jerry starts something fresh. We shall, fortunately, have the early evening in which to finish our drive, and that will be much safer for us as we near the front. Ooh la la la, as the Frenchman would say, poor Elizabeth does look all cut up," laughed Grace as she observed several fresh rents in the top of her car. "Yes, but she is likely to be worse cut up before we have completed this most distressing journey," retorted Elfrida dolefully, and, as later events proved, Elfrida was not far afield in her prophecy. Grace threw in the clutch and dodged into the mass of traffic, tossing a package of cigarettes into the first camion she shaved, and smiling at the yells of approval that followed her as she streaked it down the Metz to Paris road. Elfrida Briggs, gripping the seat of the car with both hands, and swaying from side to side with the violent lurches as her companion dodged collisions with heavy trucks by the narrowest margins. From Grace Harlowe's plebe year at high school, in the old Oakdale days, to the thunder and crash of war was a far cry. But the same spirit that carried her through so many trials and sorrows in those faraway days was guiding Grace Harlowe now, and giving her strength of purpose for the work that lay before her. Grace's friends who have followed her eventful career, who have loved her for her sterling qualities, her womanliness and nobility of character, will well remember the experiences of those early days, as related further in Grace Harlowe's sophomore year at high school, Grace Harlowe's junior year at high school, and Grace Harlowe's senior year at high school, when her fortunes were so closely and intimately linked with those of her three faithful friends, Nora O'Malley, Anne Pearson, and Jessica Bright. The first real separation of these four close friends came when Grace and Anne, accompanied by Miriam Nesbit, left school for college, Nora and Jessica having decided to go on to a conservatory of music. It was at Overton College that other friends came into Grace's life, friends such as Elfrida Briggs, devoted friend and helpful companion, Emma Dean, the sprightly, Arlene Thayer, and many others. The stories of those wonderful days at Overton, as the readers of the Grace Harlowe series will remember, are told in Grace Harlowe's first year at Overton College, Grace Harlowe's second year at Overton College, Grace Harlowe's third year at Overton College, Grace Harlowe's fourth year at Overton College, Grace Harlowe's return to Overton campus, and Grace Harlowe's problem. In Grace Harlowe's Golden Summer, the young Overton woman finds the fruition of her ideals in Tom Gray, whose bride she becomes, and who leads his bride to heaven home, the beautiful house behind the world. A year of happiness, such happiness as Grace never had believed could come to a mere mortal, and the Great World War embroiled the nations of the earth, and with its coming a cloud settled over Havenhome, a cloud that was swept away when Tom Gray went away to war, to be followed soon thereafter by Grace herself, who, as related in Grace Harlowe Overseas, became involved, not only in the war itself, but in the plots and counterplots so rife in the old war during the great conflict. In Grace Harlowe with the Red Cross in France, her work was carried on with a courage and determination, and with a cheerfulness that brought solace to many a sad heart. Now her ideals were about to be realized, for she was to take an even more active part as a full-fledged member of the American Expeditionary Forces, separated from her beloved Overton unit, it is true, but assured of the nearness of her devoted friend Elfrida Briggs, who was to serve in an evacuation hospital near the lines while Grace raced up and down the roads of France, dodging German shells and performing her noble work of mercy with all the strength and courage that were hers. It was a very bedlam of noise in which Grace Harlowe Gray and her companion found themselves, between the thunder of the big powerful French motor trucks, camions, the explosive rattle of their exhausts, punctuated now and then with the heavy detonating explosions of a German shell. It was noise everywhere, noise and confusion, in which the shouting of many men, the pounding of horses' hoofs, the crack of whips, the squealing of gears, and the honks of motor horns in many different keys were merely incidents. Elfrida put a finger in each ear to dull the sound, that already had well nigh driven her frantic. Most of the motor drivers were dull-eyed and unsteady after more than 40 hours at the wheel, and some were actually asleep, as Grace observed with some misgivings. Every square foot in that road supported something in motion, in rapid motion, too rapid, as was evidenced by the number and variety of vehicles that had toppled over into the ditches on either side of the road. In all this crush and racket were refugees in an unending procession, moving slowly, dazedly toward the rear, their sad, resigned faces causing many a heart-tug in the breasts of the two girls in Ambulance 1313. For the first time Elfrida came to a sudden realization of what war is. Not war as it was understood by the folks far away in America, but what it meant to these people, driven from their homes, outcasts, waifs in a stricken world. For the first time, too, Elfrida realized that here lay duty, the greatest God-given duty that humanity had fallen heir to, a work for noble women who, though they could not fight, could save. Grace, she said, laying a hand lightly on her companion's arm, I think I understand now. I shall never complain again. Grace, in one quick comprehending glance, observed the change in the face of Elfrida and smiled. I knew you could not help but find yourself, Elfrida dear, answered Grace as gently as she could, and still make herself heard. You must realize, too, for the first time in this maelstrom of war, how trivial and insignificant are the worries and trials and disappointments of us women in our own peaceful land. It is in such scenes as these that I have found my own soul, Elfrida, just as you have found yours. And I know that we shall both be better and nobler women for it, and with a better understanding of why we are here, and the sacred duty that is ours to perform. Yes, loyal heart, breathed Elfrida. It is getting dark now, and I must be cautious and pay attention to my business, added Grace brightly. Twilight quickly merged into night. A new moon shed its slanting rays over the weird scene upon which Elfrida gazed in awesome silence. It was both grand and terrible, and Elfrida found herself marvelling that her companion could keep her hand and maintain the apparently reckless speed at which she was travelling. As a matter of fact, Grace Harlowe was not driving recklessly. That is, she was using her head and her hands and her feet as a perfect whole, intuition rather than sight guiding her and extricating her from perilous situations almost before those situations visibly developed. "Watch that aeroplane up yonder, Elfrida. I'm too busy to do so," shouted Grace, nodding her head in the direction of the plane that she had discovered. "Why? Is it one of ours?" "I don't know, but from the way it is acting I am suspicious of it." "I can't make anything out of it," declared Elfrida, after a few moments of observation. "What I do see is little streaks of light that seem to shoot out ahead of it." "What are they?" "Tracer bullets." "Oh! Meaning?" "That is an enemy airplane strafing this road. See, the Marines up ahead are shooting at it with their rifles, but they won't hit it unless by a chance shot, shooting as they are from swaying, lurching canyons. Better put on your helmet, for we shall undoubtedly get some of those bullets unless that aviator changes his course." Elfrida, who had removed her steel helmet and was riding bareheaded, replaced her headgear and slipped the strap under her chin, all with a calmness that pleased Grace Harlowe, showing, as it did, that J. Elfrida in reality had found herself. The airplane came up rapidly, swooping down and raking the road with a deluge of steel, followed by another airplane a short distance to the rear, performing the same deadly service. "You'll have me in the ditch, buddy. Look where you are going, and remember you aren't running that airplane up there," chided Grace good-naturedly as the camion's driver almost crowded her into the ditch on her side of the road. "All right, Sister Elizabeth," howled a voice on the big truck. "Look out for the strafing." "I think his warning is timely," approved the ambulance driver as the enemy plane made a long graceful swoop toward the road. The airplane seemed to be pointed directly for them, plainly intending to fire into the caravan at about the point which the ambulance would reach a moment or so later. "The men call all these cars Elizabeth or some variation of the name, such as Liza or Liza Jane or something of the sort. Here comes Jerry." Down came the enemy plane in a sharp-nosed dive, preceded by slender threads of darting fire. Now they could make out above the noises of the road the rat-tat-tat of the aerial machine gun that was firing into the road ahead of them. There was no stopping possible for the ambulance, for to stop there would mean being run down and crushed by the mighty force of canyons behind them, so both girls tilted their heads forwards to gain the protection of the steel helmets for their faces. "Hit!" exclaimed Grace sharply, as a series of tremors ran through the car. "Ping!" sang a ricocheting bullet as it struck and glanced from the rounded corner of her helmet. "Oh!" gasped Elfrida, as another struck the top of her own helmet and went through the roof of the ambulance, while others hit the body of the car. 3 or 4 seconds later, the aerial gun was sweeping the lines behind them, and the 2 American girls were for the moment out of range of the deadly weapon. Blam! Elfrida thought the top of her head had been blown off, and instinctively threw up both hands to protect what was left of it. A great geyser of dirt rose upon the opposite side of the road some 50 yards from the road itself, fairly lifting the truck nearest to it against the other to the right of it. Instinctively each driver turned his wheel to the right, which threw the weight and momentum of 3 of them toward the ambulance. Grace, though half stunned, realized that she and her companion were in great peril, and fairly lifted her car to the extreme right-hand side of the road until its right-hand wheels rested on the very edge of the broad ditch there. There came a jolting bump and a crash. "Hold fast! We are going over!" shouted Grace. The ambulance wheels slipped over the edge of the ditch, and a French camion, loaded with Marines, loomed large above them, and then turned over with a mighty crash fairly on top of the unfortunate Elizabeth G. End of Chapter 1. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 2 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 2. In the thick of it. The motors of the Elizabeth G were still pounding away. Grace, on the left side, had been hurled over her companion, and Elfrida was doubled over sideways, half standing on her head, as Grace's groping fingers discovered, for Grace had had all the speech jolted out of her in the crash. Still considerably dazed, Grace's fingers found the controls and she shut off the motors. "Elfrida? Elfrida, are you all right?" begged Grace, after making certain that her companion was alive. "If one can be all right after being shot to pieces and mauled about over the landscape, then I presume I'm what you might call all right. But I'm dizzy and a little sick at my stomach. Of course nothing is the matter with you." "Nothing could be wrong with Grace Harlowe Grey," groaned Elfrida. "I think I've been in a worse fix, and I may be. We both may be if the big French truck that is on top of us decides to settle down a bit further. Can you crawl out?" "I don't know. I haven't tried. Which way would you have me crawl? Through the windshield?" "No. What is left of it might hurt you. I think, however, that we may be able to crawl out through the rear. Come along." She managed to crawl on all fours to the rear of the body and kicked open the doors, which were fastened on the outside. "All clear. Come on out," she called back. They found themselves in a broad, deep ditch, and it was then that Grace discovered why they had not been mashed flat. The ditch was deep, and the canyon lay across it on its side in a diagonal position, imprisoning the ambulance. Up ahead, the military police and non-commissioned officers were noisily trying to extricate the tangle of vehicles and get them moving. Several men lay over on the bank beyond the canyon. Two of them, upon investigation, Grace found to be dead from the shots fired by the Hun flyer. A full dozen others she found had been wounded by machine-gun bullets. Grace got out her first aid kit and directed Elfrida to do the same, and together they did the best they could for the men there on the bank. While they were thus engaged, a second lieutenant stepped over to them. "Is there anything that I can do for you?" he inquired. "Yes, Lieutenant. I wish you would detail a squad to dig out our car. I know the motors will run, but I don't know whether the wheels or gear will hold the motors and the rest of the load. I can't tell until the car is out and righted. Will you do that for me? Some of these men must be rushed to a hospital immediately." The lieutenant called a sergeant, and the sergeant blew his whistle. In a few minutes a squad of Marines was at work, tugging and hauling and shouting, working at the car with might and main. Grace and Elfrida returned to the injured men, to whom they were talking soothingly, after Grace had first placed a cigarette in the mouth of each and lighted it, masking the match with her helmet. Well did she know that nothing brought greater solace to the wounded soldier, and many a thankful hand-grip did she get from the men she so served. A space was soon cleared in the road for the ambulance, or whatever might be left of it, and shortly afterwards the car was stood on its wheels in the ditch. The officer called to Grace to come and look the ambulance over. She pronounced the running gear fit, though the side of the car was split, and there were numerous bullet holes through it, but the Elizabeth G was used to rough treatment, as are all ambulances in war times, for war is for destruction, and always reaches its ideals in this respect. "Please get the car up on the road and clear the way for me. I will take the worst cases. You can take the others along on a camion to Evacuation Hospital No. 2. "How many do you wish to take in the ambulance?" questioned the lieutenant. "I can take 6 in the car and 1 on the front seat with me. Elfrida, you will have to ride in on a truck. These men, every one of them, is worth a dozen of us. They are the big important factor now, never more so. Lieutenant, will you please personally see to it that my friend Miss Briggs is taken care of on a camion and left at No. 2. The lieutenant said he would do so, that he would give her a seat by one of the drivers so that she might be able to sit down and be more comfortable, rather than be obliged to stand up in a camion crowded with men and equipment. Elfrida, on her part, expressed herself as perfectly willing to be so inconvenienced, which attitude pleased Grace Harlowe very much. After considerable effort and more or less shouting, the ambulance was brought up on the road right side up. Grace tried out the motors and the controls again and found that the car would run, after which she directed the men to load in the more serious cases. This was accomplished quickly, and leaving Elfrida standing disconsolately by the side of the road, Grace started away, sounding her siren insistently. Reaching number 2, she unloaded her human freight and received permission to return and get others who may have been wounded along the way. It was difficult to find the wounded men in the dark night, but the driver of number 1313 picked up a load in the first mile she travelled and returned to the hospital with it. This work of mercy she continued until midnight, so that between her work and that of the camions, every wounded or otherwise injured man along the road had been safely delivered to the hospital by that time. The officer in charge of the hospital, when she reported to him, thanked and complimented her. Grace asked him to communicate with the commanding officer of number 1 and ask him for orders for her. "I will give you your orders," answered the officer. "You will turn in and get some rest, but I'm afraid you will have to sleep on the floor on a blanket," he added apologetically. "Sorry, I can do no better for you." "Thank you, I can sleep in my car. Perhaps if Miss Briggs is not on duty she would be glad to keep me company." "Miss Briggs?" questioned the officer. "Oh, yes, she is the young woman you sent in on a camion after your breakdown." The officer grinned and, summoning an orderly, directed him to find Miss Briggs. A short time elapsed before the orderly returned with Elfrida, who was looking considerably the worse for her experience. Elfrida was glad of the opportunity to spend the night with Grace, even though she would be obliged to sleep on a narrow shelf. They were too tired and worn out to talk much, and both girls quickly went to sleep. An hour later they were aroused by an orderly. "Orders for you to proceed to the field hospital and bring in 2 cases," answered the orderly. Grace, being on reserve, was subject to call at any time, day or night. In fact, ambulance drivers at the front always dozed when they could, for they had no regular hours for duty or for rest. The drive of 12 miles was made in rather slow time because of the congestion on the road, which, if anything, seemed worse than it had been in the afternoon, and upon arriving at the field hospital, the ambulance driver found only 1 patient to be removed. This was a French officer who had been very seriously wounded, and who had been retained at the field hospital only long enough to arrest a hemorrhage. He was lifted gently into the ambulance, Grace standing at the door of her car and passing a gentle hand over the officer's forehead as his stretcher was shoved into the ambulance. "Tout doucement," murmured the officer, meaning drive slowly. Grace assured him that she would do so. "Elfrida, do you mind sitting with the officer and looking after him? I think perhaps it may ease him a little, then if I shake him up too much you can tell me to slow down." The drive was made with great care, Elfrida holding the hand of their patient, gently stroking his head, steadying him as well as she could whenever the car lurched, talking to him when a shell struck too close for comfort, and in this way the journey was made. The reward for both girls was a murmur. "Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie." "I thank you," from the suffering officer as he was lifted from the ambulance. "Now we will see if we can get some sleep," announced Grace, backing her car off to one side and climbing back to the seat, on which she stretched out and promptly lost herself, unheeding the noise of the traffic and the rumble of the big guns on the other side of the distant hills. The morrow was destined to be full of activity and excitement for them, and especially so for Grace Harlowe herself. They were awakened early, just at break of day, by the thunder of the big guns in the distance, and orders were issued that drivers new to that part of the country should be taken in cars for an observation visit to the various posts that the unit was to serve. Grace, being the only woman driver in that sector, was given a seat with a driver. Unlike the new men, she knew very well what was before them, for this driving toward the front in broad daylight was never, under the most favourable conditions, a drive of pleasure. They had reached a point midway between the first evacuation hospital and the field hospital when a car swung around a curve ahead of them, swaying and skidding as it dashed along at terrific speed. An assistant standing on the running board was waving a hand to the driver of the car in which Grace was riding. "Heaven help you, fellows. You're headed straight into purgatory," he yelled as the two cars passed each other with a flash and a roar. End of Chapter 2. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 3 of Grace Harlowe and the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 3. A Day of Trials and Perils. "Our friend appears to be excited," observed Grace. The driver at her side flashed a look at her and nodded approvingly. "I reckon this isn't your first drive toward the lines," he replied. "Not the first, but one of them that may be my last." Their brief stop was at the field hospital, which was a portable one-story building and rows of tents. The arrangement of hospitals, as Grace already knew, is about as follows. The plan begins with a regimental dressing station in the trenches, with an advanced dressing station, also known as the field ambulance, immediately to the rear of the trenches. 400 yards to the rear of the trenches is the advanced surgical post, while the field hospital is located ordinarily a little more than a mile to the rear, where only emergency operations are performed. Then come the evacuation hospitals, designated by number and located about 5 miles back from the lines. Base hospitals are placed 15 miles, or at much greater distances back from the lines, and interspersed all along this progression of hospitals are various dressing stations, surgical and operating posts, hospitals for shock and head cases, in fact for every variety of wound or condition. All this was well known by Grace, and a general knowledge of locations both of troops and stations or posts in this section was all that she required. Beyond the field hospital, Grace and her companions discovered that the driver of the passing ambulance had not exaggerated conditions up toward the front. There they found such a literal deluge of steel that they were obliged to leave their car and, seeking cover where they could find it, processed on foot to the remaining post. The 2nd Division of Marines already had entrenched themselves on a line from Hill 142 to Lucy-le-Bocage, and from the Metz to Paris road north through the new famous Triangle Farm. There they waited for the reserves and for the French to dispose their forces in preparation for the great struggle in the broad valley of Chateau Thierry, while artillery on both sides was hammering away. The French and Americans were continuously bringing up guns, setting them up just off the road, and getting into action. Very shortly the shells of the French, the Americans, and the Germans were wailing over the heads of the little group of ambulance drivers. Here and there, where a German shell had made a distinct hit, men, horses, and equipment lay scattered about. It was war, desperate, heart-wrenching war, and Grace Harlowe, in those moments that seemed ages to her, passed through varying stages of emotion. Of moral courage, the young Overton College woman possessed as much as any man in that army of brave men, but in spite of this, there were times when she felt her knees weaken and her heart beat like a trip-hammer. Still, her face showed nothing of the emotions surging within her. At last the observation trip came to an end, nor was there one of that little party who regretted the opportunity to turn to face toward the rear. Gaining their car, the drive back to the No. 1 evacuation hospital was made in fast time. Grace got down from the car, adjusted her helmet, and smiled up into the face of the youthful driver. "Thank you," she said simply. The driver extended an impulsive hand. "Shake," he said. "You are a brave little woman, Mrs. Gray. I have met up with a number of the French women drivers, but you are the first American woman I have met so close to the lines. I wish you luck." It was not long after that when Grace was ordered out in her own car, for there was work for every ambulance on the Chateau Thierry front that day, and for many days thereafter. The advanced dressing station, just beyond the field hospital, was the nearest to the lines that she could safely reach. Patients were brought there to her, either by stretcher bearers or on horse litters, the most trying part of her work being waiting for her suffering human cargo. "Gas ahead," warned an MP. "It caught a wagon train over yonder in the valley, and they are bringing out the men now. I reckon the train has been pretty hard hit." Grace thanked him and put on her gas mask, which she loathed, for she felt such a sense of suffocation behind that mask, with her nose tightly clasped in the nippers, breathing only through her mouth. Reaching the valley in the direction of Hill 142, Grace was obliged to drive through a gully. The Germans, well aware that wagon trains would pass through the gully, had put down a deluge of gas. Grace, who had formed a pretty clear idea of what she should find there, was not disappointed. Some of the drivers had not put their masks on soon enough, and were now being rushed to the rear in ambulances, but it was the horses that appealed to the Overton girls' sympathies. Many were already past help, and still others, fast in their traces, were slowly succumbing to the deadly gas. "Oh, this is cruel!" cried Grace, leaping from her car. Drawing her heavy clasp knife, which she always carried when on duty, she ran to the nearest wagon team and began cutting the traces. It was tough work cutting through the stiff, thick leather, but Grace accomplished it, and as soon as an animal was released she would urge it to its feet, then with a smart slap on the rump would start the animal staggering out of the gully heavy with the deadly fumes. One after another animal was thus freed, then she caught the staccato exhaust of an approaching car. It was driven by Jim Baldwin, known to his associates as Baldy Jim, one of the most daring of that group of brave young Americans. He slowed down and peered through his mask. Grace beckoned him to her, and removing the mouthpiece of her mask, shouted, "If you aren't on emergency run, please help me liberate these animals. Horses are vital to the armies. I think these are French animals." "No especial hurry. I'm going through on reserve. Who are you? Mrs. Gray? I can't see you through those windows." "Yes, please hurry." Baldy, stronger than his companions, went to work with a will. Some of the horses that they cut loose were too far gone to be saved, and these were reluctantly left, but within the space of half an hour the man and the woman had liberated 50 almost priceless animals. They found them all standing just outside of the gully, dazed, suffering, a few on the ground, but most well worth the effort to save. "Do you think you can tie them together so that I can take them in?" questioned Grace. "How? Tie them to the car? You don't think I'm going to take them in the ambulance, do you?" "Yes, I think we can fix them up so they will lead, for these animals are not likely to be prankish. But, my dear woman, what will the chief say when he sees you coming in with a load of livestock when you have been sent out for human beings?" suggested Baldwin. "In the first place, there are ambulances enough ahead to care for emergencies, and in the second place, I do not believe that anything the chief may say will disturb me. I know that I am doing the right thing, Mr. Baldwin." "You bet you are. You are the gamest woman I ever saw. The boys back there are talking about the way you went through that messy drive today. I'll fix the horses for you." Some little time was occupied in tying the horses together in platoon formation, lead straps, pieces of rope, and reins being used for the purpose. Then, after 100 animals were secured to the car, which Grace had headed the other way and driven out, the procession started for the rear, the ambulance being driven very slowly, for the horses were too weak to be hurried. Wagon trains going in gazed, wondered, and laughed. To each of these Grace gave warning of the gas in the cut, and advised them to go around it and take their chances of being shelled, for they surely would at least lose their stock if they attempted to go through the gully. The warning was heeded in every instance, and there was no more laughing at the plucky woman ambulance driver. Grace caused wonderment with her strange train as she got out of that perilous zone, but never stopped until she was halted by a captain of supply, who demanded to know what it all meant. "Gas, sir," answered Grace briefly. "I found the animals dying in the gully between posts 7 and 8, and with the help of an ambulance driver I succeeded in cutting these horses free and getting them out. If you will take charge of them, I think I shall go about my regular business." "This is remarkable. Your name, please?" "Mrs. Grace Harlowe Gray, American Ambulance Corps. Am I to be reported?" she added, half humorously. "You are, but I shouldn't lose any sleep worrying over it," replied the captain, accompanying the words with a grim smile. He directed some wagoners to take the horses, and led them to the rear for attention. Grace thereupon drove to her station and reported for orders. The chief of her section listened attentively to her explanation, and, without showing approval or disapproval, said he would report the matter to his superior officer. Grace was then ordered to return to post 7 and remain there on emergency call. "I suppose I shall hear from this, but so long as they do not send me back for routine work I don't care," she murmured. There was work for her, for all of them, all that day, and Grace drove the Elizabeth G. through shell fire and gas waves, around gaping shell holes, over the wreckage of vehicles and cast-off equipment, having many narrow escapes, the old ambulance suffering as usual, but Grace coming through untouched. Night came on, but still the tired Marines were battling out there, slowly but surely forcing the enemy back almost by inches at a time, and the ambulances were bringing in loads of maimed and suffering men, returning to the front with all they could carry of hot drinks and food for the fighting men. Over the hills to the eastward ran a line of flashes that looked as if a severe thunderstorm was raging there, while between the flashes vari-coloured signal lights peeped over the crest and died away. The thunder of the guns had become an incessant roar, and it was but seldom that one was able to distinguish an individual explosion. It was dreary, nerve-wracking work for the ambulance drivers, whose labour had not ceased since the early morning, and would not come to an end that night, so far as the present indications were concerned. Now and then Grace would pick up a slightly wounded soldier and carry him with her on the front seat, but the majority of such cases, known as walking wounded, made their way back on foot as best they could, ambulances as a rule being in too much of a hurry to bother with them. There came a time along toward midnight of that day, so filled with tragedy, when on the very edge of the firing line Grace crept out to the left of where the stretcher-bearers were working, to see if she could not find some overlooked soldier who needed attention. That there were many of them she knew very well, men who had fallen and been left behind when the line moved on. She had proceeded but a short distance when a groan almost under her feet made her jump. "Where are you?" she called. "Step on me and you'll find out. I'm on the edge of this shell hole trying to crawl out, but my legs won't let me." "What are you doing out here? You're a woman?" Grace told him that she was an ambulance driver, and that she had wandered out beyond her station, looking for strays who were unable to help themselves, and asked the man's name and what his wound was. "Corporal O'Malley, and I've got a machine-gun bullet hole through each of my legs. If I had a dozen legs they probably would all be in the same fix." "Very good, Corporal, but why haven't you shouted for the stretcher-bearers?" demanded Grace. "Your voice certainly hasn't been wounded. There are other fellows worse off than I, that's why," returned the corporal sternly. "Besides, I am no squealer." "You would not be in the 2nd Division if you were," retorted Grace, kneeling down by the Marine. "Any shells been falling hereabouts?" "Any. Tons of them. You'd better get out of here. This is no place for a woman," protested the corporal. "I will go and fetch the stretcher man," offered Grace. "You will not." "If I cannot go as I am, I will not go at all." "Very good, then. I will carry you," declared the girl firmly. The corporal protested vigorously, but Grace, now observing how weak he was, took firm hold of the man by his shoulders and dragged him from the shell hole, and laying him flat, examined the wounds in his legs, to which the man had given first aid, as every soldier is supposed to do. "Corporal, I think I can drag you to a point where I can safely drive the ambulance. If that method gives you too much pain we shall have to try something else. Have you any other suggestion?" A groan was the only reply. The Marine had fainted, presumably from loss of blood. Adopting the plan that she had suggested to him, Grace Harlowe again grabbed the man by the shoulders and began backing away with him, being obliged to halt every little while. It was back-breaking work for her, and then again the nervous tension under which she was labouring, the tremendous din, the explosion of shells were almost too much for her. Yet Grace was calm, clear-headed and alert, sufficiently so to give an attentive ear to the wail of approaching shells, and to flatten herself on the ground when she detected one coming her way. Several broke so close that she undoubtedly would have been hit by their fragments had she not been lying flat on her face beside her unconscious companion. Breathing heavily, Grace shouted for stretcher-bearers, but there was no response to her hail, nor did she believe there were any stretcher-men anywhere near her. It was a full quarter of a mile to where she might hope to come up with them, so Grace struggled on, resting and shouting, for the long faint of her companion was beginning to alarm her. Each time she halted she laid an apprehensive hand over O'Malley's heart to make certain that he was still alive. "Thank heaven!" she gasped, when at length the corporal groaned and began to mumble. "Have courage, corporal. We are almost where I can get you into the ambulance. Then I shall have you at the field ambulance in no time. Are you in pain?" "Of course not," groaned the man. "I'm going through with you now," announced Grace, taking up her burden once more. "Now please be good—" The sentence was never finished. A dazzling flash seemed to rise up from the earth, and Grace Harlowe felt something snap in her brain, and her sensation was as if the head were leaving her body. Grace fell forward over the body of the corporal, then plunged driftingly, head first, into a deep shell hole where she lay motionless, the corporal still on his back where she had dropped him. And the battle raged on. End of chapter 3. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 4 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 4 Grace Harlowe's Reward. The sun was blazing down into her face when Grace began to be dimly conscious of her existence. Distant reverberations, with now and then a more definite sound in the form of a heavy explosion, shook the earth beneath her. Every vibration seemed to send keen-pointed darts through her head like so many stabs. Grace moaned. Her eyelids were too heavy to lift, and the effort to move her body sent her back into oblivion. This condition, however, did not last long. When once more consciousness returned, Grace felt something soft and hot against her cheek. That something moved with a caressing motion. With a supreme effort the Overton girl opened her eyes, and there, bending over her, loomed a dog, fierce-looking, its face wrinkled in inquiry or perplexity, she could not decide which, its back loaded with equipment, and on that equipment stood out the familiar emblem of the Red Cross. Nothing in the world had ever looked more welcome to Grace Harlowe, and reaching up her hand, she patted the grizzled head of the animal. He nosed her a little roughly, which brought an exclamation of pain from the wounded ambulance driver. "Oh, don't!" she moaned. "You hurt my head, doggy dear." It was then that Grace discovered the canteen that the animal carried, and this she removed with trembling fingers, and carried it to her lips, taking in a long delicious draught of water. "How heavenly!" murmured Grace. You noble fellow, if you could but know." Pouring out a little water in the palm of a trembling hand, Grace held it out unsteadily to the dog, and the animal eagerly lapped it up, and once more caressed her cheek. He then began nosing her again, as if he were trying to roll her over, which Grace, knowing something about those Red Cross life-savers, interpreted to mean that the animal was trying to make her get up and follow him. "I will try it, old fellow," she murmured, "but I fear I shan't be much of a success. First, let me see if I am all here." Struggling to a sitting position, with her head spinning dizzily, Grace took an inventory of herself, with the result that she found no wound save on the left side of her head, which was so sore that she could scarce bear the touch of her hand on it. To speak hurt her. Everything hurt her, all in the same spot, the left side of her head, and she knew that she had been wounded there, presumably raked by a shell splinter. But that she was conscious and able to speak and act even feebly told the Overton girl that she had not sustained a serious wound. This gave Grace more confidence and assisted her in her effort to help herself. She was at the bottom of a shell hole, and the banks on either side of her looked formidable, so far as climbing them was concerned. "Let me get hold of your tail, doggy," she begged, after having replaced the canteen on the animal's pack in case some other sufferer should need it. "Then you try, with what help I can give you, to pull me out of this hole. Someone may see us and come to the rescue." The Red Cross dog, seeming to understand, turned and backed toward her, for, though Grace was unaware of the fact, the animal had been trained to do this very thing. Grasping his tail, she struggled to her knees, and the dog began to tug. Fearing that she might pull the noble fellow's tail clear off, Grace exerted a greater effort to help herself, every movement on her part again starting those maddening darts through her head. Halfway up, everything suddenly grew black about her, and Grace collapsed. Rolling down to the bottom of the shell hole, she lay moaning, but soon the moaning ceased, leaving her pale and motionless. The Red Cross dog, his face wearing a deeper frown than before, peered down into the shell hole, then he galloped away with one of her driving gloves between his teeth. The next recollection that Grace had was that of hearing a dog bark, followed by voices, and then of someone bending over her. She did not know whether these things were taking place now, or had taken place years and years before. "I'm awfully muddled," she murmured, and it was then that she heard a voice say, "Yes, she is alive." Grace felt herself being picked up, and lifted up and up, then she was laid out on what, after a few moments, she visualized as a stretcher. "At least I'm a stretcher case myself," she mumbled. "It seems good to be even that." It was rather a rough journey to the ambulance, the barking of the dog sounding all around her, until Grace began to wonder how many dogs there were about, but the journey was as nothing to what was in store for her in the ambulance. Such a shaking up, such agonizing pains as shot through her head and body, she never would have believed that a human being could endure. Grace resolved then and there that if ever she were able to drive again, carrying wounded men, she would drive slowly, oh so slowly, unless the drive meant life and death for her patient. The stretcher men at the field hospital took her later in the day to the evacuation hospital. In the afternoon full consciousness returned, and the girl, awakening, found Elfrida Briggs holding her hand. "Elfrida," she murmured, with a little pressure of the hand. "Once upon a time, long, long ago, you called my ambulance a jigglety wagon. You said it. What does my chart say? Shell splinter hit you on the head, scalp wound, loss of blood, and... Very good. That is sufficient. If you find any other damages to my anatomy, they will have me in a base hospital for the rest of the summer. I must be out of here by tomorrow and carry on again, for I am needed. Did they tell you the dog found me?" "No, not until the dog himself found his way in here and smelled you out." "They say it is most remarkable, as a Red Cross dog, after having done his duty in bringing in some part of a wounded man's equipment, suddenly loses all interest in the patient, and will pay not the slightest attention to his coaxings. He is outside somewhere now, but refuses to work. They threw him out of here twice before he stayed out. Dear old fellow. I wish they would give him to me. Perhaps his interest in me is due to the fact that he never picked up a woman on the battlefield before." Grace smiled wanly. "Were I to be called upon to answer why, I should say, loyal heart, that the reason lay deeper," declared Elfrida gently. "Is Corporal O'Malley here, do you know?" "I never heard of him. Why?" "Nothing. Only he is the man I was after when that shell, or whatever it was, smacked us." I hope he wasn't killed. How is the battle going? The Marines are gaining ground slowly. Of course they are. They wouldn't be Marines if they were not. You know what they say a Marine does, do you not? Elfrida said she did not know to what Grace referred. What a Marine has, he holds. He kills or gets killed. He does not surrender. He does not retreat. That tells the whole story, nothing less than the whole story, so why shouldn't they be gaining? Grace was weary from talking, and a few moments later turned her head away and went to sleep. That head was so bandaged that very little of her face was visible. All that day and the next she was kept on her cot, then she was permitted to sit up, to sit outside, but no sooner was she out in the sunshine of the warm June day, listening to the distant drumming of the guns, than a cold nose was rubbed against her hand. It was the Red Cross dog that had found her in the shell hole out there on the battlefield, that Grace saw standing beside her chair, and she slipped an arm about his neck, placing her cheek against his shaggy head, petting and talking to him soothingly. The dog was delighted, but Grace, seeing that he did not appear to understand her, addressing him in French, said "down," whereupon the dog flattened himself on the ground. "So you are a Frenchman's doggy, are you? Well, well, we shall have to teach you to understand English, even if you can't learn to speak it." She learned later that this and other animals used at the station were French dogs trained by a French master. Grace entertained herself with teaching him a few English words of command, and before the day was done he responded to 3 commands in English as readily as when they were delivered to him in French. Grace went to her cot happy that night, happy principally because she had been informed that by the end of the week, provided she were a good patient in the meantime, she might be able to drive again. It was on the afternoon of the 4th day in the hospital that Grace, now permitted to walk about, strolled out into the sunlit yard and sat down in her chair with the dog, whose name she had learned was Red. No amount of urging had induced Red to go back to work, but Grace believed that she would be able to get him at it again by the time she herself was ready for service. The wound on her head had healed fairly well, but Grace had lost some of her wonderful dark brown hair where the surgeon had shaved it off, though this she could cover nicely by drawing long strands down over it when it was prudent to do so. Just yet it was not best to cover the wound. It seemed to Grace on this particular afternoon that there was an unusual number of patients and others out for a sunning, and nearly all of them were looking at her and smiling at her, all of which Grace returned, wholly unexpecting that there was an especial reason for this sudden interest. Then Elfrida came out. Grace eyed her friend inquiringly. Elfrida, you have something on your mind. You are withholding something from me. Don't say you are not. I know you too well. Now what is it? Perhaps I am so happy that you are well again, replied Elfrida, avoiding Grace's eyes. And also, likewise, perhaps not, returned Grace. Have any of these bright young doctors been whispering sweet nothings in your ear? Come now, fess up. I have feared all along that this war would sound the doom not only of the Kaiser, but of J. Elfrida Briggs's bachelorhood. Don't be silly, loyal heart. I have yet to meet the man for whom I should be willing to give up my name and assume another. That is exactly what I used to say, if you will recall. I did not know myself then, but I at last found that I had a heart, had a heart, I should say, but that the dearest fellow in the world had surreptitiously extracted it from its former entrenched position. Am I right? Right, so far as you are concerned, but not about me, answered Elfrida with a slight elevation of the chin. Then what is it you are keeping from me? Admitting nothing, denying nothing, I refuse to tell you, Grace Harlowe. Oh, very well, I shall find it out for myself then. Elfrida agreed that Grace would, and the conversation shifted into other channels, Elfrida talking so fast to keep from reverting to the subject now uppermost in her mind, that not only Grace's suspicions but her curiosity were aroused. All eyes were suddenly turned toward the hospital building, and looking, Grace discovered a French officer, a colonel, accompanied by 2 young officers, and Major Hughes, commanding officer of the hospital. A quick glance at Elfrida showed the colour mounting to her cheeks. "Why, there is Colonel Fouchard," exclaimed Grace. "He looks formal. I wonder what is going on here." Elfrida averted her face, appearing not to have heard the question that Grace asked of herself. The little group walked briskly out into the grounds, diagonally away from the spot where Grace was sitting. Then, at word from Major Hughes, turned and stepped straight toward the two Overton girls. "Elfrida, they are coming after you," teased Grace. "I should like to know what you have been doing." "I rather think you will find that it is yourself that has been doing something," observed J. Elfrida briefly. As the group approached, Grace got to her feet, clicked her heels together, and saluted, which each officer of the group returned, whereupon her right hand snapped back to her side. There was a dignity and a formality about the approach of these French officers that caused Grace Harlowe to stay the word of greeting that she was about to utter, for she had had several friendly chats with Colonel Fouchard, and felt that she knew him sufficiently well to meet him on friendly terms. In the circumstances her intuition told her to remain silent, though a slight flush had appeared in her cheeks, and Elfrida's by now were burning. "Mrs. Gray," spoke up Major Hughes, "Colonel Fouchard has something to say to you, something that he wishes us all to hear." The patients, some on crutches, others in wheelchairs, backed by a group of Red Cross nurses and half a dozen grinning ambulance drivers, drew up to the rear of the officers. Elfrida Briggs had slipped around the rear and joined the others, leaving Grace standing there alone, a slender, graceful figure, the beauty of her face accentuated by the faint traces of colour remaining after she had succeeded in controlling her emotions, emotions stirred by the intuition that something of importance concerning herself was about to take place. But as to what that something might be she possessed not the slightest inkling. Grace's intuition did not reach quite that far. "Mrs. Gray," began Colonel Fouchard, speaking in English, for there were many within sound of his voice who did not understand French. "It is my very great pleasure to greet you this afternoon, and to tell you how much joy we all feel in being able to do so. To congratulate you on your happy escape and early recovery." The Colonel bowed low, but Grace, standing at attention, was silent, waiting in quiet expectancy for whatever this preamble might lead up to. "You have performed many brave deeds since you arrived in our much-loved country. You have rendered material assistance to our government in two great instances that I have no need to remind you of, for the memory of both must still be a vivid memory to you, who were made to suffer for a long time, yourself under the sting of suspicion. The great and the noble, as well as the small and the ignoble, must suffer, that great things must be accomplished. It is the way of the world, is it not, my daughter?" Grace inclined her head ever so little. "It is not of these things that I am here to speak, but of a more recent event in which you were intimately concerned. When you saved for the French government something like 50 horses, you performed a deed that stands alone, in that it is the first time on record, so far as known, in the present conflict. To the average person a horse is only a horse. In wartime a horse is more than a horse, he is a vital factor, a factor not easy to replace. What you did was in reality a big thing as well as a great humanitarian act. That you did it under fire in a gas-infested gully adds to the deed still another phase, and causes it to stand out among the many deeds of valour performed in this war by your countrymen. Mrs. Gray," continued the French officer, stepping up close to the now pale-faced Grace Harlowe, "I have the honour, as well as the very great pleasure, of conferring upon you, with the authority of my government, the Croix de Guerre, with 1 star. It is a decoration bestowed only upon the brave. That you will wear it with honour I know, that other stars will be added I feel equally certain." The Colonel, taking her head between his hands, imprinted a kiss on each of Grace Harlowe Gray's cheeks, leaving there 2 tiny spots of red, Then, from somewhere in the vicinity of that group of young ruffians of the ambulance corps, came a low, sibilant, "Ah, thank you, sir," stammered Grace. Then, bethinking herself of her military duty, she pulled herself back to more rigid attention, and saluted with the snap and precision that was so characteristic of her. A great cheer rose from the patients, and there was a great spontaneous waving of caps, crutches, and steel helmets. Then a clear soprano voice rose from the group of nurses, in "Oh, say you can see by the dawn's early light," and 100 voices joined in the singing of the national anthem to the accompaniment of the pom 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 of the American heavy artillery and the distant long drawn boom, boom, boom of the heavy throated guns of the enemy. Grace Harlowe Gray, still considerably shaken from her trying experiences, sank down in her chair as the officers started away at the end of the anthem, during which they had all stood at salute, as of course had Grace Harlowe herself, now on the verge of tears, but controlling her emotions with a mighty effort. It was not that Grace was overcome with the great honour that had bestowed upon her. It was the soul-stirring words of the country's anthem, and that for which those words stood, and for which those guns out there were lifting their mighty voices in that unceasing chorus, pom-pom, pom-pom, that so stirred her and gripped her heartstrings. End of Chapter 4. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 5 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 5. Old Friends and New. "Grace Harlowe Gray, I take off my hat to you," observed J. Elfreda Briggs a few moments later, after the others had offered their hearty congratulations. "How can you take off your hat when you have no hat to take off?" retorted Grace, now her own self again. "I have read of great deeds of heroism of men and women of the last dozen centuries, more or less, and of men willingly sacrificing their lives in hopes of winning the decoration that you now wear, but—" "Yes, go on," urged Grace smilingly. "I'll say that it is the first time I ever heard of a grateful government awarding a decoration for leading a lot of horses out of a gully. Instead of a Croix de Guerre with a star, you should have been awarded the palm." "Please, please don't, Elfreda," begged Grace, her face suddenly sobering. "It isn't right. It isn't like you to speak like that. Why—" Elfreda stooped over and imprinted an impulsive kiss on her friend's tanned forehead. "Forgive me, dear loyal heart," she murmured. "I was but trying to cheer you up, to pull you out of your blue funk, for I know what a sad trial it must be to one to be singled out by a great government as one of the heroes of this world war." Grace's face relaxed and she laughed merrily. "Dear old J. Elfreda, you are such a comfort, and, at times, such an intolerable nuisance," added Grace teasingly, one hand patting J. Elfreda's head, the other hand gripping the shaggy head of Reddy, the Red Cross dog that had stood rigidly near Grace during the brief ceremony. "So that was your secret, Elfreda. You see how impossible it is for you to wear an innocent expression when you have a weighty secret on your mind." That same day other good tidings came to the Overton ambulance driver. There were letters from home, and a long one from Tom, full of cheer and optimism as to the future. In a postscript to the letter Tom wrote, "In writing to me hereafter, please address your letters to Lieutenant Thomas Gray, Co. B." That was all. Tom said not a word about his promotion, and Grace was left to guess what he had done to earn it. But this she learned from another source a few moments later. It was Emma Dean's delightful letter that told Grace what she so much wanted to know. "My darling Grace," began Emma. "I call you darling, but you aren't my darling at all. The greatest thing in the world has happened, loyal heart, and what do you think it is? Don't breathe a word of it, but Williams has proposed to me, and yes, I have accepted him provisionally, providing I do not find anyone that I like better. Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? This isn't the William you know, the lieutenant that you did not like. No, this is another William, and I call him William II to distinguish him from the other William. William II also is a lieutenant, a first lieutenant, and he is not an SOS lieutenant either. He has fit and bled for his country, and is in Paris recuperating from his wounds. Isn't that glorious? He is the finest fellow in the world. Tom Gray not excepted. The girls here, Arlene Thayer, Mabel Ash, Ruth Denton, and the others, all send love. Miriam at present is with her husband Everett Southard. He is here getting some new players to entertain the soldiers in the rest billets. And Hippy, how wonderful it was that you witnessed his battle in the air with a German flyer. Since receiving your letter, I have heard a lot of things about a lot of people, some of whom you are interested in. You know, in my position as a telephone worker in the AEF, I hear many things, but of course I never speak of them. Well, what I heard about Whippy Wingate is a scream. It seems that Hippy was decorated by the French when he became an ace. It was a French general who pinned the decoration on Hippy's manly breast, and then, as is customary with the Frenchmen, he kissed Hippy on either cheek. What do you suppose Hippy did then? You couldn't guess in a million years. Hippy, not to be outdone, kissed the French general back, kissed him full on the lips, at the same time slapping him on the back. Wasn't that awful? I heard an American officer telling the story to another officer on the wire. He said the doughboys who saw it nearly caused a riot with their howls, and the French officer was so shocked that at first he nearly swooned, but that after recovering himself he laughed. I guess he must have been used to the pranks of those wild Indians of the Flying Corps. Of course, having heard the story over the wire, I mustn't say anything about it. Oh, by the way, Grace, I heard something else, something about a friend of yours, a very near and dear friend. It was only yesterday that the story came in over the wire, my wire, and I just couldn't wait until I told you. Well, this is the story. It seems that a young sergeant had been fighting a German machine-gun crew, fighting them with a dozen or so of his men. They had come upon this machine-gunnist rather unexpectedly, and there was a regular duel until the machine-gun had either killed or wounded every blessed man of his crew. What did the silly sergeant do? Run away? He did not. Snatching up a spade, he went after the machine-gun outfit with a yell. They say he was actually rude to them, for he smashed in their helmets and the heads of those who didn't run away, then turned the machine-gun on the fellows who were running until they stopped running. For this he was promoted to a lieutenant. Who do you suppose it is? Why, you silly, it was Tom Gray, your gentle husband. I hope my William never becomes such a roughneck as they call them in the army. Grace Harlowe, I feel sorry for you when you and Tom get back to civil life. Just think of having a husband who, when he becomes enraged, goes after people with a spade. War is a queer thing, anyway. Back home in the States they hang you out when you kill someone, but over here for the same act they pin a medal on you and say, "Well done, do it again." David Nesbitt, Lieutenant David Nesbitt, is in a hospital at Vicky with a machine-gun bullet wound in one leg, and Reddy Brooks, so I hear, has had 2 ships sunk under him, having been twice torpedoed by the Huns. War is such a gentle pastime. Sorry I can't tell you anything about what I've heard over the telephone wires. Arlene had a letter from Eleanor Savelli the other day, and Eleanor wishes you to write to her. She, too, is in Red Cross work in Italy. Have you seen your friend Nora Wingate? She is in a Salvation Army canteen somewhere on the American front. Your old chum Jessica Bright is in YMCA work, stationed near the hospital at Vicky. That is about all the news I have, most of it received over the wire, but, as I have already said, I am forbidden to reveal anything I hear in that way. When are you coming to Paris? I had a letter from Anne Pearson last week. She, as you undoubtedly know, is still doing entertainment work in the hospital where you kicked up such a rumpus. Too bad you can't keep out of trouble, but you were just that way at Overton. Some day you are going to bite off a big mouthful of candy and find it isn't candy at all. Let me hear from you. I'm just dying to have you meet William II. Lovingly, Emma. Grace, at the first opportunity, got Elfrida off in the grounds and there read Emma Dean's letter. Both girls laughed until they were on the verge of hysteria, especially over Emma's description of the decoration of the irrepressible Hippy Wingate. From that day they wandered back to the Overton College days, and lived those happy days over again, until it came time for Elfrida to return to her work in the hospital. Grace, too, during those convalescent days, spent many hours with the wounded men, chatting with them, writing letters for them, and easing their sufferings with her happy smile and her gentle ministrations. Saturday morning came, and with it orders for Grace to resume her ambulance work, though the orders were tempered with a restriction. The general in command of the sector at Chateau Thierry had issued orders that no women drivers be permitted to go nearer to the front than the field hospital. Major Hughes conveyed this order to Grace. "You say General Bridges issued that order?" questioned Grace. "Yes, I believe so. Did he know that it was I who was wounded the other day?" "I cannot say as to that. All I know about it, Mrs. Gray, is that the orders were transmitted to me by Colonel Bates as coming direct from the General." "Thank you. You, of course, will obey the order?" "Certainly, until I get the order rescinded," added Grace with a smile. A few moments later, Grace Harlowe was at the wheel of her beloved Elizabeth G., on her way to the field hospital to evacuate some patients and take them back to the nearest base hospital. It was good to be driving again, and it was pleasant to be hailed joyously by other ambulance drivers that she passed that day. Midway between the evacuation hospital and the field hospital, Grace had frequently observed a Salvation Army hut, but she had always been in too big a hurry to stop. On that Saturday morning she stopped almost in front of the hut, not because she wished to do so, but because she had picked up a puncture. Grace sprang out and got out her hammer and jack, and had begun jacking up the rear axle, when 2 French soldiers appeared on the scene, gesticulating and exclaiming, "Non, non, non!" They gently thrust her aside, and began making the repairs for her. Grace thanked them very sweetly, and chatted with them in French. Then she suddenly stopped to listen to a rich contralto voice that was raised in song in the Salvation hut, singing a Salvation Army song. "That voice! Oh, that voice!" breathed Grace Harlowe, and with a bound she was at the door of the hut, peering in. The voice belonged to an old friend, and its owner was singing to a room full of Marines and a few Frenchmen in her really wonderful voice. "Nora O'Malley!" exclaimed Grace. Then, gloved and helmeted as she was, she stepped into the hut, and stood gazing steadily at Hippy Wingate's wife, the Nora O'Malley of those far-away Oakdale days. It was the same Nora that Grace had known so long ago, a little more matured, but Nora just the same. At first Nora merely glanced at the newcomer, for Grace's steel helmet rather hid her face. Then she bent a closer look at the woman who was standing there. Grace saw the colour recede from the face of her old schoolmate, to be replaced a moment later by a rush of colour as the Overton girl made a sharp salute. "Grace Harlowe!" The Marines were startled, for the music had gone out of Nora's voice, which uttered the words almost shrilly. There was a rush, and a few seconds later Nora was hugging and mauling Grace almost roughly. "Don't mind her, buddies," gasped Grace. "She gets these spells occasionally." Whereat there was a great laugh. There were men among those weather-beaten leathernecks who knew Grace by sight and reputation, knew something of her accomplishments, and how she won the cross of war that was rising and falling on her breast, and they set up a cheer for her, which pleased the young ambulance driver, and brought to her face her sweetest smile. "Never mind me, Nora. Just go on with your singing," urged Grace. "No more singing for Nora O'Malley today, buddies," cried Nora. "You must let me get acquainted with me friend. It's these many a long days since I saw her. Wait, I'll send some of the girls to you." She ran out and was back in a moment with 2 Salvation lasses, to whom she turned over her friends the Marines. Then Nora led Grace to a comfortable rear room where she lived, and cooked on an old American cook stove, and there for an hour the 2 girls talked. Grace read Emma Dean's letter to Nora, who threw up her hands in despair when Grace read how Hippy had kissed the French general, and roared with merriment over Emma Dean's descriptions of other incidents. Grace finally declared that she must be on her way, that she was on duty, and would not be there at that moment were it not for the fortunate puncture. Nora urged her to come and stay at the Salvation Hut, but Grace said she could not do so without permission. It was then that Nora gave her some welcome news. The ambulance corps was to be moved up in quarters near the Salvation Army hut, that the cars might be nearer to the line. Then again, the place was fairly well protected, and seldom shelled by the enemy. Nora said she had it from a driver that morning, and showed Grace the tents that had been erected for the corps, together with a little repair shop for their cars. 3 days later the shift was made, and Grace was permitted to make her headquarters in the rear room of the Salvation Hut, where she had many happy visits with Nora Wingate, and frequent calls from officers and men, to each of whom she was the brightest star in the firmament. It was a rainy afternoon, about a week after her arrival at the hut, after hours of driving through mud and storm, skidding and slipping, with many narrow escapes from being overturned, that Grace, in her stockinged feet, sat before the kitchen stove in the Salvation Hut, with her feet resting on a stick of wood in the oven. The room was in a litter, and the back door was open, with frequent gusts of wind and rain driving in, for Grace cared more for air than she did for a stuffy room. Suddenly Nora poked her head in from the canteen. "A caller, Grace," announced Nora in a stage whisper. "He's one of those gold-striped fellows. Phew, but he is some crank. I sent him around the back way." Saying which, Nora slammed the door shut, and Grace waited, smiling to herself, for she had an idea who her caller was. "Mrs. Gray?" questioned a gruff voice at the open door. "Oh, yes, come right in, General Bridges," invited Grace unemotionally, without removing her feet from the oven, but turning sufficiently to extend a hand and smile up into the weather-beaten face of the visiting officer. "I just learned today where you were, and I drove over to see you for a moment. Do you mind if I close the door?" "Surely not, General. If you can find a place, sit down and make yourself as comfortable as possible." "I will." He moved over to close the door, and Grace chuckled to herself. "Our General is going to get a surprise," she murmured, and in the next instant the General did. As he swung the door shut, he revealed a man behind it. The man was one of General Bridges' younger aides, and the aide was industriously greasing Grace Harlowe's boots. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 6, A General in Distress. Grace Harlowe Gray never forgot the expression on the face of the old General when he made the discovery. His face was a study of conflicting emotions that finally emerged into one of amusement, which the General scowled to hide. Grace herself was on the verge of giving way to a peal of laughter. "Well, well, well, sir, this is most amazing, Lieutenant." The lieutenant, his face red with embarrassment, having dropped the rag with which he had been rubbing Grace's boots, came to attention, snapped his heels together, and saluted. "So this is where my young officers spend their leisure moments, cleaning the boots of pretty young women ambulance drivers." "I beg your pardon, General, but I am here on orders of my colonel by appointment to meet a French officer, a liaison officer for whom I have a message," explained the lieutenant. Just so, just so. Has the message anything to do with cleaning a lady's boots, sir?" "No, sir." I thought not. However, I suppose young men will be young men, and I may add that I could not ask my young officers to be in better company than this. Proceed with your boots, Lieutenant, then, if you will. I should like a word with Mrs. Gray. Yes, sir, I have finished with them. I was just wondering, General, if you were forgetting that you yourself were here, and I wish to add that I am always glad to have any man wearing the uniform of the American Army come to see me. Many of them do, both officers and privates. I am certain that you do not object. Not at all, Mrs. Gray. The young aide, having finished with the boots, stepped over and put them down at Grace's side. She, thanking him sweetly for his kindness, and urging him to come in to see her whenever he was at leisure. This hospitable Salvation Hut is always open, but of course I am not here all the time. In case I am not, Mrs. Wingate will be glad to see you. Is that the young person with the Celtic face that I saw out in the other part of the building? Interjected the General. Yes. Her husband is Theophilus Wingate, an ace with the American Flying Corps. Oh, yes, I believe I have heard of him, nodded the General. The lieutenant shook hands cordially with Grace just as Nora opened the door to announce that a French officer was waiting to see the lieutenant. Grace called her in and introduced her to General Bridges. Then the aide, after shaking hands with Grace, saluted his superior officer and went out through the canteen of the hut. The General was still standing. "Why don't you sit down?" questioned Grace, beginning to draw on her boots. The General did so, and Grace, rising, turned her chair facing him and sat down. She saw that the lines of General Bridges' face were more marked than when she had last seen him that morning when he left Hospital No. 3 on his way to Washington. He had but lately returned to France to take hold of the critical situation on the Chateau Thierry sector. In short, the General looked worried, and the Overton girl saw that he was more or less shaken. "I suppose you have come to apologize to me, General?" spoke up Grace after a moment of silence on both sides. "Apologize?" exclaimed the officer. "Yes, sir, for having forbidden me to drive closer to the front than the field hospital," answered Grace. "That was most unkind of you, General. So you were the woman driver who was hit out on the field that night, eh?" "Yes, sir." "I might have known it," grumbled the officer, observing her narrowly. "You will be going west if you don't stop. Colonel Bates related the incident to me and suggested that I authorize him to forbid women drivers going so near the front. I did so, and I am still of the same mind." "Yes?" "General, your order will not affect me," said Grace demurely, "because I have about decided to join the French ambulance service, where they do not tell an ambulance driver not to go to this place or that when there is work to be done. I know of no reason why I should not go up to the front. The men drivers do it, and—" "You are a woman, Mrs. Gray," interjected the General. "I am a member of the American Expeditionary Force, sir." "Are you the only American woman driver here?" he demanded. "Yes. There are others that run from No. 2, 3 of them, I believe, but they do not come any further this way. I prefer to drive at the front. You are going to rescind that order, are you not, General?" The General pondered briefly, then bent his keen, appraising gaze on her face. "I believe you really will try to join the French if I refuse your request," he muttered. "Yes, I shall, and immediately." "Then drive where you like. If you are smacked it will be my responsibility as well as yours, remember, so for the love of heaven be careful." "Thank you, General. I knew you would see it in the right light after you once understood. Now, please tell me what it is all about," urged Grace gently. "What's what about?" "That is what I wish to know. You are not yourself, General Bridges, and you came here hoping that I might help you." The General got up and paced across the floor and back, halting before her with hands clasped behind his back. "Young woman, are you gifted with second sight?" he demanded a bit unsteadily. "If not, how do you know that I need help?" "By your actions. You are nervous. Your responsibilities seem to be pulling you down, but it is not that is the matter with you." "I am, Mrs. Gray." "I admit it, though by what process of deduction you have arrived at that conclusion I do not pretend to know. You say you know what is the matter with me. I wish you would tell me. My nerves seem on the verge of getting the best of me. I have wondered if I am not too old for this big game. You see, we are on the eve of a great battle, a battle on which great issues depend. Perhaps this battle may prove to be the deciding factor of the war, at least it means the loss of, or the saving of Paris. I have wondered, too, if it were not my duty to ask to be relieved of my responsibilities here, and that a younger man be placed in command. I shall be bitterly disappointed if you do anything so foolish, General. Grace rose and, stepping over to her companion, laid a hand on his shoulder. My friend, I am younger than you by many years, a mere child in years and in the experiences of the world. But a woman's intuition many times is of more practical value than is experience. I do know what your trouble is. General Bridges, you are homesick. That is all that is the matter with you. Now, sit down and tell me about it, urged Grace softly. Perhaps you will find that I am just as lonely for my dear ones as you can possibly be for yours. The General sat down a little heavily and regarded Grace thoughtfully for a moment. I am, and I will tell you why. I have a daughter of my own. She is about your age. When I returned to America on orders from Washington after leaving the hospital where I first met you, I found her in the early stages of tuberculosis. Not to alarm me, my wife had kept this knowledge from me. The doctors tell me that she cannot recover, and here I am 3,000 miles away, eating my heart out, unable to keep my mind on the great problems that are facing me because of her and— Let me see her picture. Grace Harlowe felt certain that picture was close to the heart of the old soldier, and it was. He drew it forth, and Grace led him on to talk of her. There was also a picture of his wife and of their home in America. A few moments later she fetched some of her own pictures of her father and mother and her husband, and one of Haven Home, the house behind the world. There were tears in General Bridges' eyes, and there were tears in the eyes of Grace Harlowe, and together they talked of their loved ones. She knew that this exchange of intimate confidences was what this splendid man and officer needed, and Grace half-consciously realized that a good cry was what she herself needed, and that this talk was relieving a strain that she had felt ever since she was wounded at Chateau Thierry. Grace finally pulled herself up sharply and continued, My friend, it is more than likely that you, in your concern for her, have magnified conditions at home, especially the condition of your daughter, and I believe that both you and she will live to be reunited after this is over. Remember that a man's duty to his family is a self-assumed duty, a sacred duty it is true, but that a man's duty to his country is greater and higher than all. You are a man, a great soldier, else you would not be where you are, and on you rests a tremendous responsibility not only for the sake of your own country, but for that of humanity generally and of civilization itself. Are you ready to go through with it, to carry on until the end, my friend? I do not believe that I need to ask that question. Grace's voice was low and soothing, but her every faculty was alert, and she was observing her companion closely. You must put out of your mind everything but the one great task before you. Your duty lies here in the valley of Chateau Thierry, and over yonder in Belleau Wood, where many of our brave fellows will be falling in a few hours. You can be of little or no service at home, but here, perhaps you can save the world. General Bridges got up slowly, and Grace observed that the stoop of his shoulders she had noticed when he came in had disappeared. Instead, they were now squared, a new expression had come into his eyes, and the lower jaw had taken on a new firmness. By these signs Grace Harlowe Grey knew that she had won. Mrs. Grey, you do not know what you have done for me today, nor can I tell you, for I cannot voice what is in my heart. But you have emphasized my duty, and your womanly sympathy has softened my grief. Have no fears for me. I shall carry on. I shall carry on to the end, my little friend, and whatever I may accomplish you may know that it was the sympathy you gave me, which I so much needed, and your inspiration that helped me on to success." General Bridges kissed Grace Harlowe Grey lightly on the forehead and strode from the room, and after he had slammed the door behind him, Grace sat down and finished her own cry, a thoroughly copious cry this time, and having done so she washed her face and brushed her hair and declared to herself that she was now a new woman. End of chapter 6. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 7 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 7 When the Marines Went In. Belleau Wood, now famous, was a long narrow strip of woodland leading off to the eastward in a broad open valley a little to the north and east of Chateau Thierry, and a few hundred yards to the left of its western end is the now equally well known village of Lucy-le-Bocage. It was this wood that General Bridges' men were assigned to take, and before which they were now lined up, dug in and ready to leap to their work at word of command. A few days only had elapsed since the interview between Grace Harlowe and General Bridges, since which time Grace had been up rather close to the line on several occasions, for there had been desperate fighting almost continuously, day and night, and the casualties were heavy. The problem of getting up supplies was left almost wholly to the ambulances, that is, food supplies, for the ambulances could dodge in with such supplies more quickly and more quietly than could the big trucks, so the ambulance corps again did double duty, carrying wounded men one way and food the other way. That June afternoon the Germans seemed to know that the marine tiger was crouching for a mighty leap, and they were hurling tons upon tons of steel on and beyond the rise of ground just to the westward of Belleau Wood. Behind this wood, in a well-sheltered spot, stood the ambulances, close up, perilously close up, with their drivers under the protection of the little rise of ground. A long one-story stone house to the left was the post of observation for the time being, that is, it was until an enemy shell smashed into it and wrecked it. Grace, who had been sitting on the ground with her associates back there, listening to the enemy shells screeching overhead, crept up the rising ground until she could see the top of the observation post from the top of the roof down to the eaves. Just beyond that lay the woods, dark, mysterious, and dangerous. She knew that out in that stone house were the eyes of the attack, and that beyond, in the woods, were enemy eyes watching every movement within range of their vision. General Bridges was there, so she had been told, in the old stone house, practically between the lines, his line of communication being a ground telephone wire strung by two creeping signal men who had wriggled around the end of the little hill under cover of a thin fringe of bushes. Just before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the 0 hour, meaning the hour at which the Marines were to go in, the Americans sent a scattering artillery fire into the forest, and shortly after that the firing on both sides died down, as if both sides had decided to waste no more ammunition on the other. Then, and for a few moments, silence settled over the scene. It was a peaceful scene, too, with waving grain off in the valley, a field of green wheat to the left, and the sun hanging low on the horizon. The silence was of brief duration. It was the lull before the blast. A trilling whistle sounded to the left, and another to the right, whistles that thrilled Grace Harlowe, that caused her heart to beat faster, and little nervous chills to race up and down her back, for she knew that those whistles indicated the 0 hour. "The Marines are going in," she murmured. May heaven help those brave fellows. There they go. On both sides of her she saw them spring up. On the left to enter into an open wheat field, on the right into an open field of half-grown grass. The platoons advanced steadily into these fields with no protection, and it was then that the earth seemed to split wide open with the crashes of the enemy's guns out there in those dark, forbidding woods. She saw men stumble and fall, some to rise again and stagger forward, others disappearing altogether. Gaps began to appear in the lines that kept pressing steadily forward. Bullets of small calibre, machine gun and rifle bullets, were hissing low above the crouching ambulance girl, for the Germans were shooting low with their small arms, while their heavy gunfire was higher to sweep the plains to the rear of the Marines and retard the bringing up of reserves. "They're wavering," moaned Grace, as the men on her left began to throw themselves down, when within a mere 100 yards, as nearly as she could judge, of the woods, and there they lay, shooting from their positions prone on the ground, but not seeking to make further advances in the face of that certain death to all of them. On the right the Marines were doing better. They were moving in as steadily as if on parade, but for some reason they had not suffered so much as had their fellows at the opposite end of the line. There was neither running nor shouting, but just a steady moving forward that so thrilled the watching woman that she could scarce repress a shout of admiration and encouragement. Shrapnel and high explosives were now bursting, but the fascination of that terrible scene was greater than her fears for her own safety, and besides, she felt that she would be as safe there as down below where her companion drivers were waiting until the stretcher bearers could get out and bring in the wounded. Twilight had settled over the scene before Grace realized that time had passed so swiftly, but in that time she had lived a lifetime. Now she saw the men on the left spring up, and under cover of the uncertain light move steadily forward as had their brothers on the right of the line. First the right of the line disappeared into the mysterious forest, then those on the left went in. The crash of falling trees added to the terror of sound, and above the tops of the trees lived flashes of flame flickered, throwing the forest itself into a more sombre shadow than before. Artillery fire from the German side was incessant, but since the troops went in the American artillery had elevated its fire and was raking the forest further to the eastward so as not to hit their own men in there. The thought of thousands of men locked in deadly combat in the darkness of Belleau Wood almost terrified Grace Harlowe. That any of them ever would come out alive she doubted. And then again the number of men on the German side that were in there was unknown to the American officers. It was sheer pluck and moral stamina that permitted the Marines to go through with the job that had been set before them. Crash! Crump! It was a new sound in the uproar, but having heard it before, Grace knew that a building had been struck. And then she saw what building it was. "The O.P. observation point is hit," she cried. "What's that you say?" shouted a voice in her ear. "The observation post, Mr. Baldwin, and the general in command is out there." "I'm going out, Mr. Baldwin. If the general is not dead, he surely will need assistance." "No, no, Mrs. Gray, you can never make it," protested the young ambulance driver. "I must. The fate of the battle may depend upon it, upon getting to the general." "If anyone goes, I'll go myself," declared Jimmy. "Look out for the calls. That's what you are here for," Grace shouted, and was off with a bound across the open space like a frightened animal fleeing from the hunter's gun, not even pausing to think that the advice she had given Jimmy Baldwin was equally applicable to herself. Bullets whizzed past her head and ripped through the growing wheat about her with a swish, swish, swish. In the faint light she could see the tops of the wheat swaying as if under the pressure of an unsteady wind. It was not a pleasant thing to contemplate that those waves of the wheat field were stirred by bullets, and perhaps it was fortunate that Grace Harlowe had little time for contemplation. The Overton girl stumbled at the edge of the ridge overlooking the stone house and went rolling and tumbling down, never stopping until she brought up at the bottom. She was on her feet in an instant, leaping for the building. One end of it was a mess of ruins, and Grace, taking the first entrance that came under her observation, crawled in through a window from which all the glass had been knocked out. Once inside the house the noise of the battle was lessened, for the walls were thick and the end toward the enemy was crumbling ruin. "General Bridges!" shouted Grace. "Oh, General!" Hearing no reply, Grace crawled further into the mass of wreckage and resumed shouting. "General, are you here?" "Yes. Hurry, I'm suffocating," came the reply in a weak voice, the location of which she was at a loss to place. "Where are you? You are about standing on me. Get me out in the air as quick as possible." Grace drew her flashlight, knowing very well that she was courting death by showing a light there, but she knew also that there was no time to be lost, and she must see what she was to do. "Put out that light!" shouted someone behind her. The light flashed out in a twinkling. Who is it?" gasped Grace. "It's Baldy. Want to bring down a shell on our heads?" "Is he here?" "Yes." "Hurry, please. The General is under this pile of wreckage and he must have air. We must dig, dig, dig with all our might." Throwing herself down, Grace went to work with her companion driver assisting. There were heavy stones to lift and pieces of timber, slivers from which tore their hands and clothing, but they did not know it as they dug and dug, all the time sending cheering messages to the man imprisoned under the mass. Rapid progress was made there in the black darkness, while outside the tide of battle raged furiously, rising and falling, the old stone house quivering under shock after shock as shells broke in its vicinity. "Where are you?" called Grace, groping about after they had removed a lot of wreckage. "Here, under this piece of roof. My legs are fast. One of you lift it if you can, and the other pull. You may pull my legs off, but I don't care about that so long as you leave my head." Jimmy Baldwin, after feeling about and getting the General's position fixed in his mind, found a piece of scantling, and, using this as a lever, succeeded in raising the weight from the officer's legs sufficiently to enable Grace to pull him out. And there the General lay, breathing heavily for several minutes, while Grace fanned him with her steel helmet. "Are you wounded?" she asked finally. "Yes, I think something hit me in the legs. Don't know whether it was a piece of shell or a stone that hit me. The ligaments of both legs appear to be torn," Grace informed him after examining the wound solely by the sense of touch. "Jimmy, we must get him back at once." No, protested the General. "My runners will be coming back here. I can't leave." "You are going to leave, and at once." "Jimmy, will you take him over to the ambulances and send a runner to post 1 for a surgeon to come out and dress the General's wounds?" "He must go to a dressing station. I will take him there." "You had better not suggest that to him," warned Grace. "General Bridges will not leave the field so long as he has a breath left in him. Do you think that you can get him across without both of you being hit? I'll go round to the right, where for some reason the fire doesn't appear to be so severe. There are some stone farm buildings just beyond here, which perhaps are intercepting the small arms fire. And now what do you propose to do?" "Stay here to direct the General's runners where to find him," answered Grace promptly. "Telephone connection here was destroyed when the building got smacked, so the General would have to rely wholly on his runners to keep him informed of the progress of the battle. It is vital that he should continue in touch with them." "Very good," agreed Jimmy after a few seconds' thought. "It is a desperate chance for you and for me, either way you look at it, but that is a part of the game. Were you a man I should feel better about your staying here, but—" "Leave the question of sex out of it," retorted Grace sharply. "Now, General, we are going to take you to the ambulances where you will have medical attention." "I'll not go," exclaimed the officer. "Oh, yes, you will." I have arranged so that your runners may find you there, and you will be having attention from the surgeon and from your runners at the same time. Mr. Baldwin, I will help you get him through the window now," added Grace to her companion in a lower tone. "Please hurry." Jimmy gave Grace a quick hand clasp, then together they shoved the protesting, threatening officer out. Grace asked him if they had given him pain. "Never mind me. I'm only a general," growled the suffering officer. General Bridges appeared to be getting weaker, leading Grace to surmise that he had lost considerable blood. Once outside of the house, Jimmy got the general on his own back, the officer's arms around his neck, and staggered away, Grace Harlowe watching from the window of the doomed house until the young ambulance driver and his burden had disappeared into the night. End of Chapter 7. Recording by ashleighjane. Chapter 8 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Grace stands a lonely vigil. Jimmy Baldwin had not gone far before he was obliged to lay his burden down, and it was then that the General demanded to know what had become of Grace Harlowe Grey. When informed that she had remained behind to direct the runners to him, General Bridges began to rage, but he was too weak to offer much resistance, and the young driver gathered him up again and struggled on, this time never stopping until he had reached his destination, where he collapsed absolutely. Back there in the old stone house, a storm-swept centre, Grace kept her vigil. Never in her life had she felt so much alone as she did now, and for the first time she wondered if she were losing her courage, for her heart was pounding so loudly that she could hear it, or that she could, above the roar of the battle. Shells were setting up a variety of whistling and wooing high above her, an occasional heavy discharge telling her that one had fallen not so far away. Every time one of those explosions occurred, a deluge of masonry showered down into the old house, causing Grace to press her body closely against the wall in an effort to escape the downfall. She held her place near the window, so that in case the building were again struck, she might stand a better chance of getting out. A staccato roar that she first thought to be machine-gun fire close at hand caused her to peer from the window. The sound was getting closer. Then, from around the corner of the building toward the valley flashed a motorcycle. "Halt!" shouted Grace. "Who are you?" "Runner from the wood. Where is the general?" "Wounded. Other side of the knoll by the ambulance station. O.P. is there. Carry on." "Right." The runner was off, roaring around the base of the little hill with his message from the forest, where men were fighting in a desperate hand-to-hand conflict in the darkness that was relieved only by the flash of powder. Grace had lost no time in useless words, and the messenger had been detained but a few seconds. "My judgment is confirmed," she told herself. "I am glad, so glad that I acted as I did. There comes another runner." They seemed to be coming in a perfect procession, and they kept coming for the better part of an hour, when the number decreased, which Grace interpreted to mean that most of the runners now knew where the general in command was, but she dared not leave until she was positive that no more would come to the old post of observation. As yet not a shell had struck the old stone house since her arrival, and she ardently hoped none would while she was there, for Grace felt that she had work to do, a duty to perform, and that no duty could be higher than that which she was now performing. She found herself wondering how things were going with the Marines there in Belleau Wood, but would not allow her eagerness to detain a runner sufficiently long enough to ask him. Seconds might mean so much. In the meantime, General Bridges was on his back down at the foot of the hill, with a surgeon working over his injured limbs, with runners reporting to him every little while, and carrying back his orders to the men in the forests, stoutly refusing to be taken to a dressing station until his men had attained their objective and made it secure. That they were making progress he knew from the reports of his runners. Thus far his mind had been too fully occupied to give thought to the girl off there standing her lonely vigil in the old stone house. Only one runner had reported to her in the last hour, and she was debating with herself whether or not it was safe to leave the post when there came a tremendous crash and a report that seemed to split the house wide open. That was all Grace heard, though she was conscious of having seen a flash of light. Grace came to suddenly, wondering where she was. Every muscle in her body was sore, and her head ached frightfully. Now she found herself out on the grass, while a few yards away was the old stone house, now a crumpled heap of ruins. "I must have been blown out of the window," she muttered, and that was exactly what had occurred. I wonder if any runners have been here." Just then one came roaring up. She hailed him weakly. "General Bridges' new O.P. under the hill by the ambulances. Hurry." Instead of doing so, the messenger sprang from his wheel and ran over to her. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Grace Gray, ambulance driver. General was wounded and taken to new post. I remained here to send the runners to him, and what? I guess I was blown up with the house, that's all." "All? I reckon that was about enough, don't you? You must go in. You will be killed out here. No place for a woman, no matter how brave she may be. Come along, I'm going in." Grace shook her head. "I can't leave here, Buddy. Please carry on. You make me nervous standing there." "Make you nervous?" scoffed the runner. "If that isn't the limit. All right, I'm off." The moment he started away, Grace lay back on the grass and closed her eyes, for she was very tired, a little weak, and the machinery in her head was still somewhat twisted, as she expressed it to herself. The young Overton woman realized that she was suffering from a slight case of shell shock, but knew she could overcome it by sheer force of will. When the runner had made his report, he informed the General of what he had found at the old O.P., and that the young woman there had had a pretty hard smack. "What? That woman out there yet?" the General groaned. "Yes, sir, she is." "You go back and fetch her in here," he thundered, rising on one elbow. "I tried to get her to come in with me, sir, but she wouldn't. She won't come, sir. Says she can't leave there." We'll see about that." The General summoned 2 orderlies. "Go out to the stone house and get that woman. If she won't come, carry her, and don't come back without her." "Stop!" he commanded, as the men started to move off. "See that she doesn't get hit." "How can we do that, sir?" spoke up one of the 2. "Do as I tell you, and be quick about it. Carry on." The orders were given in a tone that brooked no argument, and the 2 orderlies trotted away, taking the safer course, if there were such a thing, around the base of the hill. Grace, still stretched out on her back, did not hear them until they had almost stepped on her. They would have done so had she not suddenly sat up, ready for a spring and a run should they prove to be enemies. The 2 men were even more startled than she was. "Who goes?" she demanded sharply. "Orderlies from the General." "Oh, what is it?" "You are to go back with us. It is the General's orders." "Are the runners all aware of the change of O.P.?" "We don't know, miss. Our orders are to fetch you in, and if you refuse to obey, to carry you back." "That would be funny, wouldn't it?" smiled Grace. "Being a soldier, I suppose I shall have to obey, and being a woman, it wouldn't look dignified to be carried. How is the General?" "All right, miss." Grace got up, brushed her skirt, and adjusted her helmet. "I'm ready," she said. They soon arrived at the brow of the hill over which they ran, when the rat-tat-tat of enemy machine guns was borne to their ears. Grace Harlowe uttered a sudden exclamation, staggered, and without another word plunged headlong down the bank. The Overton girl struggled for a moment to get to her feet, and then fell prone on her face, when the two men rushed to her side, calling her to know if she were hurt. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Pluck That Won. "She's down. Now we'll be in for it," cried the second orderly. "I hope she isn't killed." Nothing quite so bad as that, orderly," gasped Grace, getting unsteadily to her feet, but limping a little in spite of herself as she essayed a step or two. It was with difficulty that she repressed a groan, for every step seemed to give her a knife stab through her lower right limb. "Are you hit?" demanded one of the orderlies anxiously. "I think I must have fallen and strained my ankle," replied Grace evasively, though she knew very well that she had been smacked and that a bullet had struck the calf of her leg. "Please say nothing about it to the General. Do you promise?" They did so willingly, not caring to have to listen to the General's expressed opinion of them should he learn that Grace Harlowe had been hurt while in their care. It took courage, morale, and physical pluck to walk steadily over to the place where the General was sitting propped up, studying a map with the aid of a candle that was masked with a helmet. "General, how are you feeling?" begged Grace solicitously. General Bridges pulled out the candle and extended his hand. "Fit as a prize fighter about to enter the ring, little friend. The Marines are winning." "Of course they are. You did not look for them to lose, did you?" Of course not, growled the General. "You helped them win, and I'll say so on my report." Grace urged him to do nothing of the kind, but to tell her what stage the battle was in. Hand-to-hand fighting, grenade throwing, bayoneting, mussy work, but the Fritzes are getting an awful walloping, and all in the dark. Can you imagine the scene?" "I think I can," replied Grace, with her own experience of that night in mind. "And the casualties, General?" "Heavy. Too bad, but it's war." An orderly running up took the attention of the General from Grace, who, embracing the opportunity, limped off, and finding her ambulance, got in and examined her wound with the aid of her own flash-lamp. The bullet, she found, had only scratched the fleshy part of the calf of her right leg. It was not at all a serious wound, but one that had bled and was bleeding too freely to suit her. Grace bound up the wound, giving herself first aid treatment, which she thought would be sufficient to carry her through the night, or at least until she was relieved from duty. Having completed her first aid treatment, Grace got down and limped back to the General, informing him that she was going back to her ambulance. "You got out in time," she said laughingly, referring to General Bridges' former observation post. "The place was all blown down, with the exception of the eastern wall, and that is going to fall in, even if it hasn't done so already." "So I heard. Came near being out of luck, didn't you?" "Nearly. May I take you into the hospital now, General?" she asked demurely. "You may not." Grace informed him that she was going to get a load of wounded, and that she would see him on each trip, and be ready to take him in case he decided to go. She urged him not to tax his strength too far, but to go as soon as it was possible for him to get away. With that, Grace hobbled to her car, got in, and drove to the dressing station, reporting to the surgeon in charge and asking if there were any cases for her. "Only a few hundred," was the brief answer. An orderly checked off a load for her, directed the stretcher-bearers to load them, and a few moments later Grace was on her way to the field hospital with several suffering men. Delivering her load, Grace turned about and raced back to the front. This time she did not wait to see the General, but sent word to him that she was there, and to let her know when he wanted her. Load after load went out from under the brow of that famous sector that night. Stretcher-bearers were staggering out of that seething forest of death, many of them becoming stretcher cases themselves, some of them beyond the need of stretchers, for the Hun is no respecter of wounded men or stretcher-bearers or ambulances or hospitals. Where he sees life he tries to blot it out, and many a life was blotted out that night in and about Belleau Wood. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, upon returning to the front, exhausted from work and nervous strain, Grace was informed that she was to take General Bridges into Evacuation Hospital No. 2 on a special trip, so she turned around and drove over to the O.P. The General was protesting, but he had been ordered from the field by his superior officer at headquarters. Colonel Bates was to succeed him in command for the rest of the night. At that time runners had reported that the first objective in the woods had been taken, and that reinforcements were needed to consolidate the position. These were supplied while Grace was waiting for her passenger. During that time Colonel Bates was consulting with the General. Then came a runner with the information that the Marines could hold on for the rest of the night. Both sides were willing to stop, and especially the enemy, who had been soundly thrashed on what he considered impregnable ground. But the cost of that victory had been high for the gallant Marines. The General was lifted into the car, and the door closed and locked from the outside, as Grace did not propose to have her patient play any pranks on her or slip away from her. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Grace backed her car up to No. 2 and set her siren going. "General Bridges in the car wounded," she reported to the stretcher-bearers who came out in response to her signal. "Please see that he gets immediate attention, for he is in bad shape." Grace had gone inside to ask the surgeons about the General when she plumped right in to Elfrida Briggs. "Oh, Grace, I've been worrying about you," cried Elfrida. "I knew you would be up there. I have heard all about it, about the battle. Isn't it terrible?" "Most everything is terrible in war." "I presume you mean the battle in Belleau Wood?" "Yes. You have been there?" Grace nodded and observed that Elfrida was eyeing her frowningly. "Grace Harlowe, you look all in, and I'm going to tell the Major that you ought to be put to bed. Look at me, loyal heart. You haven't been hit, have you?" demanded Elfrida, as her friend limped painfully to a chair, grasping its back for support to herself, and eased the pain in the wounded leg. "I fell down running for cover," answered the girl ambulance driver, evading the question but not telling an untruth. "That was a brave thing to do, wasn't it, to run away?" she added laughingly, though to laugh sent the pain shooting through her wounded leg afresh. "I presume I'm very tired too, but we are all tired, and there are a few thousand men out there in Belleau Wood who are more than tired, dear Elfrida, and others who will never be tired again. Promise me that you will not mention to the Major what you suggested, and please, dear, find out how the General is." Elfrida promised with a nod of her head, and asked if there were anything she could do for Grace. "You might fetch me a glass of milk if it can be spared. I shall sit here and rest, but do not be long, for I must hurry back." "Oh, you dear." A cold nose had been poked into Grace Harlowe's hand, and a shaggy head was lifted up to her. It was the Red Cross dog who had found her that night on the battlefield. In the rush of events Grace had lost track of him entirely. Grace put an arm about Reddy's neck and pressed her cheek against his shaggy head, while Reddy whined as if in grief over her having deserted him. "You dear old fellow, haven't you gone to work yet?" "No? Then I surely shall have to punish you. How would you like to go with me?" "Go with me?" she actuated, whereupon Reddy began to dance about joyously, and would have barked had not Grace spoken sharply to him. Elfrida returned while Grace and the dog were having a heart-to-heart talk, as the girl expressed it. Elfrida brought the cheering news that the General's condition was not considered serious, but that it would be a long time before he would be able to return to active service. She also brought a small pitcher of milk and a cup. After Grace had drunk the milk, she announced that she was feeling much better and would be on her way. "Surely you are not going back tonight?" "Why, it soon will be morning, and you have been on duty all of 24 hours," begged Elfrida. "Of course I am. Am I any better than those Marines who have been on duty fully as long as I have been, and are on duty yet? I think not. Elfrida, listen. If anything should happen to me, now or later, that is, if I were to go west, or be missing, I wish you to do something for me. In my trunk, in Nora's hut, is a letter addressed to Tom. See to it that it is sent, but not until you are certain. Understand? Don't. Please don't. You frighten me. Promise? Yes. Come, Reddy. You must be my buddy now, and I will be your buddy, and each of us will see that no harm comes to each other. Bye-bye, Elfrida. I'll probably not see you again tonight." Elfrida did not follow her friend out, but stood stonily until Grace and the dog had disappeared in the darkness. A few moments later Grace was on her way to the front, feeling better, as she thought, but in reality getting worse, with Reddy sitting beside her. Soon after she had passed the field hospital, the pain in her leg became more intense, and it hurt her terribly to use her foot on the brake lever, but Grace struggled through it, reached the front, and taking on a load of wounded men, started for number 2 again. The field hospital being safely passed, there were but a few miles to go when Grace began to realize that she was becoming alarmingly weak. She fought against it. She talked to Reddy, who nosed her sympathetically, and she tried to croon one of Nora's bedtime lullabies, but her head ached and her limb throbbed like an aching tooth, so the girl fell silent and bent every faculty to her work. "Oh, Reddy, I'm going," suddenly cried the little ambulance driver. "Those poor boys. Help! Get help, Reddy! Grace, swaying dizzily, already practically unconscious, brought her wonderful willpower to bear on her task, and not only shut off the power, but jammed the foot brake down just as one wheel slipped into a shallow wayside ditch. Fortunately, the car was stopped quickly enough to save it from going over, but Grace, now in a dead faint, drooped over the door of the car and hung there, head and hands down, and limp and lifeless. The Red Cross dog instantly began searching furiously for something that would identify her, clawing and whining, but all he was able to get was a handkerchief that protruded from the pocket of her blouse, and with this he leaped from the car and began loping up the Metz to Paris road with that steady, distance-killing pace so characteristic of his kind. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 The Message That Reddy Brought. It was the hour before dawn, the darkest hour of the night, when the Red Cross dog loped into the evacuation hospital and bolted into a ward, where he dropped the handkerchief he was carrying and began to bark. There was an instant uproar from the patients that brought the nurses on the run, and they began shooing Reddy to make him get out. But the more they shooed, the louder did he bark, now and then scratching up the handkerchief and shaking it as a dog is wont to shake a rat. "He wants to help, don't you see?" called a wounded soldier. "What's the matter with you girls? See what he's got for you." A supervising nurse who had come in at this juncture took the handkerchief from him and saw that it was a woman's handkerchief. "Please, may I look at that?" asked Elfrida Briggs, who had heard the barking and came in to see what it was all about. No sooner had Elfrida looked at the handkerchief and noted the familiar initials in one corner than she let both clenched hands fall to her side. "It is Mrs. Gray's handkerchief," she said dully. "Something has happened to her. I knew it. I knew it." "Don't give way to your emotions here, please," warned the supervising nurse, whereupon Elfrida pulled herself sharply together and thanked the supervisor for having reminded her of her duty. "What shall we do?" she asked. Mrs. Gray is the driver of the Elizabeth G, is she not? Returned the supervisor. Yes, and she is driving from the front tonight. She was ill when she was in here less than 2 hours ago. I urged her not to go back. Please suggest something. Go see the chief of the section and ask him to have one of the drivers go out and look for number 1313. That will be the quickest way. I think the dog will lead him to her. Elfrida ran out with Reddy, waving the handkerchief as a signal to the animal to follow her. It took a few moments to find the chief of the section, and to him Elfrida breathlessly related what had occurred. The chief of the section did not reply to her, but leaned out of the window by his desk and shouted, "Baldy!" Jimmy Baldwin responded, appearing at the window almost instantly. "Is your load off?" demanded the chief. "They are taking out the last case now, sir." "Then here's a job for you. This dog has come in with a woman's handkerchief, and Miss Briggs says it belongs to the driver of number 1313. That's the Elizabeth G." "Mrs. Gray's car?" exclaimed Jimmy. "Yes. She is undoubtedly in trouble somewhere, but I can't understand why the dog should have picked her up." "I can. He's a friend of hers. Rescued her once before, and has been AWOL, meaning absent without leave, ever since because of his sudden affection for her. Give me that handkerchief. Come on, Reddy, we'll find her." Reddy did not take the trouble to go around and out by the door. He bolted through the window, almost knocking the chief of the section over, and was dancing about Jimmy Baldwin, uttering little gasping barks of delight. "All right, old fellow, you lead the way. Now go to it, but don't look behind you the way you are doing now, or you'll get run over," advised Jimmy, springing into his own car and starting off, his exhaust ripping out like the explosions of a machine gun. The dog was ahead of him, a full 50 yards by the time the driver got under way, and going like an ambulance on an emergency call, now and then uttering an encouraging yelp. "That's right, old fellow. Sound your klaxon," yelled Jimmy. "But in your excitement don't overshoot the mark." For a few moments Jimmy Baldwin drove in silence, watching both sides of the road and the middle as well, listening for the dog's signal bark and wondering what he should find when he reached his objective. Suddenly the animal's yelps grew into wild barking. "He's found her, I reckon," observed the driver. "Yep, I see the car. It's on the wrong side of the road, too. Wonder it hasn't been run down." Jimmy nosed about for a spot where he could run his own ambulance off to one side of the road, which he found, and parked his car, then ran over to the Elizabeth G. He could hear moans in the car, but they were the moans of wounded men, and then he discovered Grace. Grace was still hanging over the side of the car, just as she had fallen when the dog went for assistance. Jimmy first ascertained that she was still alive. Then he lifted her up, shook her a little, and decided that he must drive Grace's car in as it was. "You fellows in there know what is the matter here?" he demanded. One of the wounded men said they did not. All they knew was that the car stopped suddenly, but they did not know that anything was wrong with the driver because they couldn't see her. "Very good. I'll have you in a jiffy. Mrs. Gray has fainted, probably all in from this day's work, and I don't blame her. Good boy, Reddy," he called cheerfully to the Red Cross dog. "Like to take you in, but I haven't any room left." His horn was sounding as he rounded the bend that lay about 500 yards from Evacuation Hospital No. 2. "Get the men out, I'll carry her in," he directed as the stretcher men ran out. "She isn't the first human being I've carried tonight. Be easy with them. They've been on the road for goodness how long, probably 2 hours or more." With that Jimmy Baldwin gathered Grace up in his arms, and he was amazed to find how heavy she was. "What is it, Mr. Baldwin?" begged Elfrida, who met him at the entrance. "Is she wounded?" "I don't know, but I think she is only worn out. Show me where to put her." Elfrida led the way to the nurse's restroom. Jimmy laid his burden down on a cot, and straightening up drew in a long breath. "Some heavy kid," he gasped. "Better get the doc right away. She's put clean out." Miss Briggs needed no urging, and was out of the room in a twinkling, while the ambulance driver stood looking down at the patient and frowning. He could not understand what had caused Grace to remain so long in a faint, for he surely thought she should have been out of it long before they reached the hospital. When Elfrida entered with the surgeon, Jimmy stepped outside, but remained within hearing. The surgeon, a young lieutenant in the hospital service, felt her pulse and listened to her heart and respiration. "Undress her. I don't know what the trouble is." The lieutenant stepped out to call a nurse while Elfrida was removing Grace's clothes and slipping a wrapper on her. "Look at that, will you?" exclaimed Miss Briggs when the doctor returned with a nurse. "That's a first aid bandage on her leg. I knew there was something seriously wrong with her when she was here on the last trip. I wonder how she got hurt." The surgeon by this time was removing the first aid bandages and had them off quickly, after which he examined the injury. "Bullet wound," he announced. "She has had it for some hours. You say she did not act right when she was in here earlier in the night." "She appeared very weak," replied Elfrida, "and limped when she walked. Is it serious?" "Ordinarily it wouldn't be, but look how the leg is swollen from letting the wound go so long without attention. That's where the danger lies, but I think we can pull her through." Elfrida Briggs's face was like marble, but she was calm and took hold of whatever she was ordered to do with all the confidence of a trained nurse. Restoratives were administered, and after a time Grace roused herself, but she was delirious, and in her delirium she was battling with the Marines in the depths of Belleau Wood. All that day, when she could be spared, Elfrida sat with her friend. Reddy stole in and nosed out his friend, but was driven out, though Elfrida begged the orderly to let the dog remain. It was not until near sundown that Grace finally sank into a dreamless sleep, and not until then was the surgeon reasonably certain that the leg might not be lost. A nurse watched over her that night, and on the following morning Grace opened her eyes and smiled. She asked for something to eat, but all she got was a cup of malted milk and a cracker. "Fine food for a soldier," she said. "Who brought me in?" The nurse told her of the dog's having brought in her handkerchief, and of Mr. Baldwin's going out to look for her, led by Reddy. Then Elfrida came in, and later in the morning Major Hughes himself. "If you feel able, I wish you would give me the facts, Mrs. Gray, as I must, as you know, make a report on your case. I was wounded when coming from the O.P. in the old stone house where I had gone to try to rescue General Bridges after the Huns smacked the place and knocked off one end of it. Mr. Baldwin came out to help me and took the General back to the advanced dressing station. I remained there to steer the runners to the General's location. They ordered me in, finally, and it was while doing so that I was hit. That is all, sir." "What time was that?" "Near midnight, I think. I fancy I lost track of the time. There was so much to be done that I could not afford to waste time by going to have my leg dressed, so I dressed it myself and went on with my work until the pain became so great that I fainted in the car." "Were my cases all right?" "Yes, I should say that was as fine an exhibition of pluck as we have had under our observation, Miss Briggs," he said, nodding to Elfrida. "But your pluck was much greater than your judgment in this case, Mrs. Gray, for you have narrowly escaped losing a leg. I think we shall have the pleasure of having you with us for some few days. Possibly you may be sent to a base hospital." "Please, please don't do that, Major. Anything but that. Believe me, I shall get well more quickly if I remain here near the line where I can hear the guns and feel the activity. I don't want to go back." Grace turned her head away, for there was a mist in her eyes that she did not wish the Major to see. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, A Joyful Reunion. "It does seem good to be out of doors once more," breathed Grace, inhaling deep draughts of air as she walked out into the hospital grounds. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since the night of Grace's last exploit. 2 weeks of battling at the front and of brilliant achievements on the part of the Marines, who had forced the enemy back from Chateau Thierry with tremendous losses on both sides. "I suppose you are eager to get out again and look for more trouble," grumbled Miss Briggs. "Isn't that what one goes to war for, to look for trouble?" quizzed Grace. "I do not care to argue the question with you," retorted Elfrida airily. "And you a lawyeress?" laughed Grace teasingly. "There is the General. Take me over to him." The General was in a wheelchair, and he was very gruff when Grace spoke to him, but the girl knew that his gruffness was to hide the more tender emotions that were stirring him. "Fine mess you made of things, didn't you?" he grumbled. "Sit down. Persons located in stone houses cannot always afford to throw stones, General," reminded Grace, whereupon the General uttered a grunt and changed the subject. All that morning they sat outside in the hospital grounds, as they did for the greater part of the time for the next several days, talking about the war and the service itself, with which Grace Harlowe was almost as familiar as the trained army officer. Every day from the first day she was permitted to get on her feet, she was with the soldiers in the evacuation hospital. That is, when she could prevail upon General Bridges to do without her company for a few hours. Grace wrote letters for the men until her hand actually ached. She held the hands of the suffering Marines, whispered words of cheer into the ears of the splendid fellows who knew that they were going west, and helped to lighten the burden of all. One day a wounded German corporal was brought in. Corporal Mueller was his name. His fair boyish face and blue eyes, now full of pathetic appeal, touching the great heart of Grace the moment she stopped at his cot and glanced down at him. Grace questioned him as to his wound, his service, and his family, and when she passed on to the others, the gaze of the appealing blue eyes followed her. He was so boyish and so different from the other enemy prisoners she had seen since she entered the war, that her mind kept reverting to him. Grace tried to reason out to herself why she felt such an interest in the wounded prisoner when she felt such a loathing for the Hun and his ways, finally deciding that it was the corporal's youth. He had not been sufficiently long in intimate touch with German military institutions to have really become imbued with the spirit of German ruthlessness, she decided. After that, Grace spent all the time she could spare with Corporal Mueller, at the same time picking up such information as she thought might be useful to her at some future day. "I shouldn't think you would care to talk so much to a Hun," chided Elfrida. "Not to a Hun, no. To a human being, yes. By the way, Grace," resumed Elfrida, "I have been talking with the General and with Major Hughes, and it is their opinion that you should ask for leave and run over to Paris to recuperate. They think it will be economy, physical economy, for you to do so. What do you think about it?" "I don't think about it at all," was the brief reply. Just the same, the thought kept recurring to Grace. That night Elfrida replied to a letter from Emma Dean that Grace knew nothing about, in which Emma had requested J. Elfrida to send Grace over to them for a reunion. Elfrida asked for further information, and promised to keep the subject hot, as she expressed it. One day there came an order for her from her superior officer, directing her to proceed to Paris on the following Thursday, and remain there 10 days for certain duties which would be indicated to her upon arrival. Grace was not particularly happy over this, but she was too good a soldier to offer any objections. There also was a suspicion in her mind that some of her friends had been meddling with her affairs, and that even General Bridges himself was not above suspicion. Early on Thursday morning the Overton girl made her rounds of the wards, bidding good-bye to her friends, which meant pretty much every wounded man in the institution. To Corporal Mueller she gave a few words of advice, and told him she hoped that, after the war, he and the mother of whom he had told her so much might be reunited. There were tears in the eyes of the blue-eyed German lad when she left him after a hearty hand-clasp, and an hour later Grace was on her way to Paris, sitting beside an ambulance driver who was going in on business, so they said. There was much congestion on the road, and the ambulance was held up so many times that night had fallen when they arrived at the gates of Paris, where after showing their credentials and their orders they were permitted to enter. The hour was late when they came to a stop at the Red Cross headquarters, and, at the suggestion of the officer in charge, Grace went to bed there on a cot, not to move again until late on the following morning. Mr. Davis, her chief, when she appeared before him for orders on the following morning, met Grace with an enthusiasm and cordiality that really made her very happy. "We have heard of this," he said, touching the cross of war on her breast, "and we have heard of other achievements of yours, and the Red Cross is proud of you. Thank you. I am ready for work, but I hope you won't keep me at it long, for I am eager to get back to the front. I am needed there, Mr. Davis. 10 days, your order says, I believe. After that, provided there are no further orders, you may return. Your orders are to make yourself comfortable and get back your strength." "Then I am not to work?" "I begin to see," smiled Grace. "I suspect that my friends have been playing tricks on me. Wait until I get back to J. Elfrida Briggs," she added under her breath. A call from Emma Dean over the telephone interrupted the conversation. Emma was bubbling over, and said she had the greatest news for Grace that ever was, and making Grace promise that she would not go over to the Overton quarters until dinner time that evening, when they were going to give her a surprise party, so Grace good-naturedly promised that she would accommodate herself to their wishes, and wait out on the street until night. Instead of doing so, however, the Overton girl visited one of the Red Cross canteens, and spent the day in doing helpful work among the soldiers, of whom there were now thousands in Paris, and in meeting some of her old friends. After a busy day, Grace impressed an ambulance driver into her service, and drove for the Overton quarters, rang the bell, and was admitted by the concierge, who greeted her with more than ordinary French politeness. "Ah!" he cried, "I have heard much. Mademoiselle is a true friend to France. Mademoiselle is a heroine." He kissed her hand, which Grace laughingly withdrew, and hobbled upstairs with the aid of her cane, which she still was obliged to carry. Instead of knocking, she opened the door of the quarters, and walked into the centre of the room, thumping the floor with the stick. No one was in the room. "Hello, the house!" shouted Grace. "Come out, Overton. I know you are hiding out there." There was no response, so Grace limped into the kitchen, and there they were, bunched at one side of the room. Arline Thayer, Mabel Ashe, Anne Pearson, Miriam Nesbit, and Ruth Denton, their faces flushed with excitement. "Girls! Oh, girls!" cried Grace, standing very upright, and resting part of her weight on the cane, her steel helmet shading the upper part of her face and eyes. "Oh, you Grace Harlowe!" screamed Emma Dean, fairly hurling herself at her friend, and bursting into tears. "You poor wounded darling!" "Please leave the heroics out of it," commanded Grace sharply. "Girls, come and kiss me. Have I got to limp around to each one of you individually?" The invitation was not necessary, for the whole Overton group made a rush for her, and fairly smothered Grace with their embraces and kisses, and when they had finished, her helmet was on the back of her neck, and her hair in sad need of attention. I don't believe the Huns could do worse," stammered Grace after freeing herself. "I've never had so much kissing and hugging since I first came into the world, and I don't remember much about that. I think I've had about all I can stand for one time," she added, untangling her helmet strap from her disordered hair. "No, I think you are mistaken," came the response in a deep male voice that made Grace Harlowe Gray's heart leap and the colour flood from her cheeks, and Tom Gray, Lieutenant Tom Gray, stepped out of the closet where the girls kept their brooms and such other things. The Overton girls were disappointed at the greeting of Tom and his wife. There were no heroics, no outbursts of emotion on either side, as Tom advanced to her and clasped both of her hands in his, and there they stood for a full minute gazing into each other's eyes. Grace's face a little paler than usual, and her eyes large and full. Tom stooped and kissed her tenderly, almost reverently, then leading her to a chair, took the cane from her and gently assisted her into it. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The End of a Perfect Day. "You two people make me weary," exclaimed Emma Dean. "You just wait until you see me greet William II if you wish to see how two people in love should greet each other." Emma's characteristic outbreak relieved the tension and brought a shout of laughter, even Tom Gray's stern face relaxing into a broad smile. His heart and Grace's were too full for boisterous laughter just yet, and then, again, both had lived a lifetime of bitter experience in the few months they had been in France. Both had changed, he more than his beautiful wife, for Grace was the same, save that her emotions were under better control. "Children, is there anything loose about this billet?" she demanded. "You must remember that, unlike Emma Dean, I haven't learned to live wholly on love, which, by the way, is rather a rare quality out where Tom and I have been living. Is it not so, Tom dear?" she added, slipping a hand into his. Tom nodded gravely. "What I need at this moment more than anything else is food. I neglected to bring my iron rations with me, having supposed that I was to be treated to an old-time college spread. You will be. It is all in the oven, keeping warm for you, and we girls will have the table set in 5 minutes. Now you and Tom go in the other room and make love to each other while we are getting the spread ready," urged Arline. "Yes, for the love of goodness, act human," interjected Emma. "One might think Emma Dean had just come out of a boarding school," suggested Grace teasingly. "Come, Tom, we might as well go in the other room. We never shall get anything to eat if we keep on irritating Emma Dean by refusing to be human." Tom helped her into the cosy front room of the Overton quarters, where they chatted like two good friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Tom asked her about her wound, saying that he had not known of it until his arrival in Paris, when Emma told him about it. "Emma knows everything. She hears everything on the wire, but of course she never tells anything," smiled Grace. "I had to hear of your fine work, which won your promotion for you, from Emma. Do you know, Tom, you were the most unsatisfactory, and at the time the most wonderful correspondent I've ever had. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll add a spade to our coat of arms, and a sergeant rampant with an overseas bar across it. I'll defy the experts to read that coat of arms. Now tell me about yourself." What Tom did tell her of himself was not very satisfying, and he insisted on talking only about the wife of whom he was so proud, the wife who had won the Cross of War, and who was now wearing 2 wound stripes on her right arm, which form a finer badge of honor than any crest could give you, he added. "Yes, Tom, but I hope you never will wear every one chevron," she added, looking up into his eyes with a half-frightened expression in her own. "Sometimes I'm afraid, when I think that when your luck does change, it will change so desperately that—" Grace did not finish the sentence. "No," answered Tom, shaking his head slowly. "You will remember what I wrote you so long ago, that your love was a protecting armor that no Hun bullet could pierce. But were you to stop thinking of me for the merest fraction of a moment when I am under fire, then I cannot answer for the result. I shall know it if that time ever comes, and perhaps I shall be afraid." Grace shook her head and smiled up at him radiantly. "Neither of the conditions you mention is possible, my husband. One never knows, Grace. War sometimes plays strange pranks with us mere humans. I'm going to say what I hope you will not misconstrue, and that is to urge you that you do not take so many desperate chances in the future. You have done your bit, you have been twice wounded, so why not let it go at that and be satisfied with keeping away from the front lines from now on? If you tell me to do that, of course I will, but I shall be bitterly disappointed, and I do not believe that you will do so," was Grace's quiet reply. "No, I hope I may never so far forget myself as to give my little wife orders. I am merely expressing my feelings, for I know, and you know, that one can carry a pitcher to the well just once too often. Some bad boy is liable to throw a stone and break it," he added whimsically. "Yes, but let us suppose that this bad boy isn't a very good marksman and can't hit the pitcher, then what? You might drop it. The effort would be the same." "I'm not going to drop my pitcher, Tom, and even if I did it wouldn't break, for my dainty pitcher is a tin mess cup. You look very nice in your officer's uniform, but the tunic doesn't fit. It is one of those horrid army issues, isn't it?" Tom nodded his head. "It is plenty good enough to fight in. Fine garments are not winning this war. So I have observed with some of our doughboys, ragged, their shoes out at the toes, and their trousers in a sad state of decay. They could at least be made comfortable, it seems to me. What I was about to say in answer to your statement is that any old suit would be good enough to wear when you were out whacking Fritzes over the head with a spade, but here in Paris an officer must uphold the dignity of the army by dressing the part. Of course to me you are fine no matter what you wear. Understand, Tom?" "I could not very well misunderstand, Grace," answered Tom smilingly. "To prove that I do, I shall go out to-morrow and have a suit made to order, and for which I shall have the pleasure of paying a few £100, but you don't catch me wearing that raiment back to the line. I'll leave it in Paris, here with the Overton unit, and if I should go west they can send it home to be put in a glass case in the Oakdale firehouse as an evidence that their fellow townsman was not a hero but an SOS soldier." Tom meant the officer who gets an easy berth in Paris, dressed in fine clothes, and enjoys himself there while his fellows, the real men, are fighting at the front. "Oh, Tom, you are absolutely hopeless," cried Grace, laughing more heartily than she had in many a day. "Girls, girls!" shouted Emma Dean, who had appeared at the door with a tray of dishes preparatory to setting up the table. "Come quickly. What is it?" gasped Miriam, rushing in, followed by the rest of the Overton unit, one brandishing a frying pan and another a tea kettle tilted at such an angle that the water was running from the spout. "Tom Gray had his arm around Grace. They're getting human, girls. They're getting human." "Oh, fiddlesticks!" scoffed Anne. "He hasn't anything of the sort. His arm is over the back of the chair, and what if he has his arm about her? I should like to know who has a better right. If we remember, it was you who have been urging them to be human, and now you are discouraging it." Grace was laughing again. Her face was flushed, and her eyes sparkling with happiness. These wonderful girls always were a tonic to her, and then again there was Tom. Her happiness was complete. The table was soon set and the dinner brought on, after which there was an argument as to where each one was to sit, which Grace settled by directing her husband to take the head, while she limped down the room and took her seat at the foot, laying her cane on the floor beside her. For a moment those loyal Overton girls were silent, and Emma's lip trembled. Grace, quick on intuition, understood that it was her limp that had so suddenly saddened these dear friends. "Don't be silly, girls," she cried merrily, whereat the temperamental Emma burst into tears, and the others looked to be on the verge of it. That is, all did save Anne. Anne had seen too much human suffering since she had been in war work to be upset by the misfortune of her dearest friend. "Emma, I'm amazed at you," she exclaimed. "For the love of heaven, don't start any lacrimonious disturbances here." "Anne is right," agreed Miriam. "This is a place for laughs, not for tears." "How dramatic," observed Mabel Ashe. "That comes from having a husband who is an actor," murmured Ruth. Tom had been sitting back with folded arms in his lap, amusedly listening to the chatter and wondering when they would pass something. "This sounds to me like a Semper Fidelis meeting or a food sale where there is much talk and little food," observed Grace. "Will someone kindly pass the biscuit so I may have something to munch on until you all have had your say?" "I was about to suggest that we carry on," observed Tom. There was a shout of laughter, and Emma dried her tears. "Oh, girls," she cried, "I heard the funniest thing on the wires today." "But of course you can't say anything about it," cut in Arline, whereupon there was a laugh at Emma's expense, and the story never was told. The dinner moved along amid chatter and laughter. "There is one thing I wish you girls would explain," spoke up Grace, drawing a lull in the conversation. "Who planned this surprise?" "Emma started it," answered Mabel. "I thought so," nodded Grace. "She starts almost everything that concerns this unit. Tell me about it." "Well, she heard that Tom was coming to Paris on a furlough, heard it over the wire, of course," continued Mabel Ashe. "She immediately conceived the idea of having you here at the same time, and suggested that we do something to get you here. We, knowing that you had been wounded and were getting better, thought it a splendid opportunity to have you here and give you and Tom a surprise." "Were you coming on here without saying anything to me?" pouted Grace, turning to her husband. "It was my intention to go to you, my dear," replied Tom. "You see, I intended to furnish the surprise myself." "Then we took up the subject with Mr. Davis," said Arline, taking the story from Mabel. "He said he thought it might be arranged, so we wrote to Elfreda Briggs to get you in a proper frame of mind so you would not kick over the traces, and—" "You were in error. It was a motor, not a horse," interjected Grace. "I knew Elfreda was engaged in some secret business, and I suspected that it concerned me, but she kept her secret well. I'll have a talk with J. Elfreda when I get back to the front." "And Mr. Davis did fix it," resumed Mabel, taking up the thread where Arline had left it when interrupted by Grace. "He told me one day that you would be ordered to come in, that you had well earned a rest, and that you would be of that much more value to his organization for a rest in Paris and a visit to your husband and friends, and here you are. Now that you are here, I wish that you would stay." Grace shook her head and smiled. "We must do our duty as we see it. My leg should be in working order in a couple of weeks, and anyway it will not interfere with my driving. I know, for I drove part of the time on the way in yesterday. Now, tell me all the news." "There is one piece of news that Emma has not imparted to you," spoke up Mabel. "No, I do not think I had better mention it, on account of the way it came to me. In fact, I overheard it. I do not think it would be right for me to speak." "Oh, what is it? Tell us, quick," begged Emma. "I shall expire right here at the table if you don't." "I decline to speak, but I would suggest that Grace ask Mr. Davis in the morning if any messages have been left for her by a caller. I think he can tell you." Grace quickly changed the subject at a warning look from Mabel, and the chatter went on, the incident forgotten by all save Grace and Mabel. All hands except Tom and Grace turned to clear away the dishes and put away what food was left, for they would permit neither Tom nor his wife to do any work. After the work was done, Ruth thrummed on the mandolin while the others sang the old Overton College songs. Tom knew some of them and added his really fine bass voice to the chorus. "What a pity that Nora isn't here to sing for us," said Grace when there was a lull in the singing. "You should hear her letting her voice out in the Salvation Hut. She is the most popular young woman up there in the zone of fire." The singing was resumed, a great chatter starting up the instant a song was finished, and until Ruth twanged the signal for another song. This was kept up until after midnight, then the unit went to bed in the kitchen after having made up cots in the front room for Grace and Tom, and the night quiet of wartime Paris soon settled over the Overton College unit's quarters. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13 Responding to Duty's Call. Breakfast was a rather hurried meal next morning, for all hands got up late owing to the hours they had kept the night before. All the girls except Anne and Miriam, who were on leave, left the place to take up their duties, and late in the morning they too went out when Tom and Grace started out, Grace walking with her cane. Tom escorted Grace to Red Cross headquarters where she wished to go, and then went on to be measured for the suit that Grace wanted him to get, though he was not particularly enthusiastic over that mission. Mr. Davis had arrived but a few moments before Grace and was engaged, so she set in her card and sat down to wait. She was summoned to Mr. Davis's office almost immediately. A French officer was in the room, and Grace nodded as he arose, for she thought she knew him. "Lieutenant Fonchet, Mrs. Gray," introduced Mr. Davis. "The lieutenant called the day before yesterday to see you, but I neglected to tell you of his call. He knew you were expected to be here at that time." "The French seem to know everything," smiled Grace, with an expression of inquiry on her face. Mr. Davis left the room after excusing himself. "Madame Gray," began Lieutenant Fonchet, "you undoubtedly do not remember me." "I remember you quite well, sir. You were from the Bureau of Information, and you were one of the officers who considered my case in a certain affair on which I was detained." "What am I accused of this time?" she demanded smilingly. "You have a most excellent memory, Madame Gray. First, permit me to congratulate you for the decoration you were wearing. It is also the wish of my chief that I offer you also his congratulations." "The Croix de Guerre. Thank you. I am here, however, to offer you a warning, not to question you in particular. France still owes you something, and especially the Bureau of Information." "A warning, sir? I do not understand." "Madame, there is a price on your head." "A what?" Grace was astounded. "A price, as you would call it. A reward. Do you not understand? The Huns are no respecters of women, and you have most grievously offended them." Grace's face relaxed into a smile. "After Belleau Wood they have reason to hold a grudge against quite a number of persons besides myself." "I fear you still do not understand. The Countess de Beaupré was brought to justice because of your efforts, but the principal spy escaped. I refer to the man André. Later on you were directly responsible for his disappearance, we will call it, but unfortunately there are other agents of the enemy in France, and the Germans know whom to thank for the loss of two of their most noted ones. Do you understand now, Madame Gray?" I think so, sir. What is the price? It would be interesting to know what the enemy considers that I am worth." "The price is death, Mrs. Gray. Remember Edith Cavell. You could expect nothing less were you to fall into the hands of the enemy." Grace was eyeing him steadily, her face a little more pale than ordinarily, but that was all. "Thank you, Lieutenant. This is most interesting, and I wish you would thank your chief for his consideration. The captain thought that perhaps you might find it convenient to take up your original work well back of the lines, instead of so exposing yourself up near the front. I must take my chances just the same as any soldier, sir, feeling as I do that my work lies up there, work that I am fitted for, work that I love. So long as my superiors will permit it, I shall remain there unless—" The lieutenant bowed profoundly. "You should have been a Frenchwoman, madame, for the spirit of France is truly typified in you. I honour you, and I will say that were you a Frenchwoman you would do exactly as you have signified your intention of doing. May the kind fates watch over you." The lieutenant rose and, bowing low over Grace Harlowe's hand, kissed it lightly, straightened up, and saluted, which salute Grace answered smartly. "A price on my head," murmured Grace, still standing in the middle of the Red Cross official's office. "Edith Cavell." She shrugged her shoulders in true French fashion and sat down, leaning her elbow on the desk, chin in hand. This must have been what Mabel referred to, though I hardly think she knew what the officer from the department of the sign wished to see me about. I must ask Mabel, and above all Tom must not know about this. How these French Secret Service men find out things is almost uncanny, and as a matter of fact the enemy ways are fully as dark and mysterious. This is an instance where one woman at least will keep a secret. Mr. Davies came in a few moments later, and Grace, after asking if there were anything he wished her to do, and receiving a negative answer, went out and did some shopping, meeting her husband at the Grand Hotel. "Only a few hours' drive from this grim, terrible war," murmured Grace reflectively. "One can scarcely imagine it." "We can, for we have been there," answered Tom. "You still feel that you must go back?" "Yes, Tom, just as you know that you must. You know that I am right." "I suppose you are, but I can't make it seem right. I never felt this way about it before. However, you and I are soldiers, my loyal heart, and we will remain soldiers, true to our standards until the end." "We will," agreed Grace, and they clasped hands across the table, their eyes meeting and holding each other steadily for a few brief seconds. Grace had been in Paris a week when she was sent for by Mr. Davies, who inquired particularly as to her physical condition. Grace told him that she considered herself in perfect condition, that while there was still a slight lameness, the wounded leg had healed. "You have something in mind, Mr. Davies?" she questioned. "As a matter of fact, I have. Of course you intend to return to your ambulance work?" Grace said that was her intention. Then Mr. Davies told her that conditions at the front were far from satisfactory, that the French were giving way, and that the Marines were still battling at Chateau Thierry, with very heavy casualties, and that the result was still in doubt. "No, Mr. Davies, I cannot agree with you in that latter statement. The result is not in doubt. The Marines will whip the Huns, and whip them thoroughly." "You mean that I am needed there?" "That is what I was coming to. Of course your leave has not yet expired, and you are at liberty to remain here until it does. But if you feel that you can return to work, it will be appreciated by your chief, from whom I have had a letter this morning." "Very good, Mr. Davies. Will tomorrow morning be time enough?" "Certainly. Then tomorrow morning I shall go back. Is anyone going out in a car, anyone that I can ride with?" "I will endeavour to find someone to take you, and I will call you up about it at your quarters sometime this afternoon or evening. Thank you," added the chief, rising and giving her a firm hand clasp. Grace went out to complete the few purchases that remained to be made, then strolled about until it was time to meet her husband. Together they returned to the Overton quarters, and there had a full afternoon to talk and to exchange confidences. Now that Grace was going back, Tom decided to leave Paris at the same time, though his leave had not yet ended. His journey, however, must be made by train the greater part of the way. When the girls of the unit came home that afternoon and learned that Grace and Tom were going to leave them on the following morning, they protested vigorously, but Grace had decided and no urgings could shake her. She insisted that this last evening must be a jolly one that each of them would remember, for it might be a long time ere they met again. A fine dinner was served, and late in the evening there was a marshmallow roast, the girls of the unit and Lieutenant Grey sitting on the floor before the fireplace, singing songs and telling stories as they used to do long, long ago on the Overton campus. Emma Dean's lieutenant came in late in the evening, he having been invited before it was known that Grace and Tom were leaving. Grace was attracted to him from the first. Here was a real soldier, and therefore he was entitled to her whole respect and admiration. Tom liked him too, and when Emma finally announced to her friends that she had promised to be William's wife, there was a chorus of congratulations. Lieutenant Thompson was a young civil engineer from Maine, and he, like Tom Gray, had enlisted as a private, having preferred to do that rather than to go to a training camp and try for a commission. Thompson's commission as lieutenant came to him after short service at the front, and with it a decoration for bravery. That happy evening came to an end at last, and William II was escorted down to the street by the girls of the unit and Tom. At the door they said their good-byes to him. When they returned to their rooms the telephone was ringing. It proved to be a call for Grace from Mr. Davis, who informed her that he had arranged to have her drive out to Evacuation Hospital No. 2 with a French major, leaving at 5 o'clock the following morning. Grace turned to face her companions. They understood fully from what they had overheard her say to Mr. Davis, and all the brightness and joy went out of their faces. Tom's being the only smiling face in the room, though his heart was beating a little faster at the thought of leaving Grace for, well, he did not like to think any farther into the future. The future had begun to look dark to him for some unexplainable reason. Grace flashed a quick, comprehending glance at her companions as she turned away from the telephone. You girls do not feel any worse about it than I do, but we must all remember that we are not here for pleasure, we are here to do our duty, we are here to serve. Now, run away, Overton women, and give me an opportunity to get to bed. I shall be up by 4 in the morning, but I do not wish a single one of you to get up. Kiss me good night, and we will call that our good-bye. Emma Dean threatened to cry, but Grace pinched her and turned Emma's attention from her own emotions long enough to avoid the flood of tears that little Miss Dean was about to spill on Grace Harlowe's shoulder. "We will steal out in the morning and get our breakfast outside," said Grace to her husband after the others had gone away. "And now, my beloved husband, let us say our own good-byes. I do not want to leave you. I never felt just as I do now. But if we should never meet again, we shall still be happy in the knowledge of what we have been to each other. Good night, and may our loving Father watch over you and keep you from all harm." The next morning Grace and Tom stole away without awakening any of the girls, both leaving a goodbye message on the table for the girls of the Overton unit. An hour later Grace was on her way to the front beside the French major, while Tom started for the railway station to wait for the train which was to bear him back to duty and perhaps to oblivion. The parting of the devoted pair had been a trying one, for they felt deep down in their own hearts that this parting meant more to them than any other that they had experienced. In this they were right, for ere they met again each was to experience all the bitterness of war, its greatest perils and its keenest sufferings, with Grace perhaps the greatest sufferer, for she was facing a fate of which she even now felt a faint premonition. "It is war," muttered Tom Gray grimly as he sat waiting in the railway station. "C'est la guerre," murmured Grace, whirling along toward the front beside the French major, as if in echo to the words that Tom Gray was muttering in the receding distance. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14 The Elizabeth G's Last Drive. "Elfrida Briggs!" called Grace, catching a glimpse of her friend as the French major's car halted before the evacuation hospital where Miss Briggs was stationed. "Just a moment before you get demonstrative," begged Grace. "I would have an explanation, you base deceiver. I did not think you would play such a mean trick on an old friend as to conspire with others of your kind to get her sent back to Paris. I call that a downright shabby trick, Elfrida Briggs." Grace appeared to be very indignant, and Elfrida's face flushed. "Grace, dear, you can't mean that you are angry with me," begged Elfrida. "So angry that I'm going to kiss you right here and now." And she did. "I have been called back, Elfrida," Grace informed her after the greeting. "How is the drive going?" "I haven't had time to ask, but judging from the numbers of wounded that we are getting, I should say there must be some desperate work going on up ahead. I'm sorry that you had to come back, but I know they need you. The boys of the section simply cannot handle the work, and the army is impressing even camions into service to get the wounded back. Think of carrying desperately wounded men in those bumping springless wagons. I don't like to think about it. You were going to stay here with me tonight?" Grace shook her head. "I must go on to No. 1 and report. They may wish me to go out tonight. I suppose there is still fighting in Belleau Wood. Our Marines have not been able to get through yet, and I understand that they are now merely holding their own while the artillery tries to overwhelm the enemy with a continuous barrage. As for the French, they have utterly gone to pieces on this sector. Belleau Wood is full of gas, so the ambulance men tell me, and the Marines have been advancing not much more than half a dozen yards at a time, then digging in to hold the ground gained. One wounded man here says that our men were yelling as if they were at a football game at the time he was hit, and driving ahead despite the terrific opposition of the Germans. That is just like the Marines, smiled Grace. Bourges has been lost again, and I believe they are going to try to take it today or tonight, if there are enough of them left to do so. Poor fellows. Nothing like it has ever been seen in the history of the world. I suppose you know that Reddy has gone back to work. The dog? Yes. He moped for a few days after you left, then went back to his station and has been doing good work ever since. I rather thought that he might decide to follow you to Paris, but I suppose he sensed something of what was going on out there and knew that he was needed. At any rate, he went out and is there yet. I hope he doesn't have to give first aid to you again. One can never tell, murmured Grace. I fear my luck has changed. In this connection, please do not forget what I asked you to do for me in case anything happened to me. You mean the letter at Nora's hut? Yes, Elfrida. I told Tom there was a letter that you would send to him in the event of my getting out of luck. Oh, we did have such a good time. I wish I might have the time to tell you all about it, but I see the Major is ready to go on. The girls are all well and send their love to you. Did you meet Emma's new flame, William II? Yes, I did, and Elfrida, he is a wonderful fellow, a really, truly hero, and Emma is wild over him, answered Grace smilingly. Emma is always wild over someone. Is she going to marry him? So they told us the other evening, and I am glad of it, for he is a real man. The heroes are almost all dead, observed Elfrida dryly. Those of them that are still alive are more likely to be dead than not when the war ends. Pity, isn't it, that heroes seldom live long enough to read about their own brave deeds? It is. Now I must go. Perhaps I may see you soon, and we must have a good long talk, for I have lots and lots to tell you. Grace joined the French Major, and they drove on, soon arriving at their destination, Grace's destination, for the French officer was going all the way to the front. Grace reported to the chief of her section and said she was ready for work. It is fine to have you come back, answered the chief. We do need you. When will you be rested enough to drive? As soon as I can get my mask and put on my helmet. Is number 1313 out? She is outside, ready for you. Grace thanked her chief and went to get ready, returning in a very few minutes. She listened to the chief's description of the lay of the land towards the front. Grace could not see how much different conditions were from what they had been before she went away. The chief informed her that the roads as well as the surrounding country had been heavily shelled by the enemy in retaliation for the barrage that the American artillery was putting down, and that driving in the daytime would be attended with great peril. Grace smiled at the suggestion of danger. She had by this time become too familiar with the sound of exploding shells to be greatly disturbed by them. Her step was springy and buoyant as she started out to get her car, and the wounded leg now being thoroughly healed, the Overton girl felt equal to any hardships that she might be called upon to endure. The old thrill came back to her when she took the wheel and taxied out into the road. Then, with the wind rushing against her face and the Elizabeth G making good time, Grace went swaying and careening toward the front. She hooed as she passed Nora Wingate Station, flashed past the field hospital, and a mile further on was halted by an MP. "Gas alert," he warned. "I thought I got a slight whiff of it a little way back. Thank you," answered Grace, and stopping the car, she put on her mask. The pounding of the big guns was strong on the air now, and she saw several shells explode in a field to the left before she had gone much further. Grace now slowed down a little, listening for the familiar wail of approaching shells, but it was difficult to hear them above the rattle of the car. The road along which she was travelling was one of the typically French sunken roads, with fairly high banks on either side, ideal for military operations because their bluffs hid the traffic. In other and more open spots the road was camouflaged so that the enemy observers might not see what was going on there. The enemy shelled the road just the same, however, taking for granted that there was activity there all day long. "There they come," muttered the ambulance driver as she swung out into the open where roads and field were practically on the same level. A big shell had broken right beside the highway, ripping out a large section of it. This first shell was followed by 6 more, making 7 that had been fired. "They are going to lift it now," decided Grace, sending her car ahead at full speed. By this time she was quite familiar with the methods of the German artillerymen, nor was she mistaken in her surmise. "When I used to play hide and seek in my early school days, I never thought I should one day be playing the same game with death. This, however, is a phase of the game in which one doesn't fancy hearing the familiar cry, 'I spy you.'" The rest of the drive was safely made, though there was gas in every depression of the ground, in every cut, and gas on the higher ground, though less heavy there. Grace soon arrived at the advanced surgical post, which was located in a dugout from which the wounded, wearing gas masks, were carried out to her by car. In a few moments she was on her way back to the field hospital. What is known as a rolling barrage followed Grace all the way back to the field hospital, a barrage that she could not dodge. The only way to keep out of it was to keep ahead of it, and that meant an almost record-breaking drive. She made it in safety. It was such work as this that had given Grace Harlowe the reputation of being one of the most skillful drivers on the American front. The second drive out to the advanced surgical post was delayed until a little later, for shells were bursting along the road from the hospital toward the front. The wave passed after a time, fortunately without hitting the hospital, though there were several narrow escapes, 2 tents having been torn to pieces by shell fragments. All her old associates knew that Grace and the Elizabeth G. were again on the road, and had welcomed her with a yell when they flashed past her, Grace replying with a wave of the hand. They all were wearing masks, hideous-looking things as they were, the Overton girls as ugly-looking as the others. Just before dark, Grace, having to carry a load to the evacuation hospital where her headquarters were, was ordered to lay off for a couple of hours and rest. When Grace was awakened by an orderly, she found that the night was very dark, and the clouds that had threatened all the afternoon were now sending down a thin drizzle with a slight mist in the air. This did not please her, meaning that she would be obliged to drive more carefully, both to avoid collisions and to prevent skidding into ditches. "You are to drive to P7, ordered the chief of the section. "Know where that is?" Grace said she did not, so he pointed it out on a military map. That station, a dressing station, was in a still more advanced position than the last one at which she had worked. "You will go around the base of the bluff near the village of Chateau Thierry," he ordered. "A quarter of a mile further on you leave the main highway, which curves slightly to the left, and take the first right-hand turn. The station is about 500 yards or so beyond that turn. You cannot very well miss it." Grace had the directions well photographed on her mind when she started out, and with entire confidence in herself she drove away as rapidly as she dared. The night being dark, it was possible for the ambulances to get nearer to the line than they could in the daylight, for part of the drive was within plain sight of one section of the enemy's position in Belleau Wood. As she neared the scene, Grace proceeded with extreme caution, because she did not know the road save as it had been shown to her on the map. The mist glowed with the flashes from the big guns, some of which seemed to be very near, flashes that had the appearance of bolts of lightning, giving a weird effect in the fog that was getting heavier with the moments. Making her way on this strange road was attended with great difficulty, for Grace was driving more by intuition than by knowledge of where she was, so far as keeping in the road was concerned. She found the right-hand turn and took it cautiously, after which she put on a little more speed and kept on for a full 10 minutes, but without finding post number 7. "I fear I have passed the place," muttered Grace. "This will never do." After a moment's brief reflection she decided to drive on a little further, then if there were no signs of the post she would back out, the road being too narrow to permit her to turn around. She started on, but had no more than done so when a figure appeared in the road ahead of her. The outline of that figure gave her a shock as she leaned forward and peered into the haze with every faculty on the alert. "Stehen bleiben!" "Halt!" came the stern command. That instant another figure appeared in the fog. "Huns!" gasped Grace Harlowe. "I'm in the enemy's lines." It was a startling discovery and a desperate situation in which Grace found herself. The 2 sentries, for such they were, stepped forward with levelled rifles, Grace watching and waiting, her car standing still, but with motors running now at high speed. "Who goes?" demanded the spokesman sharply. "I do," exclaimed Grace under her breath, jamming down the boot throttle. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15 In the Hands of the Enemy. The car leaped forward. Grace had formed her plans on the instant. She hoped to be able to get past the sentries safely and dart out in the field to her left, where she knew they would have difficulty in finding her immediately, thus perhaps enabling her to get back to her own side. It was a desperate chance, but it seemed to be the only one that offered itself, and it was the chance that the girl elected to take. A quick turn of the steering wheel caught the man on her left unawares, and the mudguard struck him squarely, hurling him into the ditch, and Grace swung sharply, hoping to catch the other man in the same way, but missed him by a few inches. The second man jerked his rifle up and began shooting. She heard the bullets rip through the top of the car, and she felt one that almost seared her cheek, but the other shots following did not even hit the car. Seconds only had passed when the road ahead and both sides of it seemed to be full of running figures accompanied by shouts and shots. A blast behind her told Grace that a grenade had been thrown, but she had outdistanced it and was only waiting now to get on level ground before turning off. The opportunity was denied for her, for immediately ahead of her were many men, and rifles were being fired almost point blank in her direction. Grace and her car went through that line of Germans like a veritable projectile, hurling men right and left, but it was the last drive of the Elizabeth G, for, in striking the solid mass of men, the faithful old ambulance swerved, the steering wheel slipped from the driver's grasp, and the car shot head-on into a big tree that stood at the very edge of the road. A mighty crash followed, accompanied by the sound of crunching woodwork, and Grace Harlowe Gray, shooting over the dashboard, ploughed along on the ground for several yards. She came to a stop in a clump of bushes, dazed but conscious, and lay gasping for breath. Grace did not have long to wait for what she knew would follow. "Alf, get up," commanded a rough voice. A hand shook her roughly, then she heard an exclamation that made her smile, desperate as she knew her situation to be. It's a woman." One of her captors turned her over and directed a flashlight into her face, whereupon Grace struggled to her feet and stood blinking into the light. Guttural exclamations sounded all about her, for even in her dishevelled condition the woman ambulance driver's beauty stood out as a thing apart from her rough surroundings. She was asked if she spoke German, but shook her head. While Grace did not speak the language well, she could make herself understood in it, and understood pretty much all that was being said about her. However, she did not think best to let them know this. The men consulted while one of their number started away at a run. In a short time a German sergeant appeared on the scene and began questioning the prisoner, but Grace held her tongue and uttered never a word in reply. "She must go to the captain," declared the sergeant. With a German soldier on each side of her, each grasping an arm, Grace was led away from the scene, hustled along at a fast pace. She was conducted for fully a mile to the rear, during which journey the party was halted several times. While Grace was unafraid, she was heartbroken to think that she had made such a mess of things. Not alone this, but she believed that her usefulness to her country in the war was at an end, for once in a German prison there was little or no hope of getting out until the war had been fought to a finish. And then there was Tom, and the girls of the unit, and her friends in the army, and in the hospital. Grace was humiliated and disgusted. She did not yet understand how she had blundered into the enemy lines, for she knew she had taken the road indicated by her chief. What she did not know was that the road she took was, before the war, a country lane. The right road was further on. "Talk about your speed traps," she thought. "This beats any that a country constable ever devised, and I am surely trapped." Grace's thoughts were interrupted by a halt. A messenger was sent on somewhere, and after a long wait, wet through to the skin, shivering and generally miserable, Grace was conducted into what looked to her to be a communicating trench, thence into a tunnel that led to a dugout far underground. A captain of infantry was seated at a table, with a non-commissioned officer at a smaller table, the non-com, as it developed later, being the clerk. The men who had accompanied her to this place, after clicking their heels together and saluting, related the story of the ambulance driving into the lines, of the havoc it had wrought, and following the wreck of the car. The captain directed them to step outside while he questioned the prisoner. Grace saluted as the captain turned to her, but he failed to return it, which caused her lips to curl into a sarcastic smile. The captain looked her over sternly. "Name?" he demanded. "Harlowe, Grace," she replied, and the name was entered as she hoped it might be, with Grace as her surname and Harlowe the given name. She knew that any of her friends who saw that name would recognize it, but hoped none of the enemy might. "English?" "I speak English, yes, sir." "You are not English. You are an American," snapped the captain, whose English was as pure as her own. "I said I spoke English. Yes, I am American, and for your further information, I will say that I'm an ambulance driver, a worker in the Red Cross, and a war worker generally. I lost my way in the fog, and, it seems, blundered into your lines. It was most unfortunate," murmured the girl, whereat the captain smiled grimly. "Most unfortunate," he agreed. "Perhaps more so than you at present realize. What division have you been serving with?" "I beg to be excused from answering that question, sir." "What ambulance section?" "I beg to be accused from answering that question, sir." "How long have you been with the American troops?" "A few months." "Headquarters where?" "Paris." "Fraulein, you know very well what I asked you. Will you answer my question?" "I beg to be excused from doing so," replied Grace sweetly. "In other words, you refuse to answer any questions that you think might be as possible information to the German army." "Yes, sir, you have voiced my thought exactly. In the first place, I belong to no combat unit. My work is and has been a work of mercy, and I should be permitted to return to the American lines." The captain laughed. "You are not so simple as you would have me believe. What about our men whom you ran over with your car? Is not that combat? It is as surely combat as if you had used a rifle to do your work. As for your refusal to give information, I think you will tell us whatever we wish to know from you when you get in the hands of the Imperial Intelligence Department. Have you anything else that you wish to say at this time? If so, I will hear it briefly." "Nothing, Captain. That is all." he replied, waving a hand to indicate that the interview was at an end. A word to the clerk sent that worthy snapping to attention, after which the clerk hurried out, returning in a very few moments, during which time Grace stood eyeing the officer, who had now turned to the study of what she saw was a map. "Folgen Sie mich," ordered the clerk, which order translated means "follow me." "What is that you say?" replied Grace innocently. The captain scowled but did not look up, and the clerk, grasping Grace by an arm, led her from the dugout. The two men who had brought her there standing aside to let her pass, but neither man spoke. Grace was conducted to the upper air, which was a relief after the stuffy dugout, and walked some distance from the scene, when her guide halted and turned her over to another soldier. She saw other figures about her, but was unable to make out who or what they were. There Grace stood in the now driving rain for a full hour, soaked to the skin, cold and miserable, now and then closing her eyes from sheer weariness and swaying unsteadily. A German truck rumbled up to the spot, and Grace was ordered to climb in. Following her came some of the other figures she had observed. "Prisoners!" exclaimed Grace under her breath. "I am to have company." More and more of them climbed up into the truck until they were packed in a steaming mass of humanity, all standing. There were no seats, and had the passengers sat on the floor, there would not have been room for all on the truck. Finally, two guards climbed up to the driver's seat, and two others took their places on the step at the rear, and the truck started away. The rain had become a perfect downpour. The night was black and the road was slippery, so much so that the heavy truck skidded constantly. "It's a pity the Germans wouldn't furnish umbrellas for their prisoners on a night like this," observed Grace, so that everyone on the truck might hear her. This drew a laugh from 3 or 4 of her companions, which told Grace what she wished to know, that there were others beside herself in that group of unfortunates who at least understood English, even if they were neither Americans nor English. There was a slight shifting movement among the occupants of the truck, and some grumbling. Then Grace felt that someone was peering up at her from a half-crouching position. This was verified when the man stood up. "Where did you leave the Elizabeth G?" The voice, low-pitched, almost in her ear, made her jump. "You are Mrs. G, are you not?" "I might be, whoever your Mrs. G is. Who are you?" "I'm Baldy." Grace repressed a cry. That her associate Jimmy Baldwin was also a prisoner delighted her at first, then gave her sinking of the heart. Grace reached for his hand and pressed it. "Did you take the wrong road too?" she whispered. "I did." "How about yourself?" "Be careful to speak low. There may be spies among us." "As you did, I got on the wrong road, but before they got me I ran over around 6 Huns. Then I made a grand wind-up by trying to run over a tree, but the tree was too much for me, and here I am." "Were any of the others of our section captured?" "If they went by the directions of our chief, I shouldn't be surprised to find the whole bunch of them behind the German lines by tomorrow morning. I wonder what idiot made that contour map. Did they quiz you?" Grace told him of her interview with the German captain, assuring her friend that she gave no information that might be used to the advantage of the enemy, which caused Jimmy Baldwin to chuckle approvingly. Jimmy warned her that they were not even at the beginning of their troubles, that they would be put through a course of sprouts when they got before the intelligence officers, who would search their very souls. "Have you anything, any papers that might be of use to them?" he questioned. "My road map and my day's orders." "Oh, gracious, I forgot all about them." "Give them to me," whispered Jimmy eagerly. "I'll destroy them and dump them overboard a piece at a time." This he did without attracting the attention of the guards. Grace asked him if he gave his right name to the captain, to which the young ambulance driver said he did. She then told him the name she had given, as she did not, for certain reasons, wish the enemy to know her, and asked him not to speak her name. After what seemed hours of riding, they came to a small French village, and were driven to an imposing-looking building where all hands were ordered to get out and line up. Jimmy Baldwin gripped her hand. "Be brave," he whispered. I will help you if I can, but we probably shall not see each other again until the war is over, though I'm going to make a run for it at the first opportunity." Grace was singled out first and ordered into the building, which she entered, knowing full well that an ordeal was before her. How great an ordeal it was to be, she did not realize. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Hope is Left Behind. Grace was conducted before a lieutenant who was seated at a desk. "Actung!" he snapped so suddenly that she had to exercise all her self-control to keep from coming to attention and saluting. Actung meaning attention, but Grace, never so much as permitting herself the quiver of an eyelid, gazed at him blankly. "I speak English, Lieutenant." "Attention!" Grace drew herself up and saluted, and, as she did so, the lieutenant struck a handbell on his desk. A stout German woman, keen-eyed, severe of expression, entered the room. He made a gesture toward Grace, whereupon the stout woman took her by an arm and led her to a room in a remote part of the building, and there she subjected Grace to the indignity of search, even going into the lining of her blouse. Grace's money belt was removed, as well as her knife, her watch, and everything she possessed, including her identification number suspended from a silver chain about her neck. This she had wholly overlooked, but she hardly thought that Germans could identify her by that, for her name was not on the disc, and it was doubtful if the enemy had the lists of the army complete to that extent. "I should like a receipt for the things you have taken from me," requested the Overton girl, but the woman made no reply other than a guttural grunt. After the search had been completed and Grace had put on her clothes, she was conducted back to the examining officer, the searcher depositing the result of her search on the desk before him. Practically the same questions asked by the German captain up near the line were asked by the lieutenant, to which Grace gave about the same replies. Furthermore, she was asked what division and what regiments were facing the Germans in Belleau Wood, what the casualties had been, and whether or not there were reserves to fall back on in that sector. "You are wasting your time, sir. You know I cannot answer any questions," Grace finally declared. "So? I'm not a traitor to my country. Let your spies, of which you have plenty on the other side of the line, give you the information you seek." "Spies? Ah, Fraulein, that is it. You are yourself a spy. I see it all now. You have taken this method of getting into our lines, but you shall never carry back that for which you have come in search. Frau Hirsch?" The German woman who had searched her came thumping into the room, and without further direction stepped in beside Grace. "You will speak now, spy," roared the lieutenant. "The division? What division?" "I have answered you, sir," returned Grace coldly, narrowly observing both the lieutenant and the woman at her side. The woman, with a quickness that the prisoner would not have believed possible in her, pinioned the girl's arms to her sides and bent her backwards until Grace Harlowe thought her back would break. "Will you speak?" demanded the officer. "No," gasped the girl. Further and further back her body was bent, the woman pushing her backwards a little at a time, until Grace was backed up against the desk at which the lieutenant sat. "What division?" roared the lieutenant. With the weight of the German woman's body against her own, Grace was forced further and further, until her face, staring up at the ceiling, met the cold gaze of the German lieutenant on the other side of the desk. She did not reply to his order. Instead, she struggled and fought with all her might, but her efforts were puny beside those of the woman whose grip was so powerful. "What division? Who commands on your sector?" persisted the officer. "You coward!" gasped Grace Harlowe. She was suffering agonies from the terrible strain, consciously growing weaker and weaker with the seconds, but determined not to show her enemies that she was succumbing. Huns! Despicable Huns! The German woman suddenly gave her victim a quick backward jolt. Grace uttered a low moan and swooned. When she awakened she was in a dark room, lying stretched out on a bare, hard floor. Every muscle in her body was aching, as it seemed to her. Her head was dizzy, and her back was so sore that she could scarcely repress a cry when she tried to sit up. After a little Grace staggered to her feet and leaned against the wall. There were tears in her eyes which she struggled to suppress. "Oh, the cruelty of it!" she moaned. "And they do not know who I am. If they learn, that will be the end of all. Grace was interrupted by the entrance of her jailer, the German woman. Not a word did the woman speak, but, grasping Grace by an arm, dragged her out to the office of the lieutenant, who again demanded to know the name of the division opposed to the Germans at Belleau Wood, as well as the name of the commanding officer. "You may do the worst that a Boche can devise, but I shall not betray my country." The German woman sprang at her ferociously, but this time Grace was ready for her, and, thrusting forward a foot as she sprang to one side, the woman measured her length on the floor. The tripping had done more than mere physical strength could to outwit her antagonist, but having done so, Grace knew that she would suffer for it. She backed against the desk as the woman struggled to her feet and charged toward her, and at this instant a pair of hands from behind grasped Grace's hands and pinioned them in a vice-like grip, thus permitting the German woman to attack her again. This time the battle was brief, for Grace fainted within a moment after the second attack. Once more she was thrown into the dark room. Again she recovered. Twice more that night she was put through the same agonizing experience. Her clothing was torn, her hair was a tangled mess over her shoulders, but at last there was respite, and the unhappy Overton girl was permitted to get what rest she could for the rest of that night of horrors, though there was little rest for her, and Grace lay moaning and turning all that night, cold, miserable, and suffering. Next morning it was with difficulty that she got up. One window at the far end of the room looked out over housetops, and in the distance she could see the green country, where women were at work in the fields. The window was barred, and the door, as she learned by trying it, was secured from the outside, as she expected it would be. A few hours later 2 slices of tasteless bread and a cup of water were handed in to her by an old woman, who quickly backed out, locking the door after her. All that day Grace Harlowe remained in her prison. No one visited her, nor was any more food served to her. After a time, utterly exhausted, she lay down on the floor and sank into a deep sleep, from which she did not awaken for hours. She was aroused by a summons from the big German woman. Dreading what was before her, Grace was pleased when she was led from the room and out into the street, where she was stood up with a group of French prisoners, while a non-commissioned officer checked off the name and number of each individual. They were then formed by twos and marched through the now darkened streets, for night had fallen, to a railroad station, where, after a long wait, they were herded in a car that had no seats in it. It was a case of stand up or sit on the floor. Grace chose the former until some of the Frenchmen, removing their blouses and making a fairly comfortable corner, insisted that Grace lie down and try to get some rest. Perhaps they understood something of what she had been through, for her appearance indicated that she had passed through a desperate experience. "Thank you, monsieurs. It is kind of you. Do you know where they are taking us to?" "No, mademoiselle," answered the soldier with a characteristic shrug. "It will be an evil place wherever it may be. What are you?" "An ambulance driver. That is, I was until this happened." Grace smiled wanly. "I am an American, you know." "Oui. Do not speak too freely of yourself, for there may be spies among us," added the soldier in a whisper. "One never knows." Grace nodded understandingly, and at the suggestion of the soldier who had spoken to her, finally got to sleep and slept soundly for several hours, the men in the car conversing in subdued tones so as not to disturb her. The French soldier has the highest respect for ambulance drivers, especially as most of them are volunteers, and he loses no opportunity to show that he holds them in his highest esteem. This particular ambulance driver, being a woman, accentuated this respect and regard 100-fold. Black bread, 2 slices each, was the only food given to the prisoners that day, nor was the door of the car opened at any other time, so that none of them, sitting in the faint light, was able to see anything out of the country through which they were passing. Shortly after dark the car door was opened, and Grace was ordered to get out, which she did with the courteous assistance of her fellow sufferers. It was a little wayside station at which the train had stopped, but plainly a junction point, for on the opposite side of the station stood another train. It was into this train that Grace was bundled, and there was another group of prisoners and 2 women who did not speak to anyone. All that night Grace was confined in a car, packed with humanity, where she sat braced in a corner, getting what sleep she could, with a Frenchman's blouse thrown over her shoulders. Then the morning came, bringing with it some relief. It was a big city at which they detrained, and it was but a few moments after her arrival that Grace Harlowe caught sight of a familiar statue, that of Frederick the Great. "Berlin," she murmured. "I surely got to Berlin with a vengeance," she added half humorously. With the other 2 women who had been fellow passengers, Grace was placed in an ambulance. The door was locked and they were whisked away. An hour later they were ordered out. They were well outside of the city now. Before them stood a white stone building whose windows were barred, a building that plainly was a prison. Into this building they were conducted, Grace, as yet, unable to make out the nationality of her 2 companions, but that their faces were hard and their manners not those of French women she already had discovered. Grace's pedigree was taken by a German officer, after which she was conducted to a large room where there were a number of other women, women of hard faces, women of many races and types, but all of whom, as nearly as the American girl could judge, belonged to an order of society entirely different from her own. The iron gate clanged shut behind her. "A prisoner of Germany," murmured Grace, as a feeling of desolation swept over her. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17 In a House of Mystery. While Grace Harlowe was experiencing her first sufferings in a German prison, the Intelligence Department on the Chateau Thierry sector was seeking an explanation of the mysterious disappearance of 3 of its best ambulance drivers, Grace Harlowe, Jimmy Baldwin, and Joe Harding. It was not until a study of the contour map held by the chief of the ambulance service was made that the mystery was solved. It was then discovered that the country lane had not been taken into consideration at all, and that in taking the first right-hand turn as directed, these drivers had driven down the lane instead of taking the road further on, which it was intended they should take. It was then almost a certainty that all 3 were prisoners of the enemy. As soon as this conclusion was reached, appeal was made to the Red Cross to make overtures for the release or exchange of these drivers, but the Germans denied all knowledge of any such prisoners. Elfrida Briggs wrote to Tom Gray telling him the sad news, and to the Overton unit as well, throwing the loyal girls of that organization into deep gloom. There was sadness as well wherever Grace was known, be that in Paris or in the war zone itself, and General Bridges, now rapidly regaining the use of his limbs, directed that nothing be left undone to locate Grace Harlowe Gray and get her. He appealed to the intelligence department of the army to request the agents of their allies in the enemy countries to make special efforts to find the Overton girl and to report where she was located and what her condition was. Despite all of this effort, Grace Harlowe's whereabouts were enshrouded in mystery. She had disappeared as utterly as if the earth had opened and swallowed her up. In the meantime, Grace was adapting herself as well as she could to her miserable surroundings, getting along as well as possible with her companions, every morning being forced to get down on her knees and scrub floors, as well as perform other menial work. 2 weeks after her arrival at the German prison, orders were suddenly received to transfer her, but where she was going she had no idea. Then came another journey, occupying 5 days, though, as she learned later, that journey was something less than 300 miles. At Frankfurt she was transferred to another train, soon thereafter arriving at her destination. At the station she was herded with 5 other women of a different class from those she had been mingling with in the Berlin prison. These women were French, English, and Russian, 2 in nurses' uniforms, with several of whom Grace conversed while awaiting their further disposition. Soon after their arrival they were taken to a building which afterwards became well known as the Karlsruhe Microphone Hotel. "It has been said," declared the German major in charge affably, "that the Germans are cruel to their woman prisoners. Individuals may be, but the German government treats its prisoners humanely, as you will see." Grace Harlowe smiled sarcastically, having still fresh in her memory the experiences through which she had so recently passed. They were conducted to a large room in which were several cots and a few chairs. The room, comfortably furnished with a large centre table over which was suspended a hanging lamp, was a paradise compared with what the Overton girl had experienced since reaching the enemy's country. This very fact aroused her suspicion. "I don't like the look of things," she whispered to one of the English girls, while the others were chatting over their good fortune in having such pleasant quarters for their imprisonment. "Nor do I," answered the young woman. "Here," said Grace, calling the others to her, then lowering her voice. "Be careful what you say. I am suspicious of all of this. Now talk and laugh, but don't mention anything that you would not care to have the enemy overhear. Someone may be, and probably is, listening. Here comes someone now." That someone was a waiter bearing their supper, and it not only smelled good, but looked tantalizingly appetizing. There were meat, freshly baked biscuits, honey, coffee, and ice cream, a large brick of it, all of which the waiter deposited on the table at one time and left the room, closing the door behind him. "Isn't it charming?" cried one of the English girls. "It is indeed," agreed Grace, her eyes lighting up. "I haven't had anything like it since I left. Well, never mind where," she added, laughing. "It is as well we do not mention either names or places. By the way, I do not know the names of any of you. Mine is Miss Harlowe Grace, and I am an American. Speak low," she added in a whisper, whereupon each one of the group whispered her name to the Overton girl. "Now, ladies, suppose we eat. I hope the food isn't poisoned. It really looks too good to be real." By tacit consent, war subjects were avoided, and only harmless conversation was indulged in. That her companions were intelligent women Grace could plainly see, but somehow she was impressed with a feeling that at least 2 of them were not what they seemed, though she was unable to decide in her own mind just what led her to that conclusion. At any rate, she was too thoroughly enjoying her dinner to try to analyze her impressions along this particular line. However, Grace still felt that their present situation held in it an element of mystery as well as peril, and called for caution of speech and action. "A house of mystery," she confided to the English girl at her side, to which the Englishwoman agreed with a nod. "Flowers would add to the illusion. observed a Frenchwoman, but the Germans are not artistic. One cannot look to them for such tender attentions. Not in wartime, agreed Grace. Then again, one cannot eat flowers and grow fat on them. Personally, I am quite content with what has been set before us, but I have a suspicion that we shall not see many more meals such as this while we are in Germany, so let us eat while we may, be merry and discreet, she added under her breath, whereat there was a laugh from her companions. This ice cream is melting, young ladies, she suggested, resuming the conversation. I never did like liquid ice cream. Shall I serve it? Yes, mademoiselle, smiled a Frenchwoman. In cutting the brick, Grace brushed a saucer from the table with her elbow. The saucer hit the floor and rolled under the table. How careless of me, she exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment. Grace pushed back her chair and, getting down, reached for the offending dish, which she found, and had started to back out when her head bumped into something sharp on the bottom of the table. A slip of paper came fluttering down to the floor. Grace picked it up, and then, twisting her head and looking up, she discovered other pieces of paper pinned to the table bottom, and quickly snatched them off, being careful to save the pins. I beg your pardon, apologized the Overton girl when she finally got back into her chair. I think I must have forgotten to be civilized since I entered the war zone. She was holding the slips in one hand, and while the others of the party were smilingly chiding her, Grace stole a glance at the uppermost slip. What she saw there sent a rush of colour to her face. Turning the slip over, and placing it on the table before her, Grace, with the stub of a pencil that she had found in the Berlin prison and secreted on her person, wrote, "Read the message on the other side, but make no audible comments. Keep talking and laughing. Act natural." The English girl's face paled a little as she read what Grace had found written on the slip. Then she passed it on. In the meantime, the Overton woman had read the other slips, and found that some were in French, others in Russian, and 2 in English, all conveying the same message. There were expressions of amazement around the table, that is, on the faces of the women, but to their credit be it said that not one of them for an instant lost her poise or her self-control, though there was every reason for some of them to do so, as Grace Harlowe surmised by watching their faces. If some of my companions are not Allied spies, I am a poor guesser, she thought. Some persons in the world are clever, and others think they are, observed the Frenchwoman, nodding and smiling in a most friendly way to Grace. No matter how clever one may be, there is always someone who is more so, suggested Grace. For instance, we humans believe ourselves to be gifted and clever, but the birds of the air can do many things that we cannot do. Was I right? She referred to her earlier suspicions regarding the house they were in. You were, agreed several voices in unison. Grace gathered up the slips of paper, and crawling under the table pinned them up again, that others, who were fortunate enough to find them, might read and be warned. The message that she had found and that she had passed around for her companions to read was as follows: "Be careful, there is a dictaphone in the lamp over the table." After that there was some constraint in the conversation, though taking it all in all the young women did very well, but what they said could be of little use to listening ears. Upon examination, which they made one by one, they found a disc fitted into the bottom of the lamp, which lamp undoubtedly had a false bottom, this disc being where every word uttered at the table would be spoken almost directly into the receiver. If there is one there, probably there are more of these things about, concluded Grace, getting up and making a thorough examination of the room, observed with interest by her companions. She found 2 others in the wallpaper, just behind a little dressing table, rather to the amazement of the other women. There being no way of locking the door on the inside, they quietly moved the centre table over against the door, after which Grace cautiously tied a handkerchief over the disc in the lamp. She then, after begging 2 handkerchiefs from her companions, covered the dictaphones on the wall. The handkerchiefs, she knew, would not shut out the sound of their voices, but would make it more difficult for the listeners to understand what was being said, and would give the impression that conversation either was being carried on in another part of the room or in a much lower tone. "In case anyone talks in her sleep," said Grace Harlowe whimsically. It was shortly after daybreak when there came a loud knock at the door, and a voice demanded that it be opened instantly. A sergeant appeared there as soon as the women moved the table away sufficiently to enable the fellow to open the door. Immediately behind him was a man with the breakfast, consisting of weak, nauseating coffee and the old prison bread of which Grace already had had her full share. The women were ordered to prepare themselves for a journey immediately after they had eaten. "Gracious! I forgot to take the handkerchiefs away from the receivers!" exclaimed Grace in a low tone. "I hope they aren't listening now." She removed the handkerchiefs, and then they hurriedly ate their breakfast. Having finished with this, Grace Harlowe placed an ear to each of the receivers and listened with every faculty on the alert, believing that, if any one were at the other end, she might get the vibration of a breath, or hear an unguarded word, but the dictaphone was silent. "Ladies, before we leave here I am going to put these instruments out of business, for the time being at least, and we shall see what happens." With that she took a fork from the table and jabbed it through the transmitting disc of each of the receivers, her daring act causing her companions to gasp. "There! I do not believe any cowardly Hun will hear anything over this machine just now," she declared. "Now let's see what happens." What did happen surprised every woman in this mysterious prison room, and it happened without very many seconds' delay. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Punishment to Fit the Crime. "Who did that?" demanded an officer, rushing into the room in a towering rage. No one answered him. None of the girls looked at Grace, nor she at them, though she looked straight into the eyes of the German. "We shall find out who did it. We shall see what solitary confinement and bread and water will do for you," he raged. "Take these women below," he shouted to the corporal, who stood awaiting further orders just outside the door. "These ladies had nothing to do with what you refer to, Herr Officer," spoke up Grace. "I am the one who discovered the trick that you thought to play on us. We are none of us what you think we are, and none of us would, in any circumstances, discuss the affairs of our countries while in enemy hands. Had it not been for the elaborate way in which we were entertained here, your plans might have deceived us, but we would not have talked over military matters, revealed military secrets. Having none to reveal, I think—" "Silence! We shall see what solitary confinement will do for you. Take this woman below and send the others away." "I'm sorry, Miss Grace," whispered the English girl. "I'm so sorry." "Never mind, my dear. I did it, and there is no reason why you should be made to suffer for something that you did not do. The best of luck and a speedy release. Good-bye. I am ready, Herr Officer." Grace was taken downstairs and on to the cellar, where she was thrust into a cell and the door slammed on her. "This is what I get for being too smart," observed Grace. "I don't seem able to keep out of trouble. I wonder how long they propose to keep me in this awful place." The day passed without the door being opened, nor a sound reaching her. Night came, but with no supper. There was a cot in the cell with one blanket, and that time might pass more quickly. Grace went to bed, again with her clothes on. "It serves me right," she murmured. "Next time perhaps I may know enough to let well enough alone." Next morning she was served with 2 slices of bread and a cup of water. At night the same sort of meal was served to her. This continued for 3 terrible days, days of anguish, with the Overton girl pacing her cell for an hour or more at a time, then throwing herself down on her cot, trembling from sheer exhaustion. On the fourth day Grace was led from her cell, groping with eyes nearly blinded by the light. A crust of bread was thrust into her hand, after which she was led to a railway station, and there turned over to a military guard, who boosted her up into a car. That journey of a day and a night she did not remember much about in the days that followed, except that it was a nightmare of misery and suffering from weakness and from hardships. She arrived at her destination, more dead than alive, late on the following morning, being able to keep on her feet only by the exercise of all the will power she possessed. Fortunately, she and the other prisoners in her party were taken away in an army truck, jeered by the people of the little German town where they had detrained as they were driven through the streets. "Where are we being taken?" she asked weakly of a Frenchman who stood at her side, and who, observing her weakness, had slipped a hand under her arm to assist in supporting her. "Camp Villingen. English?" "American," answered Grace, after giving him a quick glance of inquiry. "Ah!" The Frenchman was smiling, and thrusting a hand in his tunic, brought forth a piece of bread, which looked as if he had carried it in his pocket for days, but it seemed to the hungering girl as if this were a gift straight from heaven. She munched the bread ravenously, and felt better. In fact, even that little food gave her new life and strength. After a long ride the prisoners were put down just outside a camp, which consisted of several rows of one-story buildings surrounded by a high wall of barbed wire. Outside of this another wall of wire, and, as Grace learned, to be caught between the two walls meant death at the hands of the guards with a rifle. One woman was a passenger on the truck. She gave her name as Dorothy Lloyd, an English nurse who had been taken in a raid when she had accidentally walked into the enemy lines while on her way to a dressing station. She was a sweet-faced woman, to whom Grace Harlowe was attracted the moment she looked at her. The men of the party were first taken before the commandant, a major in the German army, who was in charge of the prison camp at Villingen. But it was late in the afternoon ere Grace and Miss Lloyd were called before the officer to be looked over and give vital statistics about themselves. Twilight was at hand when finally they were turned over to a guard to be conducted to the detention section, where all newcomers were first placed for 24 hours before being permanently assigned to quarters. There were many men there. Grace's shoes had been taken away from her, and a pair of wooden shoes given to her in place of her own, and the wooden shoes hurt her feet terribly. The air was close and hot in there, and the men prisoners were surly or silent and discouraged, according to temperament. There were no cots in the section, merely little heaps of straw that did duty as beds, with a blanket thrown on each of them. "Are you ladies English?" questioned a voice at Grace's side. "Ah, I see you are American." "Yes, but my fellow prisoner here is an Englishwoman." "Haven't I seen you before, sir?" "Perhaps. One sees many persons in wartime. Your name here is?" "Harlowe Grace," she replied, not overlooking his accentuation of the word here. "And yours?" "Private Johnson is the way I appear on the records of this delightful summer resort. This is not a proper place for a woman. Had these dogs of Germans a vestige of decency left, if they ever had any, they would not put you in a detention section with men. I will see what I can do for you tonight." "Please, Mr. Johnson, what sort of a place are we in, if you know?" "Well, the persons you see about you are suspected of being spies. That is, there is nothing against them except what you might characterize as a Hun delusion." "Spies? We are not spies." "Of course not. However, it is not what you are, but what it pleases the Huns to decide that you are, that counts with the German military establishment. The prisoner walked away, and after consulting with some of his fellow prisoners, returned with 2 men and some blankets. These they fastened up between posts with the aid of some nails that they had produced from somewhere, thus giving the 2 women some privacy. Private Johnson piled more straw on their beds, and apologized for the soiled condition of the straw. Straw, he said, was worth about as much as gold in German prison camps. "I will see that you are not disturbed during the night, you and your friend, Miss Grace," offered the prisoner. "You have been extremely kind to us, Mr. Johnson, and we are more appreciative than we can well express. I am unable to place you from your uniform, but I take it that you are a countryman of mine." He nodded. "The Germans took away my clothes and gave me this combination peasant soldier outfit until I scarcely know what I am," he replied laughingly. "By the way, did they issue a mess kit to you ladies?" "Yes, sir, but thus far we have made no mess," said Grace with a wry little smile. "Give them to me. The chow is ready, and I'll save you the annoyance of getting into line. You are pretty well all in, I can see that." Mr. Johnson hurried away and was gone a long time, finally returning with 2 bowls of soup, some barley coffee, and 2 slices each of hard bread. It was wretched stuff, but it put new life into the 2 young women, not so much because it was nutritious as because it was hot, almost steaming hot. Grace and Miss Lloyd threw themselves down on the straw bed with their clothes on, as they had nothing to wear in place of the garments they had on upon their arrival at the prison camp, and even those were in wretched shape, but they did not go to sleep for a long time, not until their eyes closed from sheer weariness. "Good morning, sir," she greeted shortly after daylight, as Mr. Johnson called to know if he might fetch their breakfasts. Grace thanked him, and said that they might as well get used to taking care of themselves first as later, at the same time inquiring where they might find soap and towels. "There is no soap, and you will have to get along as best you can with water and towel. Soap is a luxury in Germany, you know. How did you sleep?" "Better than we had any right to expect." "What do you think they are going to do with us?" Johnson shrugged his shoulders. "Hard to say. First you might make it your business to acquaint yourselves with the rules of the camp, which you will find severe, for discipline, I understand, is very strict here, cruel in spots, and the slightest infraction of rules is likely to bring a bayonet thrust or a bullet. I may be so placed that I shall not be able to speak with you often, but I shall do what I can for you, and should you need my assistance, try to get in touch with me through your fellow prisoners, but be cautious." That afternoon the men in her section built a small house, a mere shack with barely room for 2 cots in it for the 2 women prisoners, and into this they moved on the 2nd morning with the permission of the commanding officer. It was not that he cared whether or not they were more comfortable, but he considered that with the American and English girl occupying a place by themselves, there would be less likelihood of their causing trouble. Each morning working commandos, as they were called, meaning working parties, were sent out from the main camp to work in fields or factories or in the forests, each group under the surveillance of a German non-commissioned officer, known as a Feldwebel. If the Feldwebel was humane, the working party suffered no great hardships. If he were brutal, they were subjected to many cruelties, out of sight of their camp and whatever restraint there might be back there. The party to which Grace and Miss Lloyd were attached that day consisted of 7 French privates and the 2 girls. All were marched to a factory some 3 miles from the camp, their Feldwebel being a man well past middle age and ugly. The men were set at work cutting cloth, while the women were ordered to sew. "What is it that we are supposed to sew?" demanded Grace of the Feldwebel. "Gas masks, that the brave soldiers of our fatherland may not be killed with the poisonous fumes sent over by the enemy," growled the Feldwebel. "I refuse to work on anything that is for military purpose," declared Grace. "Dorothy, do not let me influence you. I am merely speaking for myself, not for you." "I feel the same way you do about it, Miss Grace." "Very good, Feldwebel. We refuse to work. If you have something to do that is not military, we shall do it. Otherwise not. That is final." "What do you propose to do about it?" Grace eyed him steadily, and for a moment she feared the Feldwebel was going to strike her with the butt of his rifle, which he had clubbed threateningly. Instead, he marched them to a small detention room and locked them in. "I hope I haven't gotten you into trouble, Dorothy," cried Grace once they were locked in. "It does not matter. I prefer to get into trouble rather than do something that will help the enemies of my country. Oh, I wish I were away from here. Be patient. The right moment will be known to us, and then we shall try to get away. Just now we must be cautious, watchful, and at the same time stand on our rights." At 4 o'clock that afternoon their jailer unlocked the door and roughly ordered them out. The hike home was done at a rapid pace, for the man was in a hurry to be rid of his troublesome charges, the Frenchmen having tried to attack him when he prodded one of their number with his bayonet. Immediately upon turning the men into their enclosure, the Feldwebel drove the 2 women ahead of him to the office of the commandant, where he reported their refusal to work. "So!" exclaimed the commanding officer. "Why?" he demanded sharply. "We shall do nothing of a military nature, nothing that will help your army, nor can you compel us to do so. We are perfectly willing to work if you will give us such work as we can do. According to the laws of nations, your country agreed not to impress prisoners into anything like military service. However, whether or not you did, we must stand on our decision, for which I suppose you will punish us if you dare," added Grace. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Disciplined by the Huns. Grace's bold statement, her refusal to work for the enemy, was not wholly a prudent declaration, and it brought exactly what she looked for it to bring, an outburst. It aroused the anger of the commandant to the point of loss of self-control. "Dare? You speak to me in that insolent manner?" he roared. "Not insolent, Herr Officer, but we will not work for the military." "Sergeant!" A non-commissioned officer appeared, clicked his heels together, and saluted with precision and snap. 20 stripes each with the cat-o'-nine tails for these women. We will show them whether they can make insolent answers to an officer of the Imperial Army. Grace's face paled a little, but she did not move. Do I understand that we are to be whipped, Herr Officer?" she asked, without trace of emotion in her tone. "Yes, that is what I ordered. Perhaps it will teach you to curb your tongue, but if not, other methods will be found to accomplish that." "Herr Officer, we are of course powerless so far as we as individuals are concerned, but our governments are not," answered Grace suggestively. "What?" "That if you punish with cruelty 2 women, workers in the cause of mercy, women who have rendered gentle services to your soldiers as well as to their own, their punishment will be as nothing when compared with what will be visited upon you." "Ah, you threaten!" he exclaimed, the steel flashing in his eyes. "I do not threaten, nor am I in a position to do so. I am simply stating a fact. The American government does not give its workers the right to threaten, but it sees to it that insults visited upon them are properly punished. Meaning, that if you subject us to the indignity, not to speak of the cruelty, of being whipped, our governments will visit reprisals on your own prisoners that will bring down upon you the wrath of your superiors in Berlin. If you still believe we should be punished in the way you have indicated, we are ready, Herr Officer. Begone! I shall soon take the punishment into my own hands." The women turned away, and the instant their backs were toward him the officer made a signal to the sergeant, who conducted Grace and Dorothy to their shack and thrust them in. Though she could not be certain that she had won, Grace Harlowe's courage and daring really had won the day for her again. The commandant well knew that she had spoken truly, and that if word of the whipping of 2 women prisoners reached the enemy, retribution would be certain and swift. "Oh, Miss Grace, the courage of it, the wonder of your nerve and moral stamina," gasped Dorothy Lloyd, throwing herself down and breaking into tears. "What will they do to us now?" "Nothing very bad, Dorothy. Don't give way like that. That fat major dares not carry out his sentence. Don't you know that? Why, English and American camps for German prisoners wouldn't be safe for Germans to live in after the armies of our countries learned that 2 women prisoners had been flogged. Can you not imagine what would happen?" "Yes, that fat major knows it too. We shall probably be kept to our quarters, that is all." Grace Harlowe was right in her surmise. The 2 girls were detained in their quarters for 5 days, with bread and water as their only food, save a ration of soup and coffee issued once during the period of detention. The women were not wholly starved, however, for on the 2nd day they heard a voice outside their shack late in the evening calling to them. It was Private Johnson. "I'm leaving some canned stuff for you. Better hide it. We heard about your run-in with the major, and the Frenchies are ready to fight for you any time the commandant tries to apply brutal tactics. Please do not stir him up, but get along as best you can. The line of least resistance you will find to be the prudent line to follow here. One can goad these Dutchmen to the danger point, you know." Grace thanked him, and a few minutes later opened the door and gathered in the provisions that Private Johnson had left. These included 2 cans of corned beef, 2 cans of tomatoes, and a bar of soap, all of which Grace well knew some prisoner had given up out of his own slender supply of Red Cross luxuries. If anything, the soap gave the girls more real joy than did the provisions, for they were urgently in need of soap. On the 4th night more canned stuff was brought to them, so they got through their imprisonment very well. However, they were not to be permitted to live in ease in this German prison camp, and the day following their release from their quarters they were ordered to the laundry, a shack that had just been completed, where it was contemplated that the prisoners might have their washing done if they wished. This laundry arrangement was instigated by the Red Cross when a prison investigator visited the camp just before the arrival of Grace Harlowe. It fell to Grace and her companion to operate the laundry, though the only laundry machinery in the place consisted of tubs and washboards. So long as the laundry work was for the men of their own allies, Grace was willing to take it up, though her companion did not at all relish the idea. But where the soap was coming from, where the hot water was to be had, were matters that did not and had not concerned the prison authorities. Even the water for the washing must be carried from a spring some distance from the laundry, which was located in a wire-enclosed stockade all by itself. "At least we shall be more or less free from interference," Grace told her companion. "And we shall be doing something for our own. I don't care if I work my fingers off for these poor fellows." The first day's work was not very successful, so far as results were concerned. The best the girls could do was to soak the shirts and socks of the prisoners, and scrub, freshening the garments but not removing anywhere near all that should have been removed. It was an improvement, however, and the prisoners, through one of their number, took up a collection and offered it to Grace the next day. She refused the proffered gift smilingly, telling the messenger to advise the men to keep their money, as they were sure to need it when the time came for them to make their getaway, of which time every prisoner in a German camp was thinking in all of his waking hours. At first German attendants carried the water, then the burden of doing this was shifted to Grace and Dorothy. From time to time Private Johnson was able to steal a few moments for conversation with them. That he was very clever in getting about without causing trouble for himself, Grace Harlowe already had discovered. "One day that man is going to be reported missing," Grace confided to her companion. "He is too smooth to be held here for very long. Do you know, Dorothy, I think Mr. Johnson likes you." "I hope he does," answered Miss Lloyd flushingly. "I like him too." "Enough said," returned the Overton girl, laughing. He tells me that Red Cross packages are to be distributed today. I hope to goodness we shall find something in our packages that we can wear. Canned goods are all right, but they aren't particularly satisfying as a cover for one's person. Do you know, I have been thinking that perhaps we should write to the Red Cross and ask for clothing ourselves. I have written to my friends telling them briefly where I am, but it is doubtful if they ever get my letters. Better service, I have understood, is assured anything sent the Red Cross. I think I shall write tonight. When the packages were distributed just after supper that night, Grace and Dorothy hurried to their shack full of anticipation. These food packages from the Red Cross were known in the prison camps as colis. The name originated with the French and is the French name for package. In the packages were cans of meat, beans and vegetables, a dozen in each package, but it was what followed that for the moment lightened the dreary life of the girl war prisoners. Talking about clothes, look, Dorothy. Grace triumphantly held up a pair of khaki trousers. Can you beat that? What are you going to do with them? Demanded Miss Lloyd, her face flushed from laughter. Do? Why, I'm going to wear them while I wash and mend my present clothes. See if you have any masculine garments in your kit. Dorothy shook her head. No. They must have known you were the man in this household. Oh, Dorothy, you never said a truer word. If you don't believe me, just look at this safety razor, which Grace held up. Then those youthful prisoners laughed more than they had laughed for many a long day, and the laughter did them good. I don't think I shall keep the razor, but there must be someone among our men who would be glad to have it. No excuse for our going hungry for some time to come. We aren't having such a bad time after all, though I fear that there are some terrible cruelties practised here on the men prisoners. I am thankful that we are not called upon to witness any of them. That night the two girls ate and were as merry as possible in the circumstances, but on the following day there came over them a cloud that somewhat chilled their merriness. The German officers had decided that Grace and Dorothy, having proved themselves such capable laundresses, should do the laundry work for the German officers and guards, instead of continuing the work for the prisoners. The word was brought to the Overton girl by an orderly, and the commandant had directed them to begin at once on the new work, which they would find awaiting them in the laundry, and to do no other. Grace also was informed that soap would be supplied for the purpose, but that it was to be turned in each day after the day's work was finished. Kindly convey to the Major my compliments, orderly, and say to him that I decline to do his laundry work, or that of any other German, replied Grace Harlowe incisively. Now the trouble begins, Dorothy, smiled Grace after the departure of the orderly. I'm sorry, dear, that I am getting you into so many difficulties, but unless one takes a stand there will not be much left of her. Miss Grace, I feel the same way you do about all this miserable affair. Oh, how I do wish I were out of it. One might as well be dead. Let me tell you, my friend, the first opportunity I get I am going to try to escape, declared Dorothy impetuously. And be shot for your pains. Do not do anything so foolish. Here comes a sentry. Now look out for the squalls. The sentry banged on the door with the butt of his rifle. Folgen Sie mich. Follow me, he commanded when Grace opened the door. I guess we'd better go. He means business, whispered Grace, turning to her companion. They followed the sentry out to the parade ground, as it was called, and though the only parades ever seen there were parades of prisoners being marched out to their work in the fields and elsewhere. Reaching the centre of the field, in full view of the stockades, the sentry wheeled on them. Hand hoch, abmarschieren. Hands up, forward. Then began a march back and forth over the parade ground, the sentry following close behind the girls, who were driven into long tiring steps, their hands held high above their heads. When one lagged she felt the gentle prod of a sharp-pointed bayonet against her back, which, had she not promptly pressed forward, would have become more than a gentle prod. Both girls were bareheaded, and the hot July sun was beating down on their heads. Perspiration was running down their necks in little rivulets, and their faces soon took on a purplish red hue. The strain on their physical and nervous systems was increasing with the moments, but Grace, with her teeth gritted, her hands clenched, was keeping pluckily at her punishment, though Miss Lloyd, she saw, was giving way slowly. "Keep up your grit. It can't last for ever," urged Grace after they had been prodded and driven ahead for the better part of an hour. "Neither can I," moaned Miss Lloyd. "I'm going down. Here I go." The English girl collapsed in a heap and lay moaning on the ground. Grace stopped to give aid, but was urged ahead by that ever-present bayonet until the physical strain and the excitement and the sight of her companion lying there in a dead faint were too much for her. I guess my grit has given out," she murmured, and sank down in a heap with everything growing black around her. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, A Desperate Dash for Liberty. Grace came to in a few moments and staggered over toward her companion, the sentry leaning on his rifle, observing her. Suddenly he brought his rifle at ready and ordered her to halt, and there the Overton girl was compelled to stand and wait for Dorothy to come out of her faint. Grace was swaying unsteadily, keeping up only by her grit, but fortunately her torture was brief, for Miss Lloyd soon thereafter came to and sat up. Grace smiled encouragingly. "It might be worse, dear. Can you walk some more? I do not know whether or not these gentle creatures feel that we have had sufficient exercise." Dorothy got up and staggered toward her. "Ab marschieren," commanded the man with a gun, whereupon the girls started away again on their weary march, this time Grace with an arm linked within her companion's, to which, for some reason, their guard offered no objections. Very soon Grace had to almost wholly support the other girl, but this responsibility was good for her, causing her, as it did, to give less heed to her own condition. For half an hour longer they were driven back and forth over the parade ground, then sent to their quarters and ordered to remain there. That night neither got any supper, but they roused themselves about 9 o'clock and ate a little from their supply of canned food, after which both sank into a troubled slumber. To their great relief, their punishment was not resumed the next day. Instead, they were sent out in the fields, and thence to a forest of scattering trees, where they were directed to gather and pile the dead sticks, which the men were to bring in for fuel. Not far from them were prisoners chopping up the large trees that were down. In fact, several squads were at work in the woods there. The girls gathered and piled until their backs, still aching from the strain of the torture of the previous day, nearly gave way, and when late afternoon, came and they were ordered back to camp, both were on the verge of collapse. That night they got a real rest, and Grace awakened in the morning feeling much better, but Miss Lloyd was half sick and discouraged. I simply can't stand it, Miss Grace," she groaned. "I'm going to run away." "Yes, and be shot for your pains," scoffed the Overton girl. "No one will be more ready than I to run away, and in fact I have been planning on it for a long time, but when I do, it will be after having made my plans down to the last detail. The time for us to make a dash for liberty is not yet here. What is the difference? One might as well be killed as to stay here and suffer, to undergo the tortures that we have experienced. You will feel better after we have been out in the air for a time, but take it easy today and soldier on the job all you can. Our Feldwebel is so busy watching the men anyway that he has little time to look after us. One of these days that very fact is going to get him into trouble, my dear little English friend. Getting out there is just what I want. So be good and don't spoil our future chances by starting anything new just now," begged Grace. Arriving at their destination, they were assigned to their work. Grace went at hers smilingly, apparently not observing the scowls of their Feldwebel, who watched them for a few moments and then strolled off. Now take it easy. He won't bother us any more for the present. Just make believe you are working and I will do the real work," urged Grace. "All they care about is results, so let me be the result producer." At noon the girls sat down for their luncheon, which they had made up from their own stores of canned goods. They already had thrown away the luncheon that had been issued to them at the prison mess. Then, after a 15-minute rest, the guard's whistle blew and they went to work again. In the distance they could see prisoners grubbing out the stumps of the larger trees that had either fallen or been cut down. The prisoners then would cut up the stumps into lengths suitable for use by the cooks in their stoves. It was hard work, and the men were driven almost to the limit of their endurance. Dorothy, for an hour after luncheon, had scarcely spoken a word, except briefly to answer her companion's questions, and from time to time she would wander off quite a distance in her job of gathering wood. Grace kept an eye on her, but made no attempt to follow her. "She wants to be alone, poor girl," murmured Grace, bending down to her task, to which she gave her undivided attention for several minutes. Suddenly Grace sprang up. She did not know why, but she did know that she was filled with sudden alarm. For a moment she failed to discover Miss Lloyd, then all at once she saw her. The English girl was dodging from tree to tree, stooping low, running a short distance, then dropping down out of sight. The truth instantly dawned on Grace Harlowe. Dorothy Lloyd was running away, making a wild, panic-stricken dash for liberty. Grace was on the point of shouting to her, but checked herself in time, knowing full well that a shout would warn the guard and bring a shot the moment he discovered the fleeing figure. Without an instant's hesitation, the Overton girl dashed off in pursuit of the fleeing Dorothy, herself in peril of being stopped by a shot from the rifle of the Feldwebel. "Dorothy, stop! Stop, I tell you!" cried Grace as she neared the running, dodging figure. Grace reached and grabbed her. There was a brief struggle, both girls panting desperately. "Let me go!" screamed the English girl. "I shall not." There! The ping of a rifle bullet over their heads drove the colour from Dorothy's face. "See? Run with me. Play. Make believe we have been having a race. I think I can save you and myself." Grace fairly dragged her friend for several rods before Miss Lloyd found her feet, for she was on the point of giving out when Grace caught up with her. "Now break away from me and throw a handful of dirt at me. Then we will grab each other and run again. Play! Play! This is a game." I can't play. Oh, I can't, Miss Grace." "It's play or die," cried Grace. "Now get busy." There was little heart in the game that Grace forced on her prison friend, but at a distance it looked genuine enough to the guard, who still was approaching them, but walking now with frequent glances at his squad to the rear. "Run!" Grasping hands they made a lively dash toward the spot where they had left off work. "Laugh! Appear to be excited over our game of tag. Oh, Dorothy, do your part," begged Grace. "It is the only thing that will save us from never mind what, but laugh." Miss Lloyd did laugh, but it was a hysterical laugh. But to Grace's intense relief, her companion began to enter into the spirit of the ruse, with what, at a distance, might have been taken for real enthusiasm. As they laughed and dodged away from each other and back, heading straight toward the guard, he stood watching them, rifle at ready, utterly dumbfounded at the spectacle which he was witnessing. Never in his experience as a prison guard had he seen anything that approached the scene he was gazing upon. Grace and her companion did not appear to see the Feldwebel. In fact, she had cautioned Dorothy not to look toward the guard or let him know that they saw him. "Break away and throw some sticks at me, then get at your work with a rush. We have him guessing," urged the Overton girl, herself springing away from her companion and beginning to throw things at her, Dorothy doing likewise, but not with so much enthusiasm as Grace put into her own efforts. "Now work!" cried Grace, as she began industriously gathering up sticks. They did. The guard, walking slowly up to Grace Harlowe, scowled down at "What you do?" he demanded in English. "Miss Lloyd threw some dirt on me and I chased her," answered Grace, turning a flushed, laughing face up to him. "You do that again and I shoot you," was the comforting threat. Dorothy's face was pale now, and a sudden weakness crept into her knees as she realized the narrow escape that had been hers. But for the moment she remained silent. Then, walking unsteadily over to her companion, she kissed Grace impetuously on the cheek. "Oh, you were so wonderful," she breathed, bursting into tears. "How could I ever have done such a foolish thing? I imperiled your life as well as mine." "Please don't let's have any heroics, my dear. It turned out all right, and we are neither of us any the worse for our experience. But for goodness sake, don't ever try to escape in that fashion." Glancing about her to make certain that she would not be overheard, Grace whispered in the ear of her companion, "We are both going to make a real effort to escape soon, so please don't make any more foolish moves, or we shall not get the opportunity. The moment is not yet at hand, but it may be here at any time. Now, please be a good, nice little prisoner, so the naughty Heinies do not lock you up in a dark, dark dungeon cell, where there will be no good fairies with magic wands to melt your prison bars away." Grace laughingly resumed her labours, which both girls continued for the rest of the afternoon. The great moment that Grace was looking forward to and planning for was nearer at hand than even she dreamed, but the opportunity for making a desperate dash for liberty was to present itself in a most unexpected manner. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, A Bitter Disappointment. "Fine job." Grace glanced up quickly to find Private Johnson walking along by her side. They were on their way back to the prison camp, with the guard following along behind. Other groups under guard were marching in the same direction, and in the hurry of getting back to camp, many of the prisoners were exchanging confidences, the one great topic being escape. Up to that time there had been few escapes from this camp. "Referring to what?" demanded Grace in a low tone. "The way you turned Miss Lloyd's getaway. Finest piece of strategy I ever saw." "Thank you. I shall try it myself soon, but in a different way, provided the Huns give me half a chance." "Do not be in a hurry. Plan it out and then come to me. Perhaps our plans may fit together. And please do not let Miss Lloyd ever try anything so foolish. If she does, she probably will get a bullet as her reward. Listen, Miss Grace. What I need is a proper map. I know there are such things in this camp, but I dare not ask any man for one unless I know him well enough to take the chance." "A map of what?" questioned Grace Harlowe. "Of this part of the country, and especially of the territory between here and the Rhine. I have a compass, and with a proper map all we shall need will be opportunity. I haven't the plans worked out yet, and naturally luck will have to play an important part in the attempt. Any plans that I may make may not work at all. You girls have had a hard time of it. The Frenchies came near attacking their guards when they saw the punishment you were subjected to, and I had difficulty in holding them back. I told them they would make eventual escape for you impossible if they started an outbreak, and that many of them would be killed in the effort." "I'm glad you did that," nodded Grace. "Try to get in touch with me every day, which is not difficult while we are working out yonder. When you have any suggestions to offer, I shall be glad to have them." "I will. Perhaps I have some already, but they might not appeal to you." "What are they?" he questioned in an eager whisper. "Escape from the field near the end of the day, first, however, laying plans down to the last detail as to what the move of each one is to be." Private Johnson nodded approvingly. "Tell you what I will do. I will call on you some evening soon, and we will talk it over." "Call on me?" Grace laughed. "You forget we are not in Paris or London or—" "Never mind. Leave it to me. As for the map, if you really think you must have one, I will get it for you." "You will get it?" It was the prisoner's turn to laugh now, which he did by chuckling under his breath. "If you do, I will take off my hat to you. I do that anyway. The guard is observing us. Break," he whispered. "Tomorrow. answered Grace, swerving to the right, linking arms with her companion. You heard? questioned Grace. Part of it, answered Miss Lloyd. Oh, I do hope it may be soon. Just be patient and do not do anything foolish. I think we may trust Mr. Johnson. On your account, added Grace mischievously. There was no opportunity to speak with their friend next day, he having been assigned to another detail, but on the second day they were more fortunate, and on the way home that night Grace slipped a folded paper into his hand. Map, she explained in a whisper. What? It is the map you wish. I had it when you spoke to me the other day, having picked it up out in the woods. I think one of the prisoners must have dropped it, either accidentally or for the use of someone who was to pick it up but who failed to do so. Thank you. There was a world of meaning in the way he said it, and Grace was pleased. If it should prove to be what Private Johnson wished, she would be well satisfied. After I look it over, you will hear from me, and perhaps we may get away. But I do not see just yet how it is to be worked with any large measure of safety. Being women, you two are naturally conspicuous and can be picked out at any time or place. I will see you soon. That night Private Johnson had a consultation with 3 of the men of his associates whom he knew he could trust, and they in turn promised that they would talk over with their fellow prisoners the plans he had suggested. It was late that night when the American tapped on the door of the girl's hut, to which he had crept, taking advantage of the darkness caused by the breakdown of the electric light circuit on that part of the grounds, due, as Grace suspected, to the prisoners themselves. Private Johnson told her that the map was all right, and that it gave him just the information that he desired. In a long confidential talk he told her what his plans were, and went away with the whispered warning to be constantly on the alert, for when the time came to act their lives would depend upon the quickness with which the plans were carried out. While Grace did not wholly approve of the plans that Private Johnson had suggested, she was willing to await developments, believing that a better and safer method than this, which was nothing more or less than making a run for it on the first afternoon that their commando was kept out late enough so that the darkness would cover their flight while they made the attempt. Something occurred on the very next morning that, for the time being, swept all thoughts of escape from the mind of the Overton girl. That something was an order to Dorothy Lloyd to prepare for a journey. For a wonder, the reason for her transfer was explained to her by the German sergeant who conveyed the unwelcome tidings to her. Nurses are needed at the German war hospital at Mainz, and you, being a nurse, are to go there and nurse. Nurse Germans! Exclaimed Dorothy Lloyd indignantly. I think not. Not if my life pays the price for my refusal. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders. You will nurse the prisoners, he replied, and if you are so ordered you will nurse Germans too. You will be ready to leave in 15 minutes. The 2 girls clung together for a few moments after the departure of the German sergeant, then Grace held her companion off and gazed into her eyes. Promise me, my dear Dorothy, that you will do nothing imprudent, that you will pick out some American prisoner for your friend and let him guide you, for you must manage to get away, but do not try it on your own initiative or you will fail. Promise. I do promise. Please tell Private Johnson and thank him. I couldn't see him, sobbed Miss Lloyd. The door was thrown open, and Dorothy was ordered out into the yard, whence she was marched away, leaving Grace very sad and herself on the verge of giving way. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry, by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Outwitting the Huns. When Grace found opportunity to tell Private Johnson that afternoon of the loss of her friend, she felt sorry for him, for he took it very hard. His shoulders sloped forward, and for a moment his chin sunk to his breast. Then he straightened up. All the more reason, Miss Grace, why you and I should get away from here and get the Red Cross at work arranging for Miss Lloyd's release. They have no business to detain either of you in this way, and I believe that when you get back to your own lines you will find that no report of either you or Miss Lloyd being in captivity has been made to the Allies. We must act." The couple separated a moment later, and did not get an opportunity to speak to each other until 2 days later. In the meantime a group of women prisoners had been brought in. There were Russians and Belgians among them, most of the latter old and some of them quite feeble. 2 of the latter were placed in Grace Harlowe's now lonely shack. She was able to speak with them in French, and both had pitiful stories to tell, though the Overton girl was cautious what she said, not having too much confidence in them, fearing they had been placed with her to extract information from her. All the women were sent out in the woods to assist in gathering faggots for the cooks as soon as their detention period had ended. There was quite a group of them now, the Belgians taking readily to the work assigned to them, but the Russian women, of the better class, complained bitterly. It was understood by the prisoners that these latter women were to be detained at this camp only temporarily, but beyond that no information was available. However, that there were other women in her commando gave Grace Harlowe a stronger and more hopeful feeling. That hope was intensified when, on the second night of her labours in the forest, in company with other women, Private Johnson got her to side. "Listen attentively," he whispered. "Tomorrow night we must make a break. It is my understanding that you are to be transferred soon to some other camp where only women are held. I think it will be to Camp Ludendorff up north, so there is no time to be lost. I fear, from something I have heard, that you are suspected of being someone the Huns are looking for." "Yes, yes," whispered Grace, now thoroughly on the alert. "Watch your opportunity tomorrow just before the Feldwebel blows his whistle to knock off work. Then drop into one of those stump holes. There are some quite large ones. Select one near the edge of the woods on the west side, but be certain that you aren't seen getting in. There is plenty of loose dirt in the larger holes, and the moment you get in, cover yourself and lie still. Stay there until the commandos have passed on. Then get up and take a long searching observation. If you see no one, get out and rub yourself with wild garlic to assist in throwing the dogs off the scent, should they turn them out to search for you. Having done this, make a run for the hills. When you reach the limestone rock indicated on the map, secrete yourself and wait for me. Wait for me until you think it is midnight, then, if I am not there, go on and follow the course indicated on the map. Fill your pockets with food before you leave the camp. Leave all the rest to me. I expect some assistance from my friends at the stockade. Good luck, and goodbye until we meet again." He handed her the map and compass and slipped away. "I understand," whispered Grace as her companion started to move off. It was a daring chance that she was to take, and it was only with the best of luck that she could hope to succeed with the early part of her attempted escape, and even then she would be no more than at the beginning of her perils. It were better to take the chance than to stay and be finally identified as Grace Harlowe Grey, on whose head the enemy had set a price she understood full well. Grace went to work next day, wearing her accustomed calmness, finding opportunity once to wave a hand to Private Johnson, which he did not answer. As it neared time for commandos to stop work for the day, she found it convenient to be near the outer edge of the forest, where she might have been seen busily engaged in gathering a final armful of faggots. A certain amount of confusion always followed the blowing of the Feldwebel's whistle, which in this instance in a measure drew attention away from her. Grace took one swift glance about her and dove head-first into a crater that had been formed by the pulling out of a stump. She landed on her head, almost stunned, but quickly pulling herself together, burrowed into the hole and covered herself up as best she could. There was plenty of time for her to secrete herself, as she had not been missed, and there she lay until twilight had settled over the forest, whereupon she got up and followed Private Johnson's advice regarding the garlic. "This is a case of following one's nose," observed the Overton girl whimsically. She waited and listened for a few moments, and after observing that the way was clear, started away at a brisk trot for the hills that lay a good 2 miles to the westward of her. When the commandos reached the camp and the roll was called, her absence was immediately discovered, and an alarm was given, an alarm that filled the soul of Private Johnson with real joy. The little girl made it! Thank heaven! The great bell on the headquarters of the commandant boomed out thrillingly on the evening air, which meant that a prisoner had escaped. Now was the time for Private Johnson to put his full plan into operation. He confided to a German sergeant, with whom he had established friendly relations, that he thought he knew where Miss Grace had hidden herself, and that he could lead them right to the hole into which he had seen her crawl, but added that it did not occur to him at the time that she was trying to escape. The sergeant promptly reported this conversation, which the prisoner knew very well that he would do, the result being that the American was ordered to accompany a non-commissioned officer to the woods to point out the supposed hiding place of the missing prisoner. Other non-coms and privates of the guard also went out in the party, but when they drew near the forest, Johnson suggested that they spread out and search, not only the stump excavations, but the woods as well. When this had been done, he urged the German non-com over toward the edge of the brush, all of which were easy for a clever man to accomplish. Private Johnson, knowing very well that the German of the ranks ordinarily is a stupid fellow, he did not even wonder that they were so easily tricked, having taken as a matter of course that this part would be easy. It was easy, and he smiled when the guard insisted on walking behind him with rifle and bayonet ready. Johnson, after pretending to peer about him, finally paused at the edge of a stump hole and looked cautiously down. "There, there," he whispered excitedly, pointing into the hole. "Look and say if I am not right." "Where?" demanded the German, springing to the edge of the hole and peering in. That was where the German guard made his fatal mistake. In a flash the American had wrenched the rifle from the fellow's hand, and clubbing it ere the man could recover himself, he dealt the German a terrific blow. The guard plunged head first into the hole, followed by the prisoner, who quickly possessed himself of the enemy's rifle, revolver, and ammunition belt. The American leaped from the hole and took a quick comprehensive glance about him, then started at a sprinting gait toward the hills. Once more the big bell at the camp boomed out its message of trouble, this time because of what appeared to be a concerted attempt of all the prisoners to break out. Electric lights had been short-circuited, and thunderous sounds accompanied by the yells of the prisoners mingled with the rifle shots of nervous guards, all of whom had been called out to quell the supposed uprising. The guards out in the forest searching for Grace Harlowe heard, and dropping their woman hunt, raced for the camp. Private Johnson also heard, smiled, and sprinted the faster for the hills. Grace Harlowe Grey, hiding under a thick clump of bushes, heard the booming bell and the rifle shots, and crouched lower, her heart thrilled by the warning sounds. Grace, before starting on her flight to the hills, had removed her wooden shoes and hung them about her neck, as the heavy shoes she knew would retard her progress. She also, with rare forethought, had armed herself with a heavy oak stick, the only weapon she possessed, and having covered the distance to the hills on fleet feet, breathing heavily, she threw herself down, after making certain that she had found Johnson. Her every faculty was on the alert, and every nerve tingled with the excitement of the flight. "Oh, why doesn't he come?" she breathed. "Hark! What was that?" A deep, far-away baying sound brought her up in a listening attitude. "The dogs!" she cried. "Have they caught the scent?" It was then that the Overton girl suddenly realized that she had made a terrible mistake. Acting upon the advice of the American, she had rubbed the wooden shoes with wild garlic, and, taking them off, had sprinted to the hills in her stockinged feet, leaving a trail which she knew the German police dogs could easily follow, once they had picked it up at the stump hole. "Grace Harlowe, you deserve to be caught," she exclaimed. "Of all the brainless things you have done in all your life, this one wins the blue ribbon." She was shivering, for the night was cool and Grace was thinly clad. Then again that deep baying sound that was steadily increasing in volume set her nerves a-tremble. Her first impulse was to flee, but the girl's better judgment told her that to run and permit herself to become panic-stricken would not alone be foolish, but in all probability would prove her undoing, so she decided to remain right where she was, hoping that did the police dogs come her way, they might fail to discover her. The Overton girl's hope was a vain hope, for even as she decided upon her course of action, the distant baying sound became a near reality, and that the dogs were trailing her to her hiding place became a certainty. Grace rose to a half-crouching position, gripping the stout oak stick, clenching and unclenching her fingers, her heart pounding like a trip-hammer. She waited until the dog suddenly swerved toward her hiding place, then with rare presence of mind broke cover and quickly sprang up to the top of the white limestone rock, where she stood with upraised club, determined to defend herself to the limit of her endurance. The dogs, swarming about the rock, uttering savage yelps of satisfaction, suddenly changed their tone, and with menacing growls began scrambling up the side of the rock. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23 When Hope Seemed Lost. The leading dog had both front paws on the shelving of the rock when Grace Harlowe brought the club down on the top of its head. The animal uttered a yelp and went tumbling backwards. By this time 2 others had gained the edge, but no sooner had they done so than the club was banged down on their heads, and both went down without uttering a sound. The whole pack was now howling with rage, making wild, scrambling rushes for the top of the rock, each time beaten back by the club in the hands of the woman, now unafraid, the spirit of battle thrilling every fibre in her being. Yet Grace knew very well that it was only a question of moments when they were certain to reach and drag her down. One dog, in a concerted rush with several of its companions, did reach her and tore half her skirt away before he too was sent tumbling. Then with the plying club the girl dispatched another. It was a physical and nerve-racking ordeal that Grace was passing through, and the strain was rapidly telling her. She knew, too, that she could not keep up the unequal battle much longer. "I'm going to give way," she gasped. My strength is going." She had no more than uttered the words than the report of a rifle rang out close at hand, and one of the 2 animals that were snapping at her limbs toppled over. Grace, with renewed courage, dispatched the second one. The rifle spoke again, and continued to speak until there was left only a remnant of the snarling pack of German dogs at the base of the rock. Into the midst of them leaped a man with a clubbed rifle, beating and putting to rout the last of the savage pack. "Miss Grace," called Private Johnson as he ran back, panting from his efforts. "Are you there?" "Yes, to both questions," answered Grace a little weakly. "Are you hurt?" he demanded, springing up to her and grasping her hand. "No, I think I'm all right, but my clothes are not. Thank you. I was about finished," she added, laughing a little hysterically. I took off my shoes and forgot to rub the wild garlic on my stockings. Did you ever see such a silly, thoughtless woman?" "I never saw a braver one," answered the American soldier briefly. "We must be going. Do you think we are being followed?" questioned the Overton girl anxiously. "No, not yet. The prisoners have made a mock attempt to escape in order to create a diversion and cover our escape, but we must be on our way, for we have a long journey ahead of us, my brave little friend." "And you are brave?" "The bravest woman I have ever known. I knew that a long time ago, long before you came here, when—" He checked himself suddenly. "Knew it when?" demanded Grace quickly. "If you are ready we will carry on," replied Private Johnson, ignoring her question. "It is our 0 hour. After a brief study of the map they started out, walking rapidly, now and then breaking into a trot where the going was better, in order to get as far as possible from the prison camp in the early part of their journey, Grace now wearing her wooden prison shoes. All that night they struggled along, crossing rugged ravines in the Schwarzwald valley, wading streams which occasionally were so deep that they had to swim, getting bogged in swamps, with practically no rests except when they halted briefly to study their map. At daylight the couple dropped down, thoroughly worn out, and ate their breakfast, which consisted of a can of corned beef washed down with sparkling mountain water. Grace's companion then insisted that she lie down and take a little nap, which she was willing to do. Her rest was soon interrupted by Private Johnson, who shook her and whispered that someone was coming. This someone proved to be German children who had come out to play in the woods. Knowing full well that if the children discovered them, the alarm would be quickly given, Grace and Private Johnson crawled under a bush heap as the nearest hiding place available, and there they remained until 4 o'clock that afternoon, when the youthful picnic party broke up. "How utterly provoking," laughed Grace, after they were started on their way. "I have always loved children, but I am afraid I did want to shake those youngsters today." "Don't waste any sympathy on them. They are Huns," retorted the American grimly. The same sort of interruption occurred several times during their journey, but they dared not take to the open country for fear of discovery, for, besides the civilians, Private Johnson knew that the country was overrun with German soldiers. Then again it was almost a certainty that news of their escape had been spread over all that territory, and especially toward the Swiss border, for which they were headed. On the third day out their food gave out, and from then on they ate only what they were able to pick up in German farm gardens after dark, unpalatable vegetables, new potatoes eaten raw, and occasionally some berries. Grace Harlowe's clothes were in shreds, and she finally discarded what was left of her skirts, wearing in their place the khaki trousers which she had received in the Red Cross package, and which she had cut down in length to fit her. She found it a real relief to be rid of the troublesome skirts, and that travelling without them seemed to be much easier. It was on Sunday morning, after suffering many hardships, that the pair cautiously crept out to the edge of a thicket on a high bluff, and found themselves gazing down on the river Rhine. On the opposite side of this famous stream, less than 1,000 feet from where the escaped prisoners were crouching, lay Switzerland and liberty. But both knew that to reach that goal meant braving greater perils than they had yet passed through, and meant taking the most desperate chances. German guards were at that moment pacing back and forth along the railroad at the base of the very bluff on which the two were hiding, most likely on the lookout for these very escaping prisoners. "We can't get across by daylight, that is certain," observed Grace. "It would be suicidal," agreed Private Johnson. "The best course to follow is for us to remain right here and study the situation, then make our attempt after nightfall." This course they followed, taking turns at sleeping. After what seemed to them an endless day, full of alarms and narrow escapes from detection, darkness settled over the Rhine valley, and Grace and her companion made their final plans for a dash for the river. To reach the railroad tracks below them, they must get down a steep bank of shale, cross the tracks, and walk several yards before getting to the water, which operation would give an alert guard plenty of time to pick them off with his rifle, so they decided, after a conference, to take a running jump down the bank, then sprint for the river. At last their 0 hour was at hand, and between darkness and early moonrise they hovered over the edge, listening for the footfalls of the German sentries. When the two sentries, who met almost directly below them, were at the extreme end of their beats, was the time selected for getting away. Grace took off her shoes and tossed them behind her. "Wood floats," she explained whimsically, "and I don't wish my feet to float. It is my head that I hope may float." "0," announced Private Johnson, as his ears caught the challenge of the guards to each other at the far end of their beats. "Let's go," answered Grace. "For better or for worse," grinned the American, clasping hands with her. They took a running start of a few yards and shot down the bank. They landed in the gutter beside the railroad tracks in a heap, but were up in a twinkling. "Halt!" came the stern command from a sentry down the tracks. "Run for it, Sammy!" cried Grace Harlowe. "Drop your rifle and come on." Grace sprang across the tracks on fleet foot. Bang! Bang! 2 rifle shots rang out, and a bullet scorched the cheek of the Overton girl with its hot breath. Private Johnson halted at the middle of the tracks, deliberately threw up his rifle, and fired point blank 3 times at the German sentry, who was now running toward him. The cool-headed American then hurled his rifle into the river and himself followed it, after Grace, who had taken a long curving dive, had disappeared under the waters of the Rhine. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Grace Harlowe with the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, The Rhine Gives Up Its Own. Private Johnson had not paused to observe the effect of his shots, but he did not believe he had entirely missed his mark. However, there were plenty of Rhine guards left there, all ready to shoot the instant they saw something to shoot at. It therefore behooved him to get away as quickly as possible. "The water's fine," gasped Grace. "First good bath I've had since the Huns got me." "Save your breath, you'll need it," advised Johnson as he swam up beside her. "I'm going under. It's getting too hot for me. Dive and drift downstream so we will be out of their range." "Current terribly swift here. Let's go," answered Grace, and the two went under together. When they came up, the moon was peeping over the mountains, its light soon thereafter reaching the river. The German frontier guards discovered the swimmers almost immediately and began shooting, some of their bullets missing Grace and her companion by margins that showed good shooting, again inducing them to duck under and drift. By the time they were out far enough to get the full sweep of the current and were being buffeted and swept around in eddies, fighting desperately with all the strength that was left in them, a strength that they were conscious was rapidly waning. More through good luck than skill the swimmers kept close together as they were swept downstream, fighting every inch of the way in their battle to reach the shore that had seemed so close at hand, each wondering whether, at the moment victory was within their grasp, a German bullet might not end the battle for at least one of them. Suddenly the American soldier uttered an exclamation, a cry of distress, as Grace interpreted it. "What is it?" she called, shaking her head vigorously to free her eyes of water so she could see. Grace received no answer to her hail, and now, thoroughly alarmed, she began plunging toward him in long overhand strokes, barely being able to make out his form, but seeing clearly enough to observe that Private Johnson was no longer swimming. He was drifting while she was both drifting and swimming, so that Grace was able to overhaul him in a moment. She found the American floating, face down, just under the water. "He's hit! He's hit!" gasped the Overton girl, beginning to struggle in her effort to turn Private Johnson over on his back. It was indeed a struggle, but being assisted by a favourable turn of the current, she succeeded in getting him face up. Then, without an instant's delay, Grace grasped the collar of his blouse and began battling her way toward the shore. It was an eddy in the current, however, that saved them both, for Grace finally fainted from exhaustion, and when she came to, a few moments later, they were on the beach, their heads on the land, the lower part of their bodies in the waters of the Rhine. At first she did not know where she was, nor what had happened. Then, little by little, Grace remembered that they had been swimming. Had they drifted back to the German side? No, that could not be, for yonder was a train on the other side of the river. There was no railroad track on the side where she was lying, at least not there by the river's edge. Suddenly Grace recollected that Private Johnson had been with her. A groan arrested her attention, and she discovered that her companion in the escape was lying close at hand. Grace was beside him in an instant, caressing his head and calling out to him. "Sammy, oh Sammy," she cried, "did a Hun bullet hit you? Speak to me." A groan was the only answer she received, and the girl was then positive that he had been shot. Grace Harlowe decided that she must get assistance, and at once, but where to go she did not know. They were on a little sandy spit, he still partly in the water, but by putting her strength to the task she succeeded in getting the unconscious man far enough up from the water to avoid the possibility of his rolling back into it. Then, taking careful note of her surroundings, the girl climbed up the bank, only to come upon the Swiss border railroad. She ran down this a short distance, then up a road, expecting every moment to be halted by a Swiss guard. But not one of these did she see, and finally reached a settlement which proved later to be the town of Basel, a Swiss frontier town, and there she was halted and questioned by a frontier guard. "Come quickly, come to the river. An American man, may be dying there," she urged. The frontier guard summoned a companion, and together they accompanied Grace to the spot where Private Johnson lay, still unconscious. They bore him up to the village, awakened the patron of a public house, and carried the American in. Grace could not find that her companion had been wounded by a bullet, but a large lump on one side of the head showed where something had hit him. A surgeon was summoned. He proved to be a Swiss army surgeon, who declared that the patient had been struck by something, which after listening to Grace's story he declared must have been a piece of driftwood. He could not say whether or not the patient had suffered a fracture of the skull, but, observing Grace's exhausted condition, he ordered that she be undressed and put to bed at once, and called the patron's wife to attend her. Grace, however, stubbornly refused to permit herself to be put to bed. Instead, she sat by the American's cot until early morning, until Private Johnson opened his eyes, smiled, and sank into a deep sleep. The sleep of exhaustion it proved to be. The Overton girl, having reached the limit of her own endurance, swayed, and would have fallen from her chair had not the surgeon caught her and carried her to a bed, where the patron's wife undressed and wrapped the girl in warm blankets without even disturbing Grace's slumber. And there she lay in a trance-like sleep for many hours. Neither awakened until late on the following day, when the first question of each was as to the whereabouts of the other. Grace was the first to get up. Her khaki trousers still lay on the floor, but on a chair near at hand lay a short skirt and rough underclothing sufficient for the needs of the moment, which Grace quickly donned, and shortly thereafter entered the room where Private Johnson was sipping broth from a spoon at the hands of the patron's wife. "What, Sammy, not up yet?" cried Grace. "What a lazy man you are." "Can't say the same about you, Miss Grace. How do you feel, and what happened to me?" "That is what I should like to know, sir. I know that I narrowly escaped a fracture of the skull, but I do not know what hit me," declared Private Johnson. "We beat the Huns just the same, didn't we?" Grace admitted that they had. Later on she went out in search of a Red Cross unit, which she found, and there related her story. She was provided with sufficient clothing and a sum of money that would take both to Paris. The Overton girl's next act was to send a telegram to Paris, reading, "Safe, be home tomorrow. Please notify Tom, Red Cross, and Elfrida." Grace, however, did not leave for Paris next day as she had planned, because it was not thought advisable for Private Johnson to be moved, and she refused to go on and leave him, despite the fact that he insisted she should. On the third day after that they entrained for Paris, reaching their destination in due time. They bade each other good-bye at the railway station, after Grace had gained the promise from Private Johnson to call on her at her quarters to meet the girls of the Overton unit next evening and have a heart-to-heart explanation. "You know," said Grace, "there are certain features of this meeting of ours that require clearing up. I think you know what I mean." "Yes, Mrs. Grace Harlowe Gray, I do know. Good-bye until tomorrow." You know me?" exclaimed Grace. Private Johnson nodded laughingly, and saluting walked briskly away, leaving her well nigh speechless with amazement. That rascal knows me, has known me all the time." Now I am curious, and a woman's curiosity knows no rest until it is appeased by the truth. It was a glorious meeting at the Overton unit's quarters, made more enjoyable by the presence of Tom Gray and Elfrida Briggs. Tom, in order to be able to devote more time to the task of locating his missing wife, had obtained a leave, and had been in Paris for 10 days when Grace reached there. It was only 3 days previous to her arrival that he was informed that the Red Cross had got what they considered a genuine clue to her whereabouts, but he was told that they were unable to divulge this information just yet. Then Grace made their efforts of no further moment when she stepped foot in the French metropolis. In the presence of her dear friends and the husband whom she loved so well, Grace related the story of her life in a German prison camp, and Tom Gray's face darkened as she told of the punishments that had been inflicted upon herself and her companion Dorothy Lloyd. Tom was looking forward to meeting Private Johnson, and when they did meet next evening, the two men stood with clasped hands, looking into each other's eyes for a full minute before either spoke. "It is always a pleasure to meet a brave man, Johnson," said Tom, the first to break the silence. In this instance the pleasure merges into a deeper emotion, gratitude for what a brave man has done for this dear little woman. "This thin little woman, you should have said," corrected Emma Dean, for Grace was thin and wan, the thinness of her face causing her to look much older, especially when she smiled, but the same sweetness was there, the same gentle ways, fortified with the same kindly thoughts that so endeared her to all who knew her. That her beauty of face and figure would return after a few weeks' rest following her desperate experiences, none of those splendid girls of the Overton unit doubted for a moment. "This dear little woman is quite capable of taking care of herself in most circumstances, Lieutenant Gray," declared Private Johnson with emphasis. "She was, however, in very great danger up there, and had we not got away when we did, I fear she could not have saved herself. From certain underground sources I learned that Mrs. Gray was to be transferred. It seems the Germans were eager to get possession of Grace Harlowe Gray, and knowing that she was missing from her own lines they began searching for her. They thought they had her located, and they had, but to make certain she was to be transferred to another point where her identity was sure to be established. You know what that would have meant, Mrs. Gray," he added, turning to the Overton girl. "Yes, I think I know, Mr. Johnson. And now, Sammy, I have you where you will be obliged to answer my questions. Remember that I now have a husband to back me up in my demands." "I have been quite certain all along that you were not Private Johnson at all any more than I was Harlowe Gray." "I have been quite certain all along that you were not Private Johnson at all any more than I was Harlowe Grace." "Then again, I have felt strongly that I have known you before. Have I, my friend? Do I know you?" she questioned in an insistent tone. "You should, in view of the fact that you saved my life," observed the caller smilingly. "It was a river eddy that saved you, not I. I beg of you not to refer to that again." "I do not. I referred to another occasion, to the time when you rescued a wounded soldier on the field one night when there was quite a mess on in the Chateau Thierry sector. Mrs. Gray, I am the Corporal O'Malley whose life you saved then. That is, I so called myself." "Is it possible?" cried Grace. "I feel that I may speak freely here among good friends, and it is but right that you should know the truth," resumed the caller. "As a matter of fact, I am Lieutenant O'Malley of the Army of Intelligence. On the night you rescued me I was trying to get captured, strange as that may seem. Instead I got smacked. The second time I tried it, Jerry very kindly took me in. To tell you the object of my seeking to be captured would be to reveal a military secret, which of course I cannot do. That is the whole story, my friends." "All of which proves that a woman's intuition is a pretty safe guide," spoke up Grace. "I knew all the time that you were not what you would have us believe, and little remarks that you made caused me to wonder, aroused my woman's curiosity almost to the point of distress. And now that we are free we must make every effort to get dear Dorothy Lloyd released. I shall take the subject up with the Red Cross tomorrow, and Mr. Gray will urge action in certain influential quarters." "Thank you," answered Lieutenant O'Malley soberly. It means a great deal to me. I think you understand, Mrs. Gray." "I think I do," was her smiling reply. Lieutenant O'Malley visited the Overton quarters several times in the following few days, he and Tom Gray forming a friendship that was destined to be an enduring one. Considerable headway in the meantime was made looking toward the release of the English girl, and before the principals at the Paris end were called back to duty, assurances had been received that Dorothy Lloyd, in all probability, soon would be free. Two pieces of news received by Grace Harlowe in the next few days gave her great happiness. One was a letter from General Bridges informing her that his daughter's condition was now most encouraging. The other was a letter from Jimmy Baldwin, who wrote that he too had given the Huns the slip and taken French leave, that he was back in the ambulance service, where he hoped soon to see her. In fact, he was given a few days' leave of absence before resuming active work, and took advantage of this to go to Paris. There, as soon as possible, he hunted up the Overton unit headquarters. The Overton girls then in Paris made him as welcome as they had Lieutenant O'Malley. Grace Harlowe introduced him to Tom Gray, her husband, and the two men at once struck up a close and lasting intimacy. Grace recovered very rapidly, and at the end of 3 weeks, the period of leave that had been granted to her, the colour had returned to her cheeks, and with it the sprightliness and beauty of other days. And when she finally reported for duty, it was with a keener appreciation of what her country was fighting for, as well as with a better understanding of the enemy that it was struggling to overcome. The next few months of her life at the front were destined to be filled with strenuous work and many thrills, touched with a sorrow as well as with a new-found joy, a joy that was to bring a fresh and enduring happiness into life. The story of those few months, into which it seemed to Grace Harlowe that a whole lifetime of experience had been crowded, will be told in a following volume entitled Grace Harlowe with the U.S. Troops in the Argonne. End of chapter 24. End of Grace Harlowe and the Marines at Chateau Thierry by Jessie Graham Flower.